we do a quick interview? Is that all right? Wonderful. Cool. So, yeah, nice
to meet you. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Name's Will. Won the toss. Yeah. What did you choose to do?
So we decided to have a bowl.
And why is that?
I think the formula's worked for us this year. I think as a team, you know, in terms of sort of knowing what we need to get, works well with the players that we've got. So simple as that. It's worked well for us this year. So we're going to stick to that formula today. So.
And especially in a final, I think most teams like to chase. What do you reckon the pitch is going to do, and what do you reckon is a good score?
Well, I hope it does a little bit first up this morning. It's been a while since I played here, so in terms of that, I can't really remember from last time, sort of in terms of how it played and that. But look, it's a great spectacle. We know the outfield's going to be good, you know, so you're going to get value for runs if you get it through there. But yeah, look, if we can try and bowl tight and kind of restrict the score, that's the plan for today, and try and chase them. So.
Brilliant. And the balance of your team, what's it looking like?
So we're the same team as our semi. So we feel that, you know, with our seamers and a couple of spin options as well, you know, we've got batting depth in there also. So yeah, look, we're happy with the team that won the semi-final against Cams, and you know, go well to the boys today. So
brilliant. Best of luck. We'll just wait for Cheshire here. Oh, they're all right. Okay, good.
Good, mate. You okay?
Yeah, all good. Batting first, you happy with that, or would you prefer to bowl?
No, we would have batted first at the toss, so we're pretty happy with that. It's been our sort of formula all the way through. We've done really well, putting runs on the board and then restricting. So yeah, we're pretty happy with that.
Brilliant. And what do you reckon a good score? If you have to put one on the scoreboard early?
I think we're looking at anything 270 plus. I think it's obviously a big ground, big boundaries. Outfield's pretty quick, but yeah, for us 270 plus, I think would be a brilliant score on here.
Good. And the balance of your team? Like
we've got a great balance. We've actually got a lot of all-rounders in our side, so it's sometimes tough trying to fit them all in. But you know, we've got lots of options with both bat and ball, so we're really happy with the side we put out today.
Brilliant. Well, best of luck. So it's a bowl first, so Cheshire will be batting. Let's see how it goes.
Morning, Will.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good. And
Beautiful day here at Wormsley.
Isn't it ever? And a good morning and a good welcome to those watching on our stream. We have the NCCA One-Day Cup final. This is our second one here, Steve. We came to one last year, and we're looking forward to this one just as much, if not more.
Absolutely. This place is almost like second home for us now.
It is, to be fair. Yeah, it really is. It's what a place to host any game, let alone a final. So the two teams we have competing for the National Counties Cricket Association Cup is Cheshire and Norfolk. And, well, it's kind of two teams that aren't really used to being in the final. Normally we're used to saying Berkshire or Cumbria or something like that. And so it's quite refreshing to see two different teams in the final today.
Brilliant. Across the competition now, I think 6 teams are in different white ball finals.
Absolutely.
So that's perfect for the NCCA.
Yeah.
You know, getting more teams into these final positions and having the pleasure of playing at a ground like this. I mean, obviously the ground is familiar to us. We've been here a good few times now, haven't we, with both the NCCA and the ECB. But the ground is absolutely perfectly set for today, despite the weather yesterday, which was pretty torrential everywhere around the country apart from where England were playing the Test match.
Wow.
But definitely across the south of England, we were completely washed out in all forms of cricket yesterday. We came here a little bit apprehensive about what the state of the outfield would be, but it's absolutely immaculate. If anything, the rain yesterday has done the pitch a little bit good. It's looking extremely smart. Lots of stripes out there. The bell goes. We're about to start.
Yeah, umpires rang the bell. 5-minute warning. Here we go.
And the weather set pretty well for the day. Less than 5% chance of rain all day.
If you ask me, Steve, this is perfect cricket weather. Not too hot. Nice bit of cloud about. Nice, perfect amount of sunshine. And what more can you ask for?
And a bit of breeze from the Dibbly end as well. There is a bit of breeze out there, which will obviously impact the seamers to start.
So the Norfolk bowlers are going out to the field. They're just getting into a team huddle. And the Cheshire opening pair will be striding down the historic steps here at the Wormsley Estate cricket ground.
In their bright purple tops.
I do quite like a bit of purple. I am a sucker for some purple. I do like it. It's nice to see. Although the opposition kit is still very nice. There's sort of a navy blue with a slash of yellow on there.
And the crowd's starting to build as well. We've got a good few people in already. It's a ticketed event, but I'm sure you can still get tickets if you want to come down today. The weather's set fine for the day.
Absolutely. There will be some refreshments available. There's a few bars, and I think there's a food van. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, there's bound to be a few food vans out there.
Absolutely. Yeah. But you're welcome to bring your own food as well if you're nearby. So as we can see there on our screen, Norfolk won the toss and elected to bowl, which is pretty standard, especially in a final. You know, bowl first. Try and get a few early wickets.
Especially with the weather conditions yesterday, because the wicket's pretty hard, to be fair. We went out there early, didn't we, and had a look. It's pretty hard. A little bit of green on it, bit of grass on it. So, but obviously there's still a little bit of moisture around, so I think that will dry out as the day goes on. So it's pretty obvious. I think whoever's going to win the toss is going to have a bowl this morning.
Yeah. I mean, in the times that we've been here watching or commentating at least, we haven't seen any real demons in the pitch at all. It's all pretty standard. It's all pretty well manicured, and there's enough in there for both.
Yeah, there's just that slight slope, isn't there, from the pavilion down to the small thatched scoreboard. So effectively left to right, as you will see it. There is a slope of probably a couple of metres from top to bottom.
So we're about to start here. We have Hamby with the opening over. And he is coming in from the Dibbly end. And the batsman just lets that one goes by and has a little look at the pace. It came through quite nicely.
Yeah, good carry. Good carry.
I think Norfolk have a slip in at the moment, which is kind of normal for these early overs. Obviously, in the power play, you're only allowed 2 men outside the inner ring. One of those is a third man at the moment, as well as... I think they've only just got one out, actually. Oh, no, they've got a fine leg as well.
Yeah,
third man, fine leg. So Hamby's in again. Back of a length, and they're going to squirt away for one, just a backward point, and they're off the mark. Opening run of the day. How many do you reckon we're going to see today, Steve? How many runs do you reckon?
I reckon you've got to be looking at anywhere between 240, 260.
I reckon so, yeah. I mean, think we'll get inside the first 10 overs a good idea of how flat this pitch is going to be, whether it's a bit tacky, a bit sticky. You know, cutters and slower balls always come into it here, especially in the back end of the inning, so we'll see how that goes. But
I think it'll be about not bowling too short today, because that ball just bowled just a little bit short of a length and didn't really hurry through.
Oh, and this has just found the outside half of the bat, and Perry will get off the mark for the first ball.
Perry looking to advance as well there. Which I think will be a part of this play, you know, try and take out the movement that's there. Will's actually got the cup in his hands.
I don't know if one of our cameramen can get on us, but I'm holding the one-day trophy. It's quite a lovely trophy.
It is. I don't know why they've given it to us. They obviously trust us well.
I can see my reflection in it, which is quite nice. Anyway, here comes the bowler, and again, dabs the offside, but too close to comfort there and no run taken. Say last year it was Cumbria versus Berkshire, and which was actually a very good game. Cumbria the underdogs, and they were well on top actually, but Berkshire had a good comeback.
Should have won.
Wow, yeah, exactly. So in come Hamby again. This has been cut, and this is going to be the first boundary of the day.
And that's what I was saying, just that short of a length, if you're just a little bit too short of a length, the pace is not there coming through, and it sort of sits up a little bit, and that was punished perfectly.
Absolutely. Yeah, beautiful shot there from Samey to get the first boundary of the day.
Hamby just needs to bowl a little bit more fuller. Just a little bit too short for my liking.
Yeah, especially with this new white ball. I mean, we know the white balls traditionally don't swing for very long, if at all, sometimes, so they've got to make the use of it for the first few overs. So Hamby in for the last ball of the over. And this has been lovely punched down the ground, and this is going to run over 4 more. Now that looks like a shot of a man in form. On drive,
Top
4
shot.
runs.
Top shot. Positive.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful to get off the first over. Back-to-back boundaries. Look at that for some shot playing. Beautiful timing. So Semi's up for it here. First over gone, 10 without loss. Tell you what, if they go at that rate for the whole 50 overs, we could be in for a big day here.
Yeah.
And moving the ball for Norfolk from the Deer Park end is Brett Stolworthy, bowling to Stampede.
So the two ends here. This end is called the Deer Park end for obvious reasons. There's a deer park on the estate, the Getty Estate, where we are today. And the other end, the Dibley end, named because the village at the bottom of the valley at that end is where the Vicar of Dibley was filmed. So hence the two names of the two ends. Right, here we go again. Didn't think that was going to be given. He was a good way down there.
Yeah, Perry took a couple of strides down the wicket, but it hit him
good
pretty
start
high.
from Stolworthy.
So he was starting out of his crease anyway, and then he still advanced.
Not the quickest of what we've seen as opening bowlers. A long, long way down. Not a chance. Be interesting to see what movement he gets off the pitch. He's obviously not got the pace of a. Again, looking to advance, and this is going to be tight.
Good running.
Single.
Yeah, good running. I think in our recent time of watching these one-day games, and the teams, especially the top order, the batters, they are so good at just knocking those singles around. When you know the average player might just block it for naught, but those good balls, they're blocking it for 1, which really keeps the scoreboard rotating. And in these sort of games, you just got to keep that scoreboard ticking on, and there'll be boundary balls.
Yeah, it's good intent. You know, he's looking to advance, take LBW out of the way, take the movement out of the game, and that was a sharp single, but good intent here. So Stolworthy again, full ball driven. No run. I think we're going to see a action-packed power play.
Let's hope so, yeah.
Stolworthy's pulled up there. Not in rhythm. We'll have another go. So Stolworthy again, shorter ball, just flick down, just be the one down to third man. Look to rotate the strike. Perry back on strike. So 12 for naught. Stolworthy again, full ball. Jammed it into the pitch. No run again. Stolworthy coming in again, nice full ball again. Bowling good areas. Norfolk just pinned back a bit there in that over. A good over there from Stolworthy, just a two from the over. Just that slower pace, I think, just been a little more difficult to put away.
Yeah.
Obviously, Semi moves on to 10 quite quickly off 7 balls.
Some light aircraft going on. There's always a lot of aircraft going around here,
Yeah.
Steve, isn't there? Always something buzzing around in the air.
Yeah.
If it's not the aircraft, it's the kites. And
Yeah, I haven't seen those today.
you'll see a few of them about, and the officials always have to give a few warnings. Oh, that's skip through there. Yeah, the officials give a few warnings about the kites. They often come down and nab the food. Any food that's left there, it will be gone within seconds.
I think it was ice creams, wasn't it, the last game, I think?
Yeah, or any burger buns or anything that's left there, or picnics. The red kites swarmed out. I mean, it's beautiful to see them.
If you've got any food, eat it quick.
Yeah.
So here comes Hamby again. Shorter ball, looks to be punched through point.
Oh,
That's going to run away.
That's no more than a push,
Come back
Steve.
for the second, and it's just gone over the rope for 4. Nicely punched. That was a really good shot.
That was no more than a push off the back foot, and that's just ran away. Up the hill as well, actually, up towards the
nicely
pavilion.
controlled shot by Semi. Just got behind it, pushed it through point. That was the gap.
Wow.
Up the hill.
Yeah. So from the sort of cameras, you can't really see much of a hill, but there is a decent slope from the top of the pavilion here down to the bottom towards the scoreboard. A couple metres, so Hamby's in again. And this has been driven there by Semi, and this has gone away for another boundary.
Top shot there by Semi.
Yeah, just rocked onto the front foot there and pushed it again through the covers. He really looks up for it here. He looks a man in good form. 18 from 10 already.
Just quicker bowlers coming onto the bat. A lot easier than...
Absolutely. This, I mean, to be fair, this did it like sort of a half volley. It was there to be driven,
Yeah,
but you still got to put them away.
It's 2 full. But well executed.
Yeah.
Still shows you the outfield's got pace in it.
Yeah,
Despite
absolutely.
all the rain yesterday.
Yeah, like you say, it's a very well manicured facility here by the Wormsley ground staff. So Hamby back-to-back boundaries again. And this has just been guided down to third man.
And I like this, that they're just looking to get bat on ball, and anything that's just dropping down, they're running those singles hard.
Yeah.
So bang bang with 2 4s and then just drop it down to gully and run 1. It's good cricket.
So Steve, there is a decent crowd already in,
I know,
especially
yeah.
sort of straight, sort of long on, long off area on top of the bank. So the banks here at Wormsley are great for viewing. So Hamby in again. Oh, and this has just gone past the outside
That's better.
edge.
Saw him coming down the track, didn't he? Just pulled the length back.
Yeah.
Really what he's got to do is try and get that ball zipping through it. Glove height.
There was a bit of a nothing shot there from Perry, kind of just wafted at it slightly.
Well, I think he sat there, he's on 2 off 6 balls, and Semi and Viren's going like a train.
Yeah, absolutely. So Hamby's in, coming in for the last ball was over. And this has been driven, and this is going to go through the covers as well. It might not run away, but I think the boundary's going to be quick enough. The fielder can't escape it back, and there's another boundary, but this time to Perry for the first boundary of his innings. So that races the scoreboard along to 25 without loss inside the first 3 overs. Well, what a start.
And some really good cricket shots, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like they're hitting over the top. These are all being drilled, haven't they, on the floor, through the gaps. I mean, it's really positive cricket and some really nice execution of shot making. by Cheshire. So Norfolk will have to start thinking a little bit. Obviously, it'll be interesting when they try and mix it up. Again, another quick single. Just drop and go. This is obviously the strategy here. Is if you don't hit it directly to a fielder, they're running.
Yeah, Cheshire have been quick on their feet in the early few overs here.
So let's see how Stolworthy replies. That's down the leg side. It's probably going to be wide. Yeah. Norfolk need to bounce back a little bit from this. Cheshire off to a flyer. Stolworthy again. No run. Oh, no run again. So Stolworthy, in he comes again from the Deer Park end. Good line length there, just another single. Stolworthy's finding a better areas here. It's just that reduced pace is just stalling him a little bit here. Trying to get a little bit more tricky to get him away. Full ball. Big appeal. It's not out. That was a big appeal. It's probably the first
Let's see.
confident appeal. Be interesting to see that on replay.
Bowler's got his hands on his head.
I think he thought that was out.
There's a big appeal. I think
Yeah,
if
it's got a fair point, I think.
anything, it could be height, but that was tight.
Fair point.
That was
That
tight.
was well bowled, good area.
Keeper thought it was stone dead.
Everybody's got their hands in their heads there. Mind you, difficult to tell, isn't it? It's difficult to tell. We haven't got the full technology today, have we?
No, not quite yet.
Stolworthy again, good ball. Just left alone. Another good over from Stolworthy. Just a 4 from his 2 overs. Be interesting to see if
So it's pretty much been all
Norfolk make a change here or not.
it's been all semi on the attack, really. And 50 overs is a long time, isn't it? You know, you can have a good few overs and then you can go back into your shell for a couple.
Yeah.
It really is it is a long time to bat.
I think this might be a change of bowling now.
I think you are correct. Just the 2 overs for
It's not a surprise, I don't think.
Hanby.
I think the pace on early doors here, win the power play, as we've seen, the ball has disappeared a lot easier than it has with the pace off a little bit, finding the right areas, which has been a bit more tricky to actually get away. So I'm not surprised at this. Tactically, it's a good decision, I think. You can bring him back at a later point. Yes.
I do agree, but there was a couple balls that Stolworthy bowled, not Hanby, sorry, that he bowled, and it did get to sort of nibble a little bit away, but again, he was too inconsistent with it, and I think in these early stages, you've got to have that accuracy to pinch a couple early
Different
ones.
when you got the field out.
So Callum Metcalf is the first change.
So this will be interesting to see what pace we can see here.
As he comes in. Semi, and it's hit him on the pads, and there's an appeal, but it's cut short. It was obviously
Stifled.
going down. But yeah, not a bad ball for your first.
No, it's a good start.
Oh yeah,
Just drifted down.
going down and stayed quite low as well.
It's good captaincy. You know, if things aren't working, then you got to change. You got to change it up.
Yeah.
No point sitting back and then suddenly looking at your figures and you're going for 40 or 4 overs. There's absolutely no point. So, good, brave captaincy there, I think, from Norfolk.
In comes Metcalf. There's a fullable again, but just pushed towards mid-off. So the Norfolk bowlers are, Norfolk fielders, sorry, are well up for this. Metcalf's in, and this has been flicked through the leg side, but
Well
mid-on
fielded.
has come round to collect, yeah, but they'll still sneak a single.
Good start from Metcalf, isn't it?
Yeah, steady. I think that's sort of the bowler for these first 3 balls. That's what he's going to be, just sort of a steady line and length bowler, you miss, I hit sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is very valuable in these games. In he comes now. And this is pushed to the offside, but no run.
That was better from Norfolk, to be honest. About the field in there, Gully was right on his toes.
Yeah.
You could see him line up to drop it, and he did sprint in.
Yeah, those fielders tight in the ring have
They're
got to be
picking that
alert.
up then. I think they've picked that up from the early sense of the first few overs where everything was just getting dropped and run for singles.
Yeah.
Norfolk on their toes a little bit better now. It's good to see.
Like I say, the power plays for the first 10 overs. Only 2 fielders are allowed outside the ring, and it still remains third man and fine leg. So basically, if it goes through the inner ring, it's mainly going to be 4.
Short ball.
It's a short ball. And the non-striker thinks that's gone well over his head, and the umpire is given a no ball, which is the correct call. That went miles over his head, Steve.
It was the tennis racket then.
Watch this on the replay. Whoa.
Yeah, miles in.
Wow, it's a good indication of the pitch is still
Good
plenty
bounce.
hard enough.
Yeah, good bounce.
You know, putting that effort ball in, you can still get it right up there.
When I was out there this morning, I had a bit of a feel of the wicket, and it was quite solid.
Metcalf to end is over. Another short ball, and this is really dug into the pitch, and
Didn't get hold of that one, though.
he scored it to the leg side, a bit very untimely, but they'll take 2 runs for it. I can't tell if that either got stuck in his hand or it was more of a slower ball.
Double bluff, I think.
It was
Bowled a short ball before, got called no ball, and then wasn't expecting it again, and did. Took the pace off it slightly. But there's Joe. I mean, a couple of these wickets are hybrid wickets.
yeah.
Not too sure whether it is looking at when I went out this morning. I couldn't see any notice of it, albeit it's a couple of millimetres under the surface is the synthetic element of some of these wickets.
Yeah, it just keeps them more of a structure
Holds
into
them
the
together
wicket.
a bit.
Yeah.
And a bit quicker, a bit truer.
So Metcalf, sorry, still with 1 more ball in the over due to that no ball bouncer. He comes into Perry. And Perry is on the front foot, but to no run, and that will end the over. So 32 without loss.
Good over, good start from Metcalf, good decision.
Yeah.
Need to change the bowling up there.
Again, I'd say from the first over, nothing outrageous, just steady bowling, and I think that is going to be the way here. Just keep bowling those tidy line of lengths, and the batsman will make a mistake here or there.
Yeah, so 32 off 5, good start. Be more than happy with that at this stage. Just over 6 and over. Bowled by Allworthy there, just a fuller ball. Not quite there to hit a gap. A bit more difficult to get away. He started well there. Another aircraft up there, not far away from High Wycombe Airport. Yeah, another good dot ball. Saw Perry coming and just brought the length back of it. There's the kite. That's the first time we've seen one today. It's just hovering over the ground. And there's the view from the drone. Again, another drilled ball straight to a fielder, another dot. So we have got the drone today. We did get flight permission to get up there. Hopefully that plane missed it. You can see the setting here is absolutely beautiful setup here at the Getty Estate. Well manicured by Simon and his team, the ground staff. Worthy again, just down the leg side, strangled appeal and wide given. Worthy liking his head in his hands. See anything down the leg side is going to get given. Let's see this. You can see the slope across the ground. It's back up the hill. Yeah, doesn't look like it's anything. It's given a wide correctly. We've just got a fine leg coming up into the circle, and an extra cover's going out onto deep cover. Boundary. Whether he's going to drift one outside off stump here and try and get him to get Semi to have a bit of a nibble at one, but Semi's started strongly. So charges down the wicket. It's flicked it through mid wicket. It's going to race away, and it's racing away quite steadily, and that's 4 runs. So well put away by Semi there. Hasn't missed out on much this morning. Score races across to 37 for no wicket. Well put away again.
So by the end of the over, I was going to give you some stats on Sam Perry, the other opening batter, the more conservative opening batter in this situation.
Well, he's had a good season this year.
He has, yeah. I'll tell you about that in a moment.
So, still worthy again. Full ball driven straight down the ground, no run.
Tell you what, mid on and mid off are doing a lot of work in the field at the moment, aren't
yeah.
they?
It was good though. They've been impressed with Stillworthy. Spotted some really nice areas, really controlled. Adjusted his line of length when he's seen the batsman come down the wicket. Oh, yeah. Semi not quite ready there. Backed away. Stillworthy again, full ball, just looking to work it, no run.
And that is the end of the over.
Another good over there, not just 9 coming from his 3 overs. Really, really good start, very solid.
Yeah, so some stats here on Sam Perry, the Cheshire opening batsman, who's currently on 8. So he's had a stellar season in this format. He's averaging 95 with a high
That's
of
not bad, is it?
147. That is pretty good, isn't it? So he's only had 3 innings and 2 of which he's hit hundreds in, so you can't really complain. And I think he'll be eyeing up another one here at least to carry on that form. So Cheshire with a solid batsman at the top, and in these games, especially 50 overs, if your opening pair or one of your opening batsmen gets a big score, often or not, you're going to get a big score, and you're on your way to a winning formula, really.
And he's playing second fiddle at the moment.
He is, yeah. So in comes Metcalf. This is just pushed to the onside for none.
So we had some drone footage there again just a second ago. Perfect day to get it up in the sky, blue sky around us today. A beautiful estate that this cricket ground's based in. It's also an opera house. It's just behind the pavilion between here and the house.
Yeah, I came here a couple of weeks ago for the over 70s inaugural one-day cup final, and it was between England and Australia. And it was again phenomenal day, and the weather was very similar, and England came out on top. And so I was writing a match report, and I was doing some good research about the Getty Estate here. And if you didn't know, it was Sir Paul Getty who sort of made it and organised it. And in comes Metcalf. He just hit the pad, and this could be a shout. The umpire's stayed down though, and he says not out. That would be close on the replay. But no, just to finish that, yeah, it was Sir Paul Getty and his good friend Mick Jagger. Let's see this replay here.
Yeah, just go down.
Just going down, yeah. Good appeal though. Yeah, Mick Jagger invited him. Sir Paul Getty, sorry, had Mick Jagger around his house for a glass of wine, and said put the cricket on the TV, so he did, and after that moment he fell in love with the sport, and a few years later he opened the gates to this beautiful ground. So Metcalf in again, 3 tidal balls so far, and this is just knocked onto the leg side. Could be a leg bye here, we'll see what the umpire says. It is given a leg bye.
Obviously a Getty 11 do play here.
Yep.
Obviously England's women's side, this was their home ground several years ago before they started playing at the major county grounds.
Yep.
So they were based here.
There's a lot of sort of charity games here as well, and forces games there. They like to play here as well, and again it is a beautiful, beautiful facility. One which I'm sure either of this team would love to hold the trophy up. There's another dot ball, so a very tidy over so far.
You can hear the buzzing of the drone there as Kieran's piloting it in.
The helipad is coming down.
There you go, right in front of us.
So Semi still above a runner ball so far. He has sort of defended a little bit more in the last 10 balls of his innings. And this has hit the pads, and this could be close. The umpire again says not out, strike, the stump's a run out, but nothing comes from it. This looks real close.
So here's the replay. Swing it in, no, it's gone down leg side again. Swinging it a fair amount, to be fair.
Yep, again another over's finished, 38 without loss. Run rate of just a tick under 5.5, which is a good steady rate so far.
Yeah, you take that. You take that.
So the wind is just picking up slightly here, and the trees are sort of bustling. Quite a nice breeze though.
So fair play to the Norfolk and Cheshire supporters. They've got a bit of a trek to get here to watch today's, but they've come in their droves, so really good crowd building all around the ground, so making the most of the fine weather today. It's just square cut just behind point, and that's going to run down the hill. It's probably going to run away.
No, fielder does well. No, he doesn't.
For 4. Yeah, he put the dive in.
Fielder should have done well, but he did not.
Obviously racing down the hill is a bit tricky to gauge correctly, but it does race away down there. One of the very few boundaries of Stillworthy. Obviously got the deep extra cover out there as well. On again, full of ball, just punch through cover, just be the one. So Cheshire building a good little foundation here, 43 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think if they can get to the end of the power play without being a wicket down, they can really start to push on there.
I think they'll be really happy with that.
Keep building.
Slower ball from Stillworthy, and that's been dispatched over good wicket. 3 or 4 bounces, and it skids away for 4. He saw that early.
Yeah, he picked that better. It was also too short, wasn't it?
Well, it was a slower ball. You can see that out of his hand.
Too short.
Just thought it was in his arc. Just dispatched over mid wicket. Well put away. Played well. Played well, Samuel. Been impressed.
Yeah.
Shoots on to 29. Full ball again, driven down to mid-on, no run. 2 balls left of this over. Ooh.
big
That's a
booming
better ball.
drive.
That's a better ball. Looked like he did a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Obviously got that slope to work with as well. A fairly defensive field here. Slip's gone and bit of a ring field. Stallworthy again. It's driven through extra cover, and that's going to race away from 4.
You may be able to hear the
Yeah, we're sat right next to
the Cheshire
camp.
rest of the batting lineup there sat with us. So if
But
you hear
as
any
soon as-
large cheers, that'll be them.
Yeah, as soon as it's hit that gap down the hill, it just races away.
So I'll just give you a quick rundown of the road to Wormsley. So the road to the final for both teams. In Cheshire, say they've been playing through the months of May, June and August. First game they beat Dorset by 102 runs. June 9th versus Hertfordshire, no result. And then again match abandoned versus Wales. But then they beat Wiltshire by 129 runs at Didsbury. Quarter-final they beat Devon at Oxton by 110 runs, and in the semi-final they beat Berkshire by 133 runs. So all of the wins have been quite convincing, you'd say.
Yeah, they have.
Over 100 runs in
by
the
a
last 3.
significant amount.
Mm.
You don't normally see that, to be fair,
No.
yeah, at all.
So Metcalf's in to Perry, and Perry just drops this under his nose. So, and then for Norfolk, their road to the final. In May they beat Hertfordshire by 9 wickets, so that was a big win. June 2nd, they beat Staffordshire by 5 wickets. June 9th, they beat Shropshire by 9 wickets. So again, some big wins sort of for both teams. In June 16th, they did lose to Suffolk by 19 runs.
Local derby.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Quarter-final in June 30th, they beat Lincolnshire by 6 wickets. And for the semi-final on August 4th, they beat Cambridgeshire by 59 runs. So more close there for Norfolk, but Metcalf's in. Fuller ball, and again, just push to the ground. They're going to go for a single, and they'll make it. Sharp awareness from the pair there. And by the end of the last over, the 50 partnership has come inside the 9th over. So yeah, you'd say Cheshire, well, in the running stages up to the final, they've been more convincing, maybe a bit more powerful, but Norfolk have also been probably just as good, obviously, so, you know, getting into the final, and all that doesn't really matter when you get to a final. It really is whoever plays best on the day, and
exactly.
they both deserve to be here. Semi just digs this ball out from his ankles.
Definitely seeing a bit of a play here from Semi being more aggressive of the two, and Perry just digging in at the moment. Just good strategy. 52 for no wicket. 3 balls left of this Metcalf over. Metcalf bowling good spell here. So he comes in again, full ball. Big swing and a miss.
So run rate has crept back up to 6 runs and over, and so if they go at that rate to the end, they'll be very happy. 300 on the board, yes
Yeah,
please.
they'd be happy with that.
Absolutely.
That'd be some chase.
Metcalf comes in. Semi again, just defends it underneath his eyes. Always sign of a man in form when he can defend it sort of right underneath his chin there. Shorter ball. Come off his hip. I think it's going to be leg byes. They're calling for 2, but it's going to run away for the boundary, and it is going to be. Boundary says leg byes, and they will happily take them onto the scoreboard, and that will end the over. So Cheshire are now 56 without loss from their 9 overs.
That certainly flew down to the boundary, didn't it?
Mm. So a good opening 9. Say 1 more over until the power play ends. I'm sure they will want to make the most of that.
No, solid start. Solid start by Cheshire with the bat. Don't Only a few LBW appeals. No real chances. They've played really well here. Interesting to see what variation Norfolk have got and whether the spinner comes on outside the power play.
Yeah, I reckon.
Mix it up.
I think some early spin would be a good, could be a good thing here.
So Allworthy again. That's got an edge there, and that's going to speed away for 4 runs. Fine leg up in the circle, so easy 4. So Perry moves on to 18. So again, fine leg up. Up in the ring. Still worthy. Back to his more consistent self there. So still worthy again. Oh, down the leg side again. It's going to be another wide. Just needs to find his line again. Especially with fine leg up in the circle. Needs to be finding that middle and off stump line. And there we go.
There
That's a
we
good
are.
ball. That's what you want.
That's the one. See, I think there'll be another change after this over. I reckon, Steve. I think say 10 overs off. It will be done after this, and I think some spin could be a good idea, or maybe just another change up, because I think especially the fact they haven't got a wicket yet. I think they just got to keep changing it up until they do break through, and then they can settle into their main bowlers.
Get the spin on.
I reckon so.
Still worthy again. Fuller ball, whipped off the legs. It's gone to backward square. So it's be a single. Yeah, I think you're right. Needs a bit of a difference, doesn't it? At the moment, Cheshire are just nicely set here, going away at 6.4 and over. So, still worthy with 2 balls left, just short of ball. Didn't really get hold of that. Looking to dab it down to third man, where the extra fielder is on the boundary. So extra cover and third man and the 2 players outside the ring. Everybody else in. Kite's re-emerged in front of us.
Just about to say, here comes
just having
one.
a look.
Just having a just.
Has anyone started there?
Just having a scout around the outfield, see if there's any debris of food left around.
Yeah. Who's he going to pick out as a target?
A late morning snack.
As the kite gets a bit lower towards the crowd at the bottom. See him dive bomb in a minute. Still worthy back again. Just looking for the one. We'll get an easy single there. Easy single. Well worked. And that will be the over. That's 10 overs gone. So 63 for no wicket.
Yeah, run rate of 6.3. So a very good start there.
Job done in the power play,
Cheshire.
I think.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. So there's going to be a power play highlights reel. Here we are. So it's been it was quite the first 3 overs for the Cheshire batsmen, especially Semi. It was, yeah, back-to-back 4s on both occasions. But just lovely cricket shots, nothing dangerous, just lovely cricket shots.
Just executed really well.
Yeah, putting those bad boys away. A couple LBW shouts, but most of them going down leg, one of them going probably over the top as well. But it's been advantage Cheshire so far. Let's see how the Norfolk bowlers can come back from this. See Semi there with zinc underneath the lid, underneath his eyelids from nose to cheekbone. Don't think it's quite sunny enough for that, but you know, SPF protection in that.
Yeah.
So still worthy's in. So they have made another change. It's still worthy. It's not still worthy. My apologies. It's I think it's still Metcalf. Yep,
Yeah, I
sorry, the
think
graphic
so,
was wrong
yeah.
on our thing. Yep, Metcalf still carrying on into his 4th over. Been very economical.
He's bowled well, actually.
Only 6 runs coming off his first 3 overs. So
good change up from the captain to bring him on.
yeah, it's been a tidy start for him in a spell.
Well, the bar's open
Yep,
and there's not a queue.
not yet. I think there will be this afternoon though. In comes Metcalf and Semi advances, but he's been pushed back by his non-striker and there'll be no run.
So Semi's there, 11 games, 10 innings, 430 runs. So he's averaging 43s. Been impressive today, I've got to say.
This has been driven on the up to mid-on, but for no run.
Semi on 34 off 35 balls. He's
I feel like
batted
Metcalf.
positively.
I feel like Metcalf could build a wicket here. He could manufacture a wicket just from building the pressure. Maybe just frustrating Semi and Perry in. They might play a shot across the line and they could get bowled, and maybe a catch could be.
A couple more gone out outside the ring now, outside the power play. So we've got
Yeah.
extra cover on the boundary. Third man.
Deep backward square leg. Metcalf comes in. Oh, and Semi flashes at that one.
Teasing him outside. So.
Yeah, they've sort of just spread the field either side, which is, you could say, a bit defensive, but I think it's needed at this time, especially as Semi's been run scoring quite freely.
Well, I think that deep square's out there for that short ball.
Yeah.
Metcalf's bowled a couple of. Which wouldn't be a bad ploy, to be fair.
They've also sort of kept mid-wicket in quite tight, saying, if it is short, you can have a go at it. If you can get it over mid-wicket, great. If not, there's a chance of a catch at deep backward square.
We're going to have talked up a short ball here or not? Let's see.
Oh, not quite. But again, that frustration is building. It's been 4 dots in a row here.
Bent his back a little bit on that one.
Yeah,
Metcalf.
he is
That was
getting a bit snappier, I think, isn't he? Getting a
5
bit quicker.
dots.
I think if this was more straight, I think we could be in a bit more
Used his
trouble.
feet and just did him for pace there. So are we going to see the first maiden of the day?
I don't think so. I think they're going to dab it onto the onside for one here, I reckon.
Here he comes.
Oh, it could be the first wicket of the day, but no, umpire keeps his hands by his pockets and no run, no
And
wicket, and that
there you
was
go.
a maiden. I was
There you
wrong,
go.
Steve.
Yes, I'm £10 up.
So, end of that over, 63 without loss from the first 11. Let's have a look at this then. Ooh, that was close. That might have been one of the
It
closest
is doing
of the
a bit.
day.
It's going down the hill. So we saw quite a bit of movement there.
I think if there was umpire's call here, I think it would be a much different game. But
Again, and the other thing they're doing is the batsmen are using their feet and coming down the wicket a bit, and I think the umpires have seen that. But he's pinned him on the back leg there. That's good shout. Good shout. Batsman signalling for drinks. So still worthy. 3 for 43 is best. But he's bowled really nicely today. Good areas. Dropping it again. There's be a sharp single. Fielded. Still managed to get through to it. Perry moves on to 20. These two good work in between the wickets. If there are balls just to net, drop down. They're making the most of working the singles. Especially with the gaps down in the cover area with extra cover going onto the fence. So a slower ball there, well bowled. No, the umpire's not interested in that whatsoever.
neither am I.
Bit of movement there. It has been all morning. A little bit of swing and a little bit of movement off the pitch. Obviously, as we've talked about before, there's a natural slope across the ground. It's another good shout. I think we need ball tracking.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Still worthy again. That's driven,
and
that is out.
There's a first
Slower
wicket.
ball. He dropped into the trap there, Semi. He batted really, really well until that point. Bit of a nothing shot. He's hit it to short extra cover.
Oh, he'll be so disappointed, won't he?
Didn't get hold of that. It was a slower ball. You could see it from the outset. As soon as it left his hand, it was a slower ball. And he didn't get anywhere near getting hold of that one, unfortunately.
No.
Which is unusual because he's murdered everything else today. We'll be really disappointed with that.
Yep.
But, you know, good wicket, good breakthrough. Still Worthy's deserved that wicket. He's nagged away at that line and length and fully deserved.
Much needed for Norfolk, though. They were looking a bit worse for wear without that wicket.
Great innings from Semi there. 34 from 41 balls. He's an exciting player.
34 from 41 balls.
That was impressive. He'll be disappointed.
So in comes the left-handed batsman of Money.
Has he got the money today, though?
Here comes the money.
And the incoming batsman for Cheshire is Alex Money.
So Alex Money comes in. Time for a rebuild. Albeit they're in a good position. Over 5.5 and over so far. Still Worthy's bowled. This is 6 over, so there'll be an argument here to keep Mr. Worthy on for a bit longer. So just extra cover and third man on the fence. Fine leg as well. He's dropped down. They're looking for the single. Well fielded. So just the 3 out. Slip's gone back in, as you'd expect for the new batsman. And just one off this over so far. So tight couple of overs we've seen, just pulling Cheshire back a bit. Not bowled again, looking for a single. And he's made it.
Good shot at the stumps, but
Good
I
intent.
think he would have been in.
Good intent. Cheshire on the singles here. Gets Money off the mark. No, Perry back to face. He's scored a truckload this season. He's just sort of solidly going around his business here, isn't he? Just building. 20 off 29. Not heavily troubled so far. So still Worthy again. Shorter ball, flicked off his pads. It'll just be the single. And that'll be over. So 66 for 1 off 12. Good start. 5.5 and over. So Alex Money, 16 games, 13 innings, 2 not out, 511 runs, averaging 45. It's
Decent.
yeah, there's 450s in there, so yeah, he's had a good season as well. So him and Perry is going to be interesting. Norfolk will be desperate to get rid of these two as quickly as they can. So Metcalf continues.
Been squirted away to the third man area, but they're just going to get one. So they're just adjusting the field here now. The left-handed Money is on strike. This will take a little bit more time out of the game, and especially if they keep knocking around ones and threes at least.
Just trying to reset the field, isn't he? It's his first time he's bowled to him. Metcalf just making sure his field's correct. Still got a slip in though. Apart from that, pretty much the similar field.
Comes in now, and there's just
that's out!
Straight to first slip. So Money on just his third ball, he flashes at one sort of high and wide, and it's gone straight to first slip. Good catch there. Went pretty sharpish to him. And
yeah, above his head and well taken.
Norfolk have their second wicket. So in the space of saying, wow, Cheshire look well on top here, they're now 67 for 2. How the game can change, Steve.
Yes, and it takes a couple of balls, doesn't it? Last 2-3 overs, the pressure's been building, isn't it? Norfolk just getting a few more dots in.
Wow,
And,
Metcalf's bowled exceptionally well.
Metcalf's bowled really well. And,
he's bowled a lot of tight line and lengths, and he's got his reward here, really.
See the replay here. Then.
It really lifted, I think. Yeah, it lifted and did some nice movement away, and it just went into first slip's hand. It was sort of in the fingertips, but very well
fair,
caught.
Probably should have left that alone that early in his innings. Jacked away from him, didn't it, down the hill, which you've got to expect here, haven't you? With the slope, you are going to get a bit of movement. And he was only a few balls into it. Was his third ball?
Yeah.
Third ball, yeah. Should have probably left that alone, really. He was reaching at that above waist height. Good catch, though.
Superb catch.
Well taken catch.
Yeah, went to him quickly.
So, Norfolk striking twice in a short space of time. So Luke Young comes in now. Got a high score of 50, averaging 18. So, you never know. You never know. This could be his day.
So left-hander for left-hander.
Metcalf bowling well.
Absolutely bowling well. Yeah, he's been really tight, really consistent, and that really was sort of the reward for that. He's been bowling very nice line and left. Say only 7 runs from his 4.2 overs, and there really hasn't been a bad ball in there.
He's done a great job coming on when runs were flowing from that end, early doors. Metcalf stop that flow, and 1 for 7.
Oh, we see here Young for his first ball, almost about a foot outside the crease. Metcalf's into him, and it's full on the pads, and the umpire is thinking about it, but he again keeps his arms by his side, and Norfolk have their tails up here, don't they?
They certainly do, yeah.
Metcalf is really hustling in and getting the ball to move a little bit now.
See the replay of this then.
Pitched outside,
pitched outside,
yeah, long way.
No chance.
Just got a bit excited there, did the old fielders, but
Don't
you can
blame
them, yeah.
Yeah, they're taking a couple of wickets there. Let's bring in their step. Sent another one, don't they? And get a couple of extra wickets
wicket
here.
now
Put the
would
pressure
be,
right on.
Third wicket now would be massive. Metcalf's in, and Young lets that one go by, and a couple oohs and ahs from the fielders, but nothing too serious as Young takes himself away from the crease and again does some warm-ups and gets his head back into the game. But yeah, Metcalf's bowling superbly well here.
Bit of a breeze building, isn't it? Obviously helping Metcalf. He's trying to swing it. The breeze is right behind him.
Young gets an inside edge on this, and they're going to scamper away for a single. Big appeal, but
Very hopeful.
Don't know what for, really. The umpire sort of looks at Metcalf, the bowler, being like, are you serious?
Yeah, definite inside edge.
Tell you what, though, if it wasn't, that was close. So it brings the right-handed Perry back on strike. So we've got deep cover, deep backward square still out. Metcalf's into him. This has gone down the leg side, but this would be called a wide. So it seems Metcalf is getting a bit more lateral movement now than sort of in his early few overs.
Shorter ball going down the hill. So if you're not used to playing these slopes, then it does take a little bit just to adjust, doesn't it? Metcalf has bowled some really good balls today. Perry's the one they want, though, isn't it? Big wicket.
It's a short ball, and it's gone. Oh, it just fell short of backward point in this is going to run away for 4. It is. But that was not far away from the hands of short backward point there, and
we nearly talked it in, didn't we?
I think Perry would have had his heart in his mouth there for a moment.
Just about a foot short, wasn't it, of gully there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, you got a boundary for it, so he skips along to 26 from 32, and Norfolk are 73 for 2 now. Not Norfolk, sorry, Cheshire is 73 for 2. In what looked like a sublime start, they've lost 2 quick wickets, and it's sort of even par, I'd say.
Yeah, run rate's still fine, isn't it? Just over 5.5. So just can't afford to lose any more wickets for a few overs, really. These two have bowled well together. They're going to run out of road in a minute, I thought. A change will come at some point. The batsman just doing a bit of gardening. Getting himself settled again. Oh, left alone. So Young just trying to find his way in this game, just trying to see a few balls through. Stallworthy has moved the ball off the wicket quite a bit, just drilled it back to him, no run. Did get a hand on it. The batsman backing up was very quick to get his bat back in the crease. Perry wouldn't have wanted to depart in that way. Stallworthy bowling really steadily. So Stallworthy again. Full of ball, left alone by Young. Sees it go through to the keeper. And this is 7th over, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not he does carry on through his spell, or whether we see a change in a minute. No spin seen so far, but Norfolk obviously striking twice in the last sort of 20 minutes. So he's just worked it off his hip. Yeah, will just be the single. So Stallworthy back in again. Shorter ball, just knocked back to him. And just the 1 ball left of the over. So 1 for 33 so far for Stallworthy. So it's nice and steady. Perry 26 off 33. And just work for a single. Puts him back on strike. And that's the end of the over. So 75 off 14 overs. Just the 2 down.
There's a Honda car with its lights left on. Registration number FV15LXA. That's a Honda FV15LXA. Left lights on.
So Metcalf carries on. Perry on strike. No change to the field. And Metcalf bowled a really good spell so far this morning. again, another dot ball. So a long way to go. A good base here in Cheshire. Just be getting Young into his strides a bit, and Perry to hang around. Edge that. It's gone down to third man. Just for a single, I think. Oh no, they're coming back for two. He's going to make it just about. The appeal goes up, but he's made his ground quite easily. So good running again from the Cheshire team. Good switch of the hands there, sees where the ball's going. For any youngsters out there, not turning blind. And successfully completed for two. So Perry moves on 29. Really solid in his approach. Metcalf 1 for 15 off his overs. Shorter ball, just worked out to the leg side. Just been an easy single. Perry moves on to 30. So a lovely day here at Wormsley. Sun out, blue sky, bit of a breeze. Ground looking absolutely immaculate. If anyone's never been here before, it's definitely worth the trip just to have a look around the grounds and take in the atmosphere here. Ball's just left alone by Young. Young taking his time to just have a look at the ball and movement. Get comfortable with it. It's perfect setting here. Well set up. These types of games, there's plenty of marquees around and bars and food vans. If you want to have a look at the Wormsley website, I'll give you all the background to the estate and facilities here. So Metcalf comes in again. Shorter ball, just works. Looking to work to the leg side, but didn't really get hold of that. Just dropped out for no run. So just one ball left of this sixth over in Metcalf's spell. 1 for 60. Young again looking to work it to leg side and not being able to flick it there. So that's the end of the over. So Metcalf's ball is 6 overs. So Perry there, you'll see his stats from earlier. Had a good season. A high score there of 147, averaging 53, 200s and 350s. Very steady in the way he's gone about his game today. And again, just pushing it to the offside for no run. So we've got nearly 35 overs yet to go, so a long way to go in the game. Just seam seen so far, so 15 overs a seam. Stallworthy's bowled consistently, and he comes again, just dabbing it for a single. And a good shot at the stumps there, just missed. Kid have made that though. Cheshire move on to 79. So here comes Stolworthy. Ooh. Good ball, just left him. Young just looking like he's not picking this up perfectly at the moment, just 2 off the 11 balls. Stolworthy bowling good areas. Just drew him in there. He's just whipped it off his legs. Whipped down to fine leg. He dives. Good stop on the boundary, and they come back for 2. Slip's moved out now, he's moved into short mid-wicket. He's just punched it, just in front of point. Coming back for 2. Bit of a wild throw. Make it easy, so Young comes back for another 2. Moving him to 6. So just 1 ball left of the over. Finished Stolworthy's 8th over. Wouldn't be surprised if he has a bit of rest after this one. It's driven, and it's going to race away for 4 runs. Well put away by Young. Stolworthy starting to look a little bit tired there. Well executed by Young. It was a good spell though, so far. Interesting to see whether he stays on or whether they make a change and bring some spin on. We haven't seen any spin yet today. And Perry's moved on to 31. Young on to 10. Cheshire 87 for 2. Starting to rebuild here. 2 quick wickets that were taken earlier. The Metcalf continues from the Dibley end. No run there, well bowled. So effectively now you got mid on within the 30-yard circle, but apart from that, on the leg side, you've only got deep square on the fence. So any ball that can be worked to the leg side is going to be runs. Definitely what Perry was trying to do there. So if they stay at 6 and over, or get to 6 and over, we'll be chasing 290. Short ball, looking to work it, just be the single. Perry just going along with his business here. Yeah, so there you go. So the current run rate, they'll get 272, which is not far off what we said at the start. We said between 240, 260, so 272, 290. If they put the foot down, if they can keep these wickets in hand, then that will be very much the target. If not pushing towards 300, it's just wickets is going to be the key thing here. If Perry can stay in and Young can build a bit of an innings, and you never know, 300 might be on. But a long way to go. Long way to go. So Metcalf, 1 for 17. The skipper's going to be very happy with his performance this morning. He's just flicked that one off his pads, and that's raced away for 4. Even with the deep square leg out, that's raced down the hill for 4 runs. So Young again, just managing to hit the gap. And that outfield is remaining to be pretty quick, if not a bit quicker than it was first thing. And Metcalf again tucks him up. Another plane coming over. It's been pretty busy for light aircraft this morning.
It has. It has indeed.
I don't suppose anybody got out yesterday.
No. Well, bank
In the
holiday as
torrential
well. Bank
Yeah.
holiday Monday.
Yeah. Get out
you're,
there, blue sky.
If you're lucky enough to have an aircraft just, you know, in your possession, it wouldn't be a bad time to fly one.
Didn't bring yours today though, Will.
No, I drove this time. I didn't bring the helicopter.
That would have been a... Just left it alone. That would have been a trip, wouldn't it? The torrential rain yesterday in your helicopter. That would have been interesting. I think I might still have preferred to have driven.
Probably. So Cheshire in 92 for 2 from their 17 overs. So they've just sort of taken it a little bit easier in the last sort of 5 or 6 overs, just sort of rebuilding after those 2 wickets that went down in quick succession. Say Perry, the opening batsman, is still there on 32 not out, and Young has been going at a decent run rate, 14 from 18.
Yeah,
and
he's
just
been
sort of
solid.
knocking it around and hitting the bad ball to the boundary. So there has been 11 extras so far, so I'm sure Cheshire want to be, Norfolk want to be keeping them as low as possible, as they can come back to haunt you in these finals.
So still no change in the bowling. I thought there might be a change there after that last over. So
This is
we carry on with Solworth. He's whipped off his legs. They'll be looking for 2. I don't think they'll come back for it. Just a single.
going into his 9th over now.
I think he's going to bowl straight out then, isn't he?
He'll have to now, wouldn't he? You'd think.
I thought they were going to take him off after the last one and then keep 2 in bay for later, but it looks like he's going to bowl his full 10.
So if he does 10
all the way
overs
through.
from start to finish, is quite a task for an opening bowler, but he seems to be
I think I'll be needing an ice bath if I did that today.
ice bath, more like an icy drink.
Punched. Just be the one.
An icy drink, which I just went and got, Steve. I got
Yeah,
nice
thank you for that.
Coke and ice. Got you a cup of tea. And just chatted to the bar staff, and I said, "Are you going to be around later when the game sort of finishes?" And they said, "Well, we hope so. We hope the fans and spectators and
You've put our
players
order
will
in for
come
later,
by."
have you?
Yeah, they've written it down already, don't you? worry.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
Nice cold cider later. So Stolworthy in again. Driven down the ground, just be a single. Perry's been very solid this morning. Nothing too flamboyant.
No,
you
he's
can
just
see why he's got so many runs this season.
Well, I think that can work both ways. You know, we from the stats and from the season, we know that he's been scoring, you know, a load of runs, and I think that will put a lot of pressure, but also value on his wicket. And I think he's realised that, and he's sort of saying, well, if I'm the man in form, I want to be here. You know, come the 20 over, 30 over, 40 over mark, and get my side to a decent score. So I think he values his wicket just as much as the opposition.
I think he knows if he bats another 30 overs, he'll
exactly.
easily have 100 on his name.
Yep. And that you feel one of these top 4 or 5 is going to have to get an 80+ score just to get a decent par score really for their team.
So Stolworthy in again, full ball.
This could be close.
Mid on.
Oh, he's just made it in.
I've been really impressed with the running as well in Cheshire today. They've been really quite quick. Instinctly quick gong early. No real chances. They've made these singles look quite easy. Some good cricket. So Stolworthy in again, pulling the ball back a little bit and just be nudged into the cover region just for a single. So Stolworthy to Young. Ooh, good ball there, has beaten him up. Bit of movement.
Yep, so that ends the over, and Cheshire are just 2 runs away from the 100-run mark. Still 2 wickets down, and So we see the crowd here building all around the ground. So it's a very, well, it's a perfect ground to sit anywhere where you want. You can sit on the banks towards the pavilion and sort of look down into the bowl, or you can sit down the further end of the ground towards the scoreboard and look upwards. You can sit pretty much straight on anywhere you want, really. There's not a bad seat in the house here, Steve.
Not at all.
And we've got a pretty good one up here in the pavilion.
We're in the pavilion, so we are extremely lucky, and the pavilion's got lots of historic memorabilia. Maybe we'll try and see if we get a camera in there.
So it looks like there's a change of bowling, and there is, and some good fielding out mid-on to stop the boundary.
So yeah, so maybe we'll try and get a camera in the pavilion to show everybody what it looks like in regards to...
And what we look like.
What we look like, maybe. I think they'll be more interested in what paintings and memorabilia is inside the pavilion.
So Joe Everett is the second change bowler here for Norfolk.
But yeah, I mean, there's forest all around us as well in the hills.
So Everett comes in now. And Young catches it. Oh, this could be a run-out chance. Non-strikers, no, he makes his ground. So Joe Everett, just go through his stats here. He's has again another good campaign in the One Day Cup. He's bowled 45 overs, 4 maidens, 232 runs, but 15 wickets. His best bowling is 5 for 45. Economy though is really good, 5 and over. Strike rate at 18 and average at 15.4. So it's good, decent bowler. Say second change. It shows that Cheshire have some good depth in their bowling attack, you'd think, if he's coming in second change.
Good wheels there as well, a bit quicker ball.
Decent pace, quite snappy in his action, quite sort of short and sharp. So let's see how he gets on. I'm sure he would love another 5 here.
I bet. Yeah, so the ground here's in a sort of bowl with a forest all around it, and a deer park to one end, and then the estate and the house.
Well, Young goes for a drive there, but it catches the inside edge. And just going to squirt away to the leg side for 1.
Good pace there, though, by Everett.
Yeah, and that brings up the 100-run mark for Cheshire, coming up in the 19th over.
They'll be happy with that, 100 for 2.
Yeah.
18 overs.
It's kind of a decent start, isn't it? You know, 100 for 2, kind of a bit, about par. You'd say Cheshire is slightly above again now, and
yeah, you'd be very happy with that.
It's a good
100
platform.
for 2, good start. You'd be very happy.
It's a real good platform for them to kick on. Everett comes in, and this has been played at but missed by Perry, looking just to guide it to third man, but doesn't get any connection to it.
Almost looks like he pauses in his action, doesn't he? He whips it back and then snaps through it.
So very whippy.
Getting that extra bit of pace from his action, but very quick arm over the last minute.
So he comes in now for the last ball of his over. And Perry guides us down to third man. This is going to the right of the fielder, and they're going to get 2 runs there. Left-handed pick up and throw from the fielder. Has to get around the ball, and say 2 runs to end the over. So a tidy over from Everett for his first. So quite a decent pace to him. Bit short, bit snappy.
Like it. Looks good.
Could get some good purchase off the wicket, you'd think. Just got to get it nibbling a little bit.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he bowls a slightly shorter ball to see what bounce he gets out of it.
So it seems he's going to bowl out here, isn't he? He's going to bowl his full 10.
Fair play. Fair
Some
play.
effort, isn't it?
Yeah, if that was me, I'd be saying, right, Skip, I'm going to have a rest after this.
Yeah, too right.
It takes some doing a bowl 10 straight off as a seamer. Hard enough bowling 10 straight off as a spinner. He's tucked him up quite nicely. Well, he's bowled well, Stallworthy. He's gone for 49, which some might say is still going at nearly 5s, but he has bowled consistently in good areas and got a good bit of movement off the wicket. Been a little bit unlucky with a few LBW appeals, and it's generally bowled really tidily. Full of ball, no run. So Young's still trying to find his way here a little bit. Still gritting it out. few more cars coming into the car park, so it's good to see the crowd building up further. Still worth it's a short ball. Look to cut it. There's no run there. Looks like there was opera on over the last few days. Lots of.
Yeah, I saw when we were driving in, they were either taking it down or putting it up. I can't
they were
quite
taking
tell.
it down, I think.
Scaffolding.
That's going to be a wide. Yeah, just right down the leg
You're looking
side.
a bit tired here at Stallworthy, but this
Not surprised.
This is his 10th over, so yeah, you can't really be too surprised. But
Fair play.
sort of the energy in his first few is.
I don't know whether he
not there
normally
anymore.
bowls 10 straight through, but yeah, it's good. It's a big ask, and will be interesting to see what depth they've got in the bowling here. He's bowling 10 straight through, and he comes back again. Again, a good ball. Young's not really coped with that. Bit of movement. Well, it'd be good to see a replay if we can, just to see if there's any big movement off the wicket there. I think there probably is. Yeah, big
Just sort
movement.
of
It's big
after it
movement there.
pitches,
Yeah, it's
after it
cutting it off the
pitches.
wicket. It's,
Sort of
and
it
that's where I
pitches
think
and then goes away.
he's been unlucky today. A lot of batsmen have played a miss to him. Again, hits the right sort of area. Be no run. Look at his pitch map. He's got a good cluster of balls in the right sort of areas and got movement. Could have easily have had 2 or 3 wickets here. Yeah, Young's digging in. So just the 1 ball left of his spell. I say that, and it's gone for a wide.
Went for a big heave-ho, did Young there.
He'll have another one now.
Yeah, he's on
Which
his
he will-
knees.
Yeah, he looks tired. To be fair, he does look a bit tired. He's putting a massive effort here.
I don't feel like he's going to be in the hot spot in the field where the ball's going to be going all the time.
I'll be asking for a sub.
Yeah.
Done my job, Skip. Where's the 12th man? So, come on. Let's make this one the last one still worthy. Come on. Nice and full. Dot ball. That's it. And he's bowled his 10 overs. 10 overs, 1 for 51. Fair play.
Brett Stallworthy completed bowling for Norfolk today with 10 overs, no mains, 1 for 51.
And Cheshire move on to 104 for 2 from 20 overs. So, run rate 5.2. Norfolk have brought it back a bit. Yeah, it was nearly at the 6s at one stage, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I think it would be interesting to see after this over if they do bring spin on from the Deer Park end. I think this would be the
Got
perfect
to.
time for it now.
Got to. Really do need to bring. Well, I think they have got some spinners. I'm sure they do.
Oh, Perry goes to cut this again. It's a bit too tight. Oh no,
Wide ball.
Michael's a wide. He just sort of hung his bat out there. He didn't quite look to fully flay it. But. So Everett starts with a wide. This is his 2nd over. This has been guided down to 3rd man, and saying it's going to go wide of him. He's got a left-handed throw, so he's going to have to come around, and they'll sneak 2 again. Yep, good running. Wicketkeeper forces the ball onto stumps too.
He's done
Bails
that
off
about
that.
3 times
Yeah,
now.
he's done
he
it pretty
literally
well.
has. Literally just flicked it off of his gloves and crashed it into the stumps. And bit of skill there.
Yeah.
But again, good solid running there. They ran the first hard and made the second quite easy to come back for. Perry just glides himself onto 40 off 48.
Everett hops into him, and again, it's gone to 3rd man. A lot of runs have gone to 3rd man today, especially off Perry's bat. And they've all looked pretty safe, to be fair.
Dug that one out, didn't he? That's, Yorker, well bowled from Everett. Another aircraft just goes across. Definitely on a flight path there.
balls towards the hip of Young, and Young goes to work it, but gets a bit frustrated when he can't get the single.
Well, if we get any Spitfires go up in the sky today, we'll have to get the drone out, see if we can get a sky shot.
Yeah.
Give Kieran a bit of a challenge.
Over it again. Fuller ball, and
Bold.
Young misses that. Keeper collects well.
Extra bit of pace that Everett's got, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really making a bit of a difference.
Certainly is.
Like it.
Especially for the second change here. Inject a bit of pace into the attack. Keep the batsmen on their toes.
It's definitely a dog walking ground. I've seen about 10 dogs being
Oh, there's
walked.
loads.
There's 2 more over there, look.
It is nice that the ground staff allow them in, because there's a lot of grounds now where you're not really allowed to bring
Yeah,
dogs.
that's true.
Young pushes this to the onside, and there's a hesitant run. And
Wrong
oh, if
end,
he
wrong
hit, it
end.
would have hit. If he hit, he was a goner, I think, and the fielder knows
I
that.
think I'd have thrown that to the other end.
Batsman knows that. He's still on the
was
floor.
just ambling down the other end.
Perry's on his hands and knees. He's doing a bit of a downward dog pose there. It's not yoga. But I think he was certainly a goner. He knew it. Oh, that would have been close. I think he ate a mouthful of turf there on the dive. We'll see this. Watch this. Oh, gosh. Can't be doing that when you've just set a perfect platform. That would be horror. So Perry is back on strike. Advances, and it's hit him on the pad, and the umpire's going to shake his hand. He was a long way down. He started out as crease, and he even shuffled further down. So he's been doing that a lot as Perry.
Good shout.
Now we'll end the over. So Cheshire are 109 for 2.
Was a good shout. Probably a bit high, wasn't it? Bit high.
The umpire has been stubborn, to say the least, but I think he's been correct in all his decisions.
Ooh, we've got a bit of a break in play. New helmet coming out.
Well, I think Young might have grazed his elbow here. If I think Young grazed his elbow on that dive. So they're just gonna, physio's gonna come out here, and he's just gonna get a bit of attention. But I think we're gonna see some spin. I think the wicketkeeper's getting his helmet on, so I think.
At last, a bit of
I was gonna
spin.
say our
bit of spin.
dreams have come true, Steve. We're getting a bit of spin. Our spinners.
Well,
We'd like to
us
see it.
both being spinners,
Yeah.
then.
We like to watch it, and we know it changes the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So you get wickets. Josh Cobb.
Yeah, so Josh Cobb's coming on. Say the Worcester player, and playing here for Cheshire as well.
Looks like he's a bit of an off spinner.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Interesting to see if he can turn it up the hill. Good for the arm ball though, just
Here we
pushes
are.
it across.
So for Cheshire, he's bowled 3 matches,
He
just
played
the
3
2
matches.
wickets, but I think it's more so its experience, so they're going to be relying on him.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Landing it in that spot, letting the pitch do the work, and well, we'll find out if it's going to grip
Yeah.
and turn, and it normally does a little bit.
Obviously pushed out. Got a long off out onto the boundary, got extra cover on the boundary, got... Oh, sorry, he's a left-hander, isn't it?
So Young's going to be facing Cobb.
So in comes Cobb. Looking to cut him, no run. So let's have a look. So you've got deep mid wicket out, you've got deep square leg out, you've got long on out, and you've got extra cover out. And you're 4. Cobb again, just giving a little bit of air. Just jabbing it out to mid wicket. Just looking to find his line length. Good start. Again, just looking to cut it. Easy single. Don't think they'll come back for 2, otherwise he'll be gone. So Perry back on strike. This is the one that they want.
Keep going, Cam. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Just resetting the field.
Off.
Pretty much identical to the right hand. There, Cobb back to over the wicket. Oh, well fielded.
See, that mid-wicket is in really tight, isn't he?
Well, he's
narrow.
very straight.
Mm.
Very straight. We came in definitely for that ball fairly straight. So you've got a short. Always good to have a little short wicket. Something pops up and they try to whip it. And he's just whipped that one. And that's going to race away down the hill, and that's probably. Well, it's not going to go for 4 at all. Easy 2.
I think Cobb's going to bowl tight lines here. He's left a big gap at sort of deep point. They've got man on sort of a short third man, but there's no man at point. There's a man at deep cover. So he's saying, if you want to cut me off the stumps, go for it. But it's a big risk. I think he's just going to bowl stump to stump.
Just depends how much turn he's getting, really. He's bowling, you know, good length again. Short wicket down the other end. Oh. He's going to make it easy.
Good running.
Wild throw.
That's over.
Yeah, that's quick over.
Yeah. That's another thing, really. If they can get through their overs quickly, before you know it, you're on that 30th, 35th.
Yeah, it's not a bad first over, is it? Just 4 from it and something different. So, good start there. Everett back again. This could be quite a good little partnership. There's Everett at one end with a bit of pace and Cobb controlled spin at the other. Will hopefully build a bit of pressure. Perry's batted very solidly for 44. And Young is on to 19. So projected scores here, 257 at current run rate, 280 odd at 6s.
Oh,
brilliant fielding, have a go at that.
Oh, he didn't get his bat down in time, but they are going to sneak a single anyway.
That was a really good effort.
I tell you what, if that hit, I think
that was a good effort.
Gone.
I think it was toast.
His bat was in the air, he didn't land it. Oh, superb bit of fielding there.
Superb fielding, yeah. A to stop it, and
Let's
then
see
the B
this again.
It was a good throw as well. Yeah. Good bit of cricket, that.
It was so quick, our cameraman couldn't even pick it up. Anyway, Young's back on strike, the left-hander. Oh, he's a Yorker. Well bowled, well dug out though from Young. So speaking to the captains of both teams, they were saying, you know, Cheshire batting first, they didn't want anything under 250. They think 250 is par, sort of minimal par really, but if they can get themselves up and above that, they'll be happy. Between sort of 275 and 300 is a really good score, but 250 is the benchmark. Young goes to whip this with his legs, appeal cut short. They'll get a single. Everett bustles in, finds the inside half of the bat here from Perry, and they're going to go for 1, no 2 though. Say the left-hand, right-hand partnership is just always having to adjust the field here as Cheshire. Norfolk, sorry.
Keeps the bowlers on the toes there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It's also annoying, isn't it, when you're bowling something to work one and switch it, you've got to change the field, you've got to wait.
Everett into Young. It's driven squarely, and the fielder stops it with his knee, and it sort of ricochets off, and they're going to get a single.
That's an ouch moment. So Perry just 4 for his 50.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the field here. We've got a deep back of the square for that occasional short ball or a hoik. We've got a deep cover and the man at fine leg and third man, and this is hit in front of square. It is a shorter ball. They're going to go for 2, but they're only going to get 1. They thought of 2, but no. That brings them to 47. And that ends the over. So just dealing in singles so far off Everett. Pushes their score to 118 for 2.
Steady 3 overs from Everett. 13 off it.
So that run rate hasn't gone below 5. It's touched 6 a couple of times, but it's just hovering around that 5.5 mark.
Just been steady, hasn't it? Just been really, really steady, working the ball around.
think that was their 50 partnership. It was 51 so far. Perry scoring 25 from 25 and Young 20 from 39.
So Cobb on again. Try and get a few replays maybe in this over just to see if the ball's turning that much. Same field as the last over. Pushes it through a bit quicker. And we've got that short mid-wicket. It's quite straight mid-wicket. Right onto the strips, the playing strips. Again, zips it through the south. Great bit of work there from the keeper. A very sharp take and bails off stumped. And that was the wicket they wanted.
Absolutely.
So Perry departs for 47. Stumped and well Cobb.
Yeah, I think Cobb might have seen him coming there right at the last second. I think he just sort of fired it down the offside. And
well, as a spinner, you've got two options there. You either fire it or you take the pace off the ball completely.
Yeah.
So they're making the batsman
Cobb sort of shot it
to
off,
reach it.
shot it through the offside, and
good county just firing that ball through. Probably be a bit wider. Be good to see the replay, but really well taken by the keeper. It was taken in a flash.
Yeah, clinical work by the keeper.
But a very steady innings from Perry with 47.
Yeah, the Cheshire players clap him off. But I think he would have loved to have got a half century and more.
Yeah.
Is Kevin Carroll.
So Kevin Carroll coming in.
So Kevin Carroll coming in, 5 games, 4 innings, 150 runs. High score of 89, average of 37. Middle order player here. So he's just got to get himself in. He's got plenty of time here just to knock it around with Young and build a partnership. So there's been 2 50-run partnerships already in this innings. They could do with a couple more.
So I don't know if we've got a replay for that wicket or not. Or
I'm sure we do.
good to see it.
As Carroll takes a leg stump at look. There we go, Steve. I think it was the arm ball, you know.
Arm ball.
I think it sealed away. And
hit the pitch and moved a little bit away from the bat there, didn't it? Yeah, definitely movement away.
you can see that bolt upright seam. There we go. Look.
Yeah, arm ball. That moved quite a bit actually, to be fair. Cobb in again, tosses it up. Blocked. And that is the slope effectively helping that. Has hit the seam and just gone with the slope. Which is... Oh yeah, well taken by the keeper. Look at that.
Sort of done by the movement and the pace,
There you
really.
go. Another dot. Yeah, good bowling here from Cobb. He's beaten both sides of the bat. He's looking at working big time into the leg side that time, but well bowled by Cobb. Very tidy, 1 for 4 off 2 overs. Cheshire 118 for 3 off 24. And the run rate's just dropped below 5 for the first time. These two have to start another rebuild.
Absolutely. So Everett still carrying on, the pacey Everett. Say if he can get Carroll on strike, he might do him have a bit of pace here, I think.
2 quick
Early
wickets
in his
now would
innings.
be quite big. 2 more wickets, yeah, 118 for 5, and
Different story then, isn't
we're
it?
into a bit of a different game. These two having to rebuild now. They're young to face.
It's been squirted away to the third man area, outside half of the bat, and he'll get a single. So Young, despite Everett's pace, is still standing out the crease when he takes strike. Maybe he feels he wants to meet the ball sort of on the full more often than not, sort of mitigate any lateral movement. Let's see what Carroll does here, the right-hand batter. So the field, say, still got the deep backward square for any surprise ball, third man and fine legger out, and deep cover. So standard field. Everett comes in and Carroll with a nice on punch there, but bowler gets his hand in the way. Carroll cuts that, but sounded a bit toe-endy there. Just goes to the point fielder quite slowly. That was there to hit though.
Certainly was. Just looking to hit it a little bit wider. Would have probably raced away to the boundary, but obviously there's extra cover on the boundary and there's wide third man on the boundary, so there's only a slight gap you got there to hit.
Nice pace there from Everett. It's going through to the keeper really nicely. Hitting the gloves hard, waist height. Very good from the pace bowler.
Just one off the over so far, so nice and tidy. Only 14 from his 3.5 overs, so nice and solid.
It's a fuller ball and Carroll squirts that out from his crease and they'll get a single and that gets them off the mark. Young defence solidly to mid on, and they're going to go for a single, and there's a shot at the stumps, but he just made his ground. So Young's been really keen to just keep rotating the strike. You know, any chance of a single, he's going to be taking them, that's for sure. That ends the over, 121 for 3 from 25 overs. So halfway mark, Steve. Say 121. You double that, 240.
Yeah, 250, 260's got to be the target, I would have thought at this stage.
Yeah.
You never know, you lose 2 or 3 quick wickets.
So normally you get to sort of the 30 over, 35 over mark and then you say, right, sort of double it. But I think it depends on their wickets really. If they can get to 30, 35 without losing another wicket, I think they can certainly look towards the higher end of those 275s to 300s. But say a couple more wickets now, it'll be tough to get to that 250 mark, I reckon.
Cobb bowling well, so it's getting through this spell for Cheshire as well, at the same time as getting the run rate above 5, so Cobbin again tossing it up.
So he is one of their more experienced players, sort of higher profile player as well.
Straight into his rhythm as well quite quickly. Just be the single. Just get a feeling Carroll might just have a go at one of these.
Yeah,
it looks like he's got that sort of
been playing with
feel.
some hard hands.
Yeah, mid off and mid on come back into the circle now as well. So it's up there. So Cobb slightly quicker. He's gone over the top, as I just said.
You did predict it, Steve.
4 bounces and it's 4 runs.
He must have heard you. He took the bowler on there and he's lofted it over mid on, mid off.
Only just made it over the.
So it looks like he got it
over
high
the 30-yard circle. He didn't quite get hold of it, but
I think it hit him high on the splice there.
Just look from body language. It looked like his intent was, if it's anywhere near him, he's gonna give it a whack.
If it's up there,
fair enough. Fair enough. They were both in. There's a mid-on push back onto the line now. Gone to sweep him and executed really nicely, and that'll race away for 4.
One of his teammates saying that's naughty, Kevin, and that was cheeky.
Good shot, well executed. Good chat here with the Norfolk players sat next to us. Let's see where this one disappears to.
Blood's rushing for Carroll.
Cobb going to toss it up. He does. He looks to whack it back off his back foot. It's a single. And that's the over. It's 130 for 3.
An eventful over there. I think the players will be coming off of drinks.
They want some liquid.
The umpires are staying still, but the players are walking off without them.
Players are saying, "Nah, stuff this."
I think the players are taking
drinks.
Taking priority here. Yeah.
It was due the last over.
Yeah. So the players coming off the drinks. 1 over after the halfway mark, and say if they carry on here, run rate's exactly 5 and over. It's going to be close, I think, Steve. I think, say, 250 is the minimum par they want to get to make it a good close contest. If one of these batsmen can dig in and get a good score, they'll be more towards 275, and they could even kick on to 300 if they both get going. But
body language of the two players. I mean, Young looks like he just wants to stay around, just get around for singles, and I've got his feeling Carroll's just going to smash anything that's in his half. So this could be quite an interesting 10 overs.
Could be quite a big decisive 10 overs in the whole play of the game, really. So if they can kick on and get a decent score, it's going to be a close contest. But I think Cheshire will be saying, well, you've got to be a little bit careful, because if they lose them now, they could be a little bit dire come the end of the innings. The biggest thing is to bat the full overs with their main batters taking as many balls as possible. You don't want to be leaving it to 9, 10, 11 facing the last 5 overs, do you? So as the players take a drink, the ground staff have come out with their leaf blower and line marker, and they're just going to put a little bit of paint on the crease lines just to make it look even more fancy. And ground staff are having a word with the umpires, probably just saying, "Oh, what a lovely day it is. Just glad it's not raining."
Yeah, so are we.
Yeah, too right. Yeah.
After yesterday's downpour, ground staff done well.
They always do well.
No delay here whatsoever. And
very professional outfit.
Looking immaculate. Right, we got a new person in the commentary box here. Chris has joined me from Norfolk camp.
Cheshire camp.
Cheshire camp, even. Yeah, should get that one right, shouldn't I?
I know. It reminds me of Arundel here a lot. Arundel Castle down south.
Nice ground.
Very nice. So yeah, nicely poised, I think.
Well set up. You've got a good start, I think.
Yeah, I think it's kind of in our blueprint really the whole way through, is to be as aggressive as possible and just kind of keep going. And I don't really think that's going to change. Obviously with Kevin.
He looks like he's shaped to hit it if it's in his half.
Oh, 100%. But as I said, he just hits it in really weird spots. So wherever you think it's going to go, it's probably not going to go there. And I don't know how he's done that or how.
Is that intentional or is that luck?
It's 100% intentional. He's just unconventional. And yeah, once he gets going, he is a pleasure to watch. Just because it's weird and it's different, so it's very enjoyable.
So is he your hitter then?
Not really. I mean, like there's you've got Kev, Deards, and then Nick, who we call Egg, and then Jacko's at 8, and then we've got another hit. Like it's genuinely the back 6 is all people who hit a strong ball. So yeah, from now it's pretty much just foot to the floor.
Attack of cricket coming
in.
Yeah. That should be good to watch.
Hopefully, yeah, and then we get rolled out for 200. But
or you could get 320.
That's the beauty of it. But yeah, it will be it'll be front foot, I would have thought, for the most part. Hopefully.
First game here?
Yeah, first time at Wormsley. We played at Sidmouth last week, and that was an incredible ground. And
Everett bowls at the top edge, and it's raced away for 4.
But yeah, first time here. It's incredible place to play. I mean, it's a good crowd in, to be fair. I saw they're obviously selling the tickets, and I was a bit dubious. But in fairness, they've got a really good turnout.
No, both sets of supporters. A bit of travelling to do, but they've followed both of you two sides.
I think Norfolk have got a bigger contingent. When we lost a wicket, it's 2 down. We got a bit of a barrage as we were walking around from them.
Did you?
We need to slow you down.
Oh, fair play.
No, 100%. Sure.
Oh well, that's only a single, but intent shown there.
Yeah.
He's nailed it straight to mid-off.
Yeah, he won't stop. But yeah, obviously, I've got a few mates who play for Berkshire, and obviously chatted to them beforehand. And they've obviously been here a couple of times.
Just the 4 or 5 in the last 5
years.
Yeah.
I'm good mates with Rishton from uni, and I know he was trying to tell me some of the stuff. He said, make sure you're in the left changing room, make sure you do all this.
Shorter ball, just work through gully, just be the 1-0.
But I think he's a bit more superstitious about it than we are. But I mean, he's been here 8 times, so I'll let him off.
Well, it's almost their home ground.
Well,
and not far from them to travel either.
No, not far at all. It's always southern centric, isn't it?
You can't say that for the T20s. We've got to go to Chester.
Yeah,
again.
To be honest, I'm glad I'm not bowling there in that T20. You could go at 15s and you don't bowl badly.
Yeah, straight's a bit short there.
Yeah, it's tight.
Is Everett back in again? Young just blocking it out, no run.
But I think it is, as you said, it's nicely poised at the moment. It could go, as you said.
So what are you aiming for? What's your target? What's the coach set out?
My ideas on it are completely different to what their ideas on it. We've said 240, 250 we think could be competitive. I'm more of the 300, 320.
Yep.
I just think that it's going to dry out. It's very windy.
It's certainly going to dry out.
So there's obviously rain yesterday.
A lot.
And I feel like it'll certainly speed up through the day. Hopefully the pitch gets a bit quicker for the seamers. But I think in any final you're playing, you can add 20 or 30 onto a score too. Just for the pressure of being in a final and being in a chase. So I think that anywhere above 260, 270, will feel competitive. But that being said, even if it is 220, 230, I think you've seen that seamers can be effective middle of the pitch, cutters, and bowling straight. It's tough to work it away. But if you bowl length or you're wide, you'll go the distance. So good pitch, to be fair. For
slight slope though. We've seen quite a bit of movement off the wicket, both to the spinners. Cobb got one with his arm ball that's at the wicket. And there we go, Carroll's gone for the big heave-ho over backward square, and that's raced away for 4 runs.
And you see there, that's what I mean about he hits in weird places. He's hit that over fine legs head with a sweep. And conventional wisdom, Cobb's played a lot of cricket. He would never invert square leg here and have fine leg out. But for someone like Kev,
that's the feel. Just a wide fine leg.
A wide fine leg, it's bizarre. But
so Cobb comes in again. He's a bit quicker, a bit shorter. That's in the air. That's a chance, and that's probably going to be out, and it is.
Yeah.
So the unusual's not worked.
Well, it's Kevin. It's one of those he's not going to change. And to be fair, he's come off really well throughout the tournament. So yeah, it's not going to stop now with.
You can't change the way you play,
No.
especially if it's worked through the tournament. You've got to go out there and play your natural game.
Damn right, and especially in a final, you know, you just got to keep the things, the same things you've been doing, and repeat it, and trust that that'll come off. You know, the last thing you want to do is change something, get out doing it, or go for runs trying to change it and be different.
Well, you'll regret that when you get into the final and you can't change the way you've played all the way through.
Exactly. So yeah, this is actually changing in the order. So Harry was supposed to go in now, but I think we've put in a bit more circumspect Nick. Nick Anderson's coming in now.
So how does he play?
He's still attacking, but he's got that. You know, he's an experienced campaigner. He will try and build for the next 10 overs now with Luke. Well, hopefully now, you know, take us to that.
Trying to get a 200. And
yeah, get us the platform to then go really hard for the last 10 and try and get, you know, 90 plus off that last 10 overs, if not more. Hopefully more.
Still got a good amount of runs, 262 runs and 11 innings, so averaging 29.
Oh yeah, he's a good player. That's the thing, like even the lads who are batting at 9 for us, like Steve Green, he bats 3 for Didsbury, and you know he's averaging over, I would assume, over 40 or over 45 at club level, but he's batting 9 in our team.
Yeah.
So
you can bat all the way down then.
Genuinely, yeah. I know a lot of people say that, but you know, I've let the skipper know that I'm aggrieved at 10.
Well, he's not happy. You're not happy batting at 10 then? You're not happy batting at 10?
No, certainly not. But
where should you be batting? That's the question,
well,
isn't it?
You know, I like batting in the last 10. 10 overs is enough time. I just feel like I always get stuck going through the gears if you've got more time to bat. I feel like if I can go out and I know that I can play freely, then you know that's when I play my best. But yeah.
So another 10 overs and just go and put your pads on.
That's what we usually do, but yeah, this year it's different when we've got so many players available who are so strong, and you know you can't have somebody who's batting at 3 at club level, averaging over 40, and you know sticking behind me who's obviously not. So
yeah,
you know it's more than fair enough. And
quicker ball by Cobb, who's worked for a single.
That's tight for Nick. Yes.
You guys certainly run well today. That's what we've been quite impressed with. You dropping the ball around. You've been really positive with your running. So that's obviously something the coach has instilled into you.
It's something that I think all good teams do well, and I think especially when it's not, you know, it's a decent sized ground. It's still not massive, but it's a decent sized ground, and you have to be able to pick off, you know, and put the fielders under pressure. I know as a bowler, if someone's scoring a single off your good ball, there's nothing more infuriating than that, and it can be really, yeah. It makes you feel a lot more behind in the game than you actually are, because you're not
building that natural pressure,
correct,
are you? Yeah.
So, you know, hopefully that's something that we'll continue to do, and it's definitely something that we've done well for sure. Yeah, across the board. Changing the field now. 2, 1 up gully, 1 up backward point.
It's just that natural angle across, isn't it? Just if they can get one to go with the slope in the right area.
Well bowled.
And he squeezed it off his edge, and it's gone down the third man for.
He's still got a single through there, but yeah, Joe was at uni with me at Loughborough, and he's very metronomic. Like he'll put it in the same spot every ball. So yeah, especially with that slope on this side, it'll push it across that left-hander, which obviously did the job for Al Money, going across him and nicking off.
So how's the Loughborough University side then?
I left 2 years ago. No, more than that. When's COVID? 2020. 4 years ago now.
It's flown by since COVID.
Yeah.
So Everett back in again. Quicker ball left alone.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not too sure. I know that you know, there's a couple of lads who've got signed over the past few years off the back of it. But in terms of in fairness, for me, I feel quite strongly about the old MCC program for the unis. Everyone who's playing minor counties now, and the core of minor counties.
Short ball just worked on their leg side. It'd be an easy single. Maybe even come back for 2. No, he's not interested.
The core team bases of all of the MCC teams are all from MCC universities who aren't playing professionally now, but have are good cricketers, played good school cricket or good county cricket, went to university, got a degree, played full time at uni. That is where the real strength of minor counties cricket's come from, in my opinion.
Just pushed down the ground.
Obviously coupled with a lot of good club cricketers as well who weren't through that system. But I always say to my friends, like, the reason why I enjoy playing minor counties is because I see most of my mates every week. You're playing against people you've not seen for a long time. You would only catch up because you're playing cricket. So I think for me, I feel really strongly about the importance of the university, a strong university system. Sure. Having a strong university system to prop up the levels underneath professional cricket, and it only makes it stronger, in my opinion. So, yeah, I think it was really good for me having a contract whilst being at uni. Not as many other sports you get that opportunity to do both. So yeah, I feel quite strongly about it.
So Everett again, football, just
that's 4 runs.
Square, and it's going to race down the hill, and that's 4. That's well put away by Young.
It's tough that, because they've obviously put in a gully line and a backward point and cover out and third man out, and it's still racing away on that angle.
Yeah,
it's so
anything down that hill is just gone.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah,
unless it's at you, you've got a high chance of going for 4. The amount of rain we had yesterday, it's completely soaked away. They said they didn't do any work yesterday at all. They had the ground under cover on Friday. They turned up early this morning, and there was no water anywhere, and it all run away.
Incredible.
So amazing setup here.
It was very good. We're speaking to a friend who's plays for Bucks, AJ, and he was at Banbury, and he said it was absolutely bouncing down. It was dry up north. So
it was, yeah. Well, obviously the test match played yesterday. It was delayed by 20 minutes, and that was it. Obviously, Cobb back on here, seasoned professional, and block out.
Yeah, they'll just look to build here. Hopefully, tick over at 5, 6 and over. I think that's what.
Just over 5 and over at the moment.
Yeah, I think we want to be finishing in that 6.5, 7.
Just keeping those wickets in hand, isn't it? Really, and let you guys have a thrash at the end.
Yeah, 100%.
You've taught yourself up now, so you're going to have to perform if you get out there now. And that's been cut just through gully, and that's going to race away. It's probably going to be fielded and you come back for 2.
To be honest with you, I put myself. I say so many stupid things. I put myself under pressure anyway. So saying
don't worry, there's only a few thousand listening. Don't worry.
That will be all right. Whatever happens will happen. But yeah, what an incredible place to play cricket. There's some really large birds. Were you talking about that earlier?
Kites, yeah. There's the kites are been brought back in. That would just be flicked for one. So the kites are around. They do dive bomb the crowd. We've been here for the ECB second 11 T20 game, and literally people with ice creams were getting dive bombed by kites. So there's a bit of a warning around if you're walking around the boundary with the ice cream in your hand this afternoon to be a bit wary. You kick better attack. Cobb comes back in again, tosses it up. Young just blocks it and they run.
I'm not really an avid bird watcher, but in Melbourne, playing golf in Melbourne, I had two pasties stolen out of my hands by 2 birds, separate occasions. I can't remember what they were called, but they're canny operators.
They still sell pasties there in Australia.
Oh, incredible place. $5 pasties.
$5
pasties. Minced beef and cheese. Steak and chili.
That sounds quite good.
Yeah, brilliant.
Young just pushing for 1. Young being quite steady.
Yeah, and it's always it's an interesting one really, because for club he opens and he's pretty aggressive. Like we played against him yesterday, and they're top of the league, Hyde, who Andy Jackson plays with us as well. And for club he's pretty aggressive, and anything on his legs he will try and hit you for 6, and anything wide he'll throw his hands at. But then playing for Cheshire, he I don't want to say he values his wicket a bit more, but he's a bit more circumspect, and he takes his time. And in fairness, for us, having someone who does that when everyone else is trying to be on the front foot, it's a good it's a good
He's
balance.
just playing within himself, I suppose, isn't he? If you've got
Yeah.
more attacking players around him,
100%. And
then let them go. And
yeah, and it doesn't. Hopefully, it doesn't put much pressure on him either to feel like he has to score, because hopefully he knows that that we'll catch up at the end. Looks like a left-arm spinner coming on here.
yep, so there's a change in the bowling. So it's Graveling coming on. It's got 15 matches, 13 wickets, 2 for 10 the best.
Good stats.
So a bit of variation, left arm spin coming on. Tossed up and dug out by Young, inside edge. It's going to be a big throw.
Oi.
Anderson put the skates on and made it in.
So from your experience here, watching more cricket than I have, who typically wins the matches, and what sort of games unfold here? What's the typical
Well, the
blueprint?
last year final was obviously Berkshire.
Was it Berkshire Cumbria?
It was, yeah. And Cumbria got themselves into a place we thought they were going to win.
Right.
But literally, they went a bit too crazy and lost a load of wickets, and Berkshire won fairly comfortably. I think it's about picking the right balls.
Yeah.
You know, if you try and put your foot down on everything, it gets really quite tricky, because there is natural movement off the wicket here. But you've still got to get a big score here. This is the problem. It's that balance of you've got to keep your wickets in hand here and charge at the end. Because if you lose those middle wickets, you can crumble and then not have enough, because the wickets here are good.
Yeah.
But there is a little bit in it. So I think that's why it makes this a perfect venue, because it's a bit for the batsmen and a bit for the bowlers.
Yeah, it does seem that way. And that's what Rishton said. He said the smartest team usually wins at Wormsley.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very Berkshire saying, but I think there is a lot to be said of that, especially in finals cricket and big games.
But that's, I suppose, the changes you guys have made here, isn't it? You obviously started to go for it. You went very, very well very early, and now you've solidly just letting it tick over now, and without taking too much risk. Obviously, Cobb's an experienced spinner, so you don't want to take. And he's got the movement both ways, so if you can see him through and set the fireworks for the last 10 when you boys come in, then
So the cavalry,
100 off 10.
The cavalry cry. That's what we typically aim for, really. Obviously, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But
Anderson looking to sweep. It's in that. No wide given.
Yeah, I think most professional teams now, if you the conventional wisdom is you double your score at 30.
Yeah.
So obviously in one-day cricket, any time you can push the rate above 6, it only takes a couple of tight overs to really push that up, and a couple of wickets, and in a chase it can be tough. That being said, by the sounds of it, obviously I know Cobby, and there's a couple of other lads by the sounds of it from Norfolk who are serious batters, and they can take the game away from you. So we'll have to be extremely disciplined, bowling wise, and not make sure we hopefully not give them too many freebies.
Well, double the score after 30, so that's going to put you at 300.
Yeah.
So
312 would be nice.
That'll set up a game.
Yeah, and it'll force them to go hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in fairness, that was obviously the scores from our game at Oldley. It's good running. Myself and Jacko at the top. We were 112 off 10 in the power play against us last week or 2 weeks ago. And in fairness, if Berkshire had just, that's obviously setting you up for a massive benefit, chasing a total. And if they'd have probably, I think on reflection, they could have knocked it around for 15, 20 overs and
then easily got it.
Been really in the chase.
Well, you're well set here. So 6 and over gets you to 270. 8 and over gets you to 306. So it's easy there. You've got 6 wickets left. Plenty of wickets left. 18 overs to go.
Yeah. I think if we're 9. I think if we go at 5s and 6s for the next 9, without losing, with maybe losing 1 wicket, then we'll have done everything we can do to give ourselves the best chance to capitalise in that last 10. So I think that's what that's hopefully what we'll aim to do, and we'll go from there.
There's plenty of gaps out there. There's four off that over.
Yeah, there's
It
no
can be worked quite simply.
no fielders in the sky. So, but yeah, perfect. Well, it's been a pleasure.
Well, thank you for having me on.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Now you've got to go and do your job.
Yes, that'd be a nice touch.
Put your pads on, the skipper's just shouted out. There you go, look, you've got the signal. 312 you've said is the target now, with you batting for the last 10 overs. So there you go, no challenge.
Well, we've pressed the button. Been a pleasure. Thank you.
Nice talking to you, Chris.
Cheers, mate.
So 159 for 4 off 32 overs, 160, so flicks onto 4. Young 34 has been really, really steady off 61 balls. And Anderson 10 off 15. And just worked again by Young for a single. So Will's back.
I'm back. I've got my job back.
I think you nearly lost your job there, to be perfectly honest. I think it'd be interesting to see what the YouTube audience is stating there. Or do they want Chris back?
Well, I actually went onto the camera for a little bit because I was so bored. I did a bit of camera work.
Mind you, he's built up the pressure on himself. Says he's going to get 312.
Well, good players back themselves.
Yeah. It's another easy single. I can't wait for the fireworks now for the last 10.
So Graveling here, just into his second over. Entirely line and lengths, but when will Norfolk batters charge him? Say boundary straight are very short, but Young looks more square. He doesn't play too many straight down the ground. Makes a lot of room for himself. Backs away, gets across. Quite square, the wicket player. He's gone to 35 already. The left arm of Graveling's in, and Young goes to pick this.
I was going to say, got a singer coming.
Think I better leave right now.
Yeah, they're very much just knocking it around at the moment, aren't they? Just to keep themselves in the game. And
yeah, I mean, these are the overs where you do just sort of got to tick along, haven't you? There'll be a bad ball. And you just got to keep getting those 1s and 2s.
Quicker ball, bigger shout.
And
he's giving him
his finger. Well, Anderson's got to go.
Anderson doesn't look very happy with that.
He does not. He's
Let's see the replay.
He's taking his time to get off the square. I did think about it, but yeah, let's have a look on this replay. He hangs his head.
He's not happy, is he?
Let's have a look. So the left arm here of Graveling. He pitches
that's
in line.
That's absolutely plumb.
Middle of middle, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah, he's played all round it. The ball's pitched and then straightened a bit, and he's probably hitting halfway up middle stump.
I'd say it's more frustration from Anderson than disappointment. So another big wicket for Norfolk there. They were a bit. They were kind of searching for one. There was a partnership building, and then they've struck again just to keep Cheshire back a little bit more.
So the run rate just under 5. So not too bad.
No, run rate's not the issue here. It is wickets in hand now, isn't it? They need to keep wickets in hand until the sort of the 42nd, 44th over, and then they can go.
So Dearden's coming in.
But they want to get to 200 at least first.
$17 overs to go. Still good time in this game. Could easily still get 300.
So now there's 2 left-handers.
So Dearden here's got a high score of 100, averaging 31.
He can certainly bat. So Cobb carrying on. He's been bowling very well, hasn't he, Steve?
Yeah, he has got. He knows what he's doing, doesn't he? And he's bowled good areas, and Cheshire just been looking to work the ball around. Bit of a leading edge there.
So yeah, Cobb 2 wickets to his name already for 27, into his 7th over now.
Floating the ball up there, just blocked it out. Cobb floating it again. Young looking for the single, and won't be getting it. Bit of cat and mouse being played here. Young not wanting to obviously lose his wicket. At the same time trying to work the ball around for singles. And just pulled out on that one. They've tossed up. Another dot ball. Good bowling here from Cobb.
So spin on at both ends. They have a good opportunity here just to dry up the runs and build the pressure and
absolutely
sort of get through their overs. And before you know it, they're going to be on to the 40-over mark. There's
Oh,
the appeal
another big
here. He's gone
shout.
back in his crease, but no. What do you reckon? Hitting outside?
A bit high, maybe.
Let's have a look.
Might have had his.
Yeah, just outside the line
as well. Last ball of the over.
Again, flighted slightly there.
And a good maiden.
Just adjusting his line of length and pace, and not two balls are the same really. From
Good
Cobb.
fight back here from Norfolk. So Cheshire 163 for 5 off 34 overs. 16 to go. Gonna have to see a little bit of an acceleration. Did you manage to scout out and find out what we've got for lunch or not?
Well, there's a bit of all sorts. There is there's some food vans here, which we are lucky enough to be. Well, we get whatever we want from them. I think there's a Mexican van selling burritos and things like that. I think there's a panini and toasty van. And I'm not sure what's going to be served under the tent, but we're
I think I
fortunate
might be going in the tent.
Oh,
I think there was
come on,
rumour
Steve.
of a buffet.
Oh gosh, I can't pass up on a Mexican. I do love a Mexican. I do. It's arguably my favourite cuisine actually. So Dearden on strike to face his first ball, left-hander. It's a deep backward square and a deep cover, down a deep wicket, and he pushes it to the offside, but for no run. Tell you what, Young is always looking for a single there, isn't he? He's always on his feet, looking to steal a single anywhere. So Graveling again, left arm. And he just cuts this away and he gets off the mark. You're going to get at least one here. Yep, just the single.
So 2 left-handers in now.
Yeah, so they've been trying to keep the left-hand, right-hand partnership. They have adjusted the order slightly to what the original scorecard says. A lot of teams do that nowadays, so keeping that balance, keeping the bowling team sort of having to change up their deliveries. Goes into Young. Young rocks back, and again they go for. Oh, this could be.
Well, this could be out.
And
he's giving him very quickly.
That is definitely out. Yeah. I'm surprised Young didn't go for a dive there. Oh, I don't think
a few
there
yards
was,
down, and he knew he was made a mistake there.
I don't think there was a single there. The fielder actually kind of slipped and threw it well off balance, but
he did well to get it to the keeper.
He did very
Don't know
well.
if we've got a replay from side on. Here we go.
Yeah, I think
it worked through. Oh, a bit of a skid turn. Yeah,
just and just. I reckon.
Slow that right down on the line. Let's have a look. Let's see
I've given it out from up here.
Slow it right down. Let's just see if he can. Oh, skid, turned, take him.
Yeah, ooh. He was gone. I reckon a foot he was gone by.
Ooh.
Good work though by the fielder and the keeper to be in one quick motion. So Young has to go. And the crowd applauds his efforts. So a gritty innings there from Young.
Yeah, he did dug himself in, didn't he? That was the first bit of enthusiasm from his innings, wasn't it? It was actually the running there which actually slipped himself up. But
so Young is the batsman to come in.
Right.
No, it's not, sorry. It's Green.
Green's it. So here we go.
Really good pick up by the keeper
this
there.
was out, yeah. Good shout.
So Norfolk could be in a bit of trouble here if they don't.
Well, it could be down to Chris, couldn't it? In a minute, it could be down to Chris. He said they'll get 312. So let's see how he gets on in a bit.
Some knock that will be. So they've got to get to that 250 mark at least. You'd feel another 90 runs.
Yeah.
Just get there, makes a game of it. This is short, and Green just works it to the onside, but for none. So you never know. I mean, look what happened last year.
Yeah,
between
we were
Cumbria
talking
and
about that
Berkshire.
earlier. Actually, as Cumbria looked like they were going to win, lost a few wickets, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Lost their way after looking in total control.
It's Fuller here and Met on the full. And Green knocks it on, and say Graving's bowled really well so far.
Especially as they're looking to set a big, good total.
Yeah.
Can lose a few.
They
quick
were happy to
wickets
bat
and
first as well. Spoke to the captain at the toss. They,
Yeah.
you know, they didn't mind batting first.
Short ball.
Been pulled in front of square, and the wicket's going to come around to collect. It'll just be one though. He gets off the mark. So 2 batsmen now in the middle, both on 1, new to the crease. They're going to have to certainly rebuild at least the 40th over mark, if not more now, with 6 wickets down.
Yeah, 15 overs to go. So the next 5 just to steer it through. If they can get themselves to 185, 190 with 10 to go. And then
So if you
100 off 10.
If you did hear any bad language on the street from a couple of the players, well, Young I think it was, he might have said a few words in anger. We do apologise.
He was out though.
He was out though.
We got the slow-mo to prove that. You can come and have a look at it later if you want to.
I mean, it was his call.
Oh, I think he's probably just frustrated, isn't he?
Yeah.
He slipped halfway down. He'd done the hard work
It
of
was his
getting
call.
himself in, wasn't he?
He did call for the run, so...
So Cobb again, tossing the ball up. He's bowled really well.
Yeah, he's definitely not got a cob on, has he?
No, he's bowled really good areas, really steady. And it's been in the part of the game where there hasn't really been looking to be too aggressive. And an appeal, and he's given him.
That
Trapped
was,
him in front, and Green disappears.
Yeah, that looked pretty adjacent to me.
That did look,
From square on, obviously.
yeah. He didn't look really to get forward to that.
Let's have a look here on the replay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Umpire was pretty
Hard with
certain.
Yeah.
So that's the 3rd wicket for Cobb now.
I think bowling around the wicket and the slope of the wicket as well is just going to drift it slightly back in, isn't it?
Yeah. Certainly
The
is.
umpire gave it instantly, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
So Green trudges off, and he's still trudging.
So Cheshire now 7 down.
Cheshire wins.
The middle overs have certainly gone
This
to
is going to be
Norfolk.
tough now, isn't it? 165 for 7. They've lost 3 quick wickets here.
But as we know, Steve, all of these minor counties, they can bat right down to the tail.
Well, Chris was just saying that earlier. They all bat the way down the line.
Yeah. You know, they all bat in the top 6 or 7 for their clubs, and they can all certainly swing the willow, and it's not over until you really do bowl them out. So every wicket is valuable here. So Jackson comes out to the middle.
First target is obviously to get at least 250. Need 250 at least.
Or so we think.
Yeah, that's what I reckon today. I mean, conditions are good. Slight breeze, but the wicket's dried out, isn't it? Obviously, that's the benefit of chasing, isn't it? If you're chasing a score that's not massive, then you can just work the ball around at ease, can't you? If you're chasing 300 plus, then you gotta put your foot down. So Cobb again, just tossing the ball up, well bowled. So Cobb 3 for 27 off 7 overs. Good spell, quicker ball, just nudge back.
So this is the first time really the run rates dip below that 5 run and over mark.
Yeah, 4.6 now.
It is dipping.
Quite a change. Was at 6, dropped just below 5, and now we're at 4.6. So, and now it's a case of just Jackson getting his eye in. And obviously, both these batsmen only been in for a few balls each, so they won't want to give it away. Otherwise, you could suddenly see it being 220 all out, couldn't you?
Oh, maybe less than that.
So
200 all out.
Deep square going out. I can see him tossing one up here and just putting some bait out.
No, he's
Short ball. Just be the one. So that's his 8th over complete, so 3 for 28 of 8 overs. Cheshire 166 for 7. And we've got 14 overs left.
Yep. So still spin both ends, which is certainly the method so far. As it always so often is here, Steve. You know, when the spinners get a wicket or two, their confidence goes so high, and you just got to hold tight line of length, and before you know it, they're 2, 3 or 4 wickets in.
Yep.
They're controlling the game. So
Long boundary sideways, aren't there? Shorter boundary straight.
Yeah. So to the right hander, we've got a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket and a deep cover, and this has gone out to deep cover just for the single. So they've kept the mid on and mid off up, saying, you know, if you want to hit me over the top, go for it, but it's your risk. Brings the left-handed did it on, and he drives us through the offside, and this has found the gap, and then you get at least 2 for it. Yep.
Bit more intent now being seen.
Certainly.
So long on going out.
Flighted up again, and this has been pumped to mid-off, sorry, but for no run. So I think these two will just need to stick in for another few overs, keep nurdling, and then they can go. If not, there could be a big collapse. Dragged his length back slightly there. So this, I think the spinner's done a good job of that. Dragging the lengths back.
Both spinners have bowled really tidily, I think.
Varying the speeds. So not 2 balls are really the same. He comes now. Did and pushes this to long on for 1. So last ball the over. This has been middled to long on, but again, just for 1 as the fielder is out now for both batsmen. And that ends the over, so it's 171 for 7 from 37. Plane is going over and it's rather loud.
It's a bit lower than the rest, isn't it?
Say that run rate just dipped below the 5 runs and over mark. It's currently at 4.6, but I think they will be okay with that. If they can keep the wickets in hand now to the latter stages, they won't worry about that.
So, Cobb back on again over the wicket. Let's just rock back, hit that off the back foot. Looking for 2. He's coming back for it. That's where he comes in and you easily get it. Good running. Short ball by Cobb, and that's being rocked back and pulled for 4. Well hit by Jackson. And this is the charge.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rank ball there.
That was probably the worst ball he's bowled in his...
he's bowled a couple of drag downs, but they haven't really been punished yet.
That was well and truly punished.
Yep. So you've got to put those away now in these stages.
So Cobb again. Tossed up. They'll get a single here. There you go, and suddenly there's 7 off 3 balls.
Say Cheshire still winning their batsmen on here in the pavilion. Every run's being cheered.
So long on and long off now. Being pushed back. Let's see if Cobb's going to give it a little bit more air. Tempt them into it. There we go. Did not want to fall into that trap. Just pushing it back. So 1 ball left in the over. Good over from Cheshire here, 7 off it.
Just feels one of these suits going to have to get a 40 or 50 here, you know, late order runs. Because I feel like if one of the Norfolk batters get in the top 3 or 4 and they get a big score, I think that is game over. I think they are going to have to get to that 250.
So Cobb's bowled his 9 overs, 3 for 35. Good.
Got 1 more left.
1 more left, and then are we going to see some fireworks? 12 overs to go.
It'd be interesting to see if they try and find a 3rd spinner to bring on, or will they go back to pace? So spinner's not been that easy to hit.
No, it hasn't. No, I think the spinners have done a good job today. Really have, from both ends. So Cheshire 178 for 7. Another aircraft flying over.
So he's in and pushes it down the ground. So they're just letting them have 1 now down the ground. It's
Yeah, they'll be fine with that.
yeah.
They'll be absolutely fine with that.
Although saying that, they are bringing mid off up for the left-handed Dearden.
Just tempt him. Just tempt him.
And this has gone towards point. So Graveling's really bowled superbly tidily here. He's 1 for 14 from 4.2, and he hasn't bowled a bad ball. He's keeping it really tight, building the pressure. Fuller ball though this time, and Dearden
well fielded.
Goes to mid.
Good hand to that.
On, and they'll get a single.
All the beers are out in front of us.
So it is getting towards beer o'clock now for the spectators.
It is nearly 1:30.
Just nearing the end of this innings, and
slower ball.
Oh, that would have been a specky. It's going to run away, but nope. Mid-on's going to come around and grab that. Cool, that would have been some catch.
That would have been a great catch.
The mid-wicket was quite tight there, and he dove to his left.
Just went over him.
Just evaded him. Goalkeeper-like. Would have tipped it over the bar, but didn't even lay a glove on it. Brings Jackson back on strike. So 4 runs off the over already. 3 balls left. And this is pushed down the ground, and they'll get another single. So the singles are building here. I think Norfolk might get a bit frustrated if they keep getting, 3 or 4 singles and a couple of 2s. That's, before you know it, that's 7 or 8 runs and over.
Yeah, no, they're nudging it around. Not many boundary balls at the moment, but
sensible cricket.
I think Norfolk will be still quite happy with the position. Short ball,
and this
hasn't got really hold of that.
Didn't look to get a hold of that, but didn't quite get enough of it, and it's just going to go away for 1.
It's Graveling bowled well. 1 for 19 off nearly 5 overs. Just take that every day of the week.
Yeah. See, he can bowl to the end if he really wants to.
Yeah.
But will they? That's another question.
I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised. It's not been easy to get the spinners away.
Let's see what they do.
Cobb's got 1 left. No doubt he'll bowl out.
Is anyone loosening up here? We can't tell yet.
It's going a little bit quiet in the field, isn't it?
Yeah. Will they just see him out, or will they go for him, knowing this could be one of the last overs of spin from this end? Well, they've put both men out straight.
So Cobb in again, tosses it up, just push back. Well fielded off his own bowling.
Yeah, very good.
I think they would be looking to see him off, to be fair.
Looks like it's going to be the case, yeah. Just see him off.
Don't do anything too silly. Just tosses it up again, he just pushes it back again. He's well bowled by Cobb.
Good fielding by Cobb.
Yeah, absolutely.
That could have been 2 singles there
absolutely.
easily.
We don't want a maiden here though, really. Yes. Cheshire need to get some runs off this.
Oh.
Punches it down to long on and just be the single.
Slightly aerial there.
All safe, 185 for 7. 2 balls left of the over. and then we're into firework time. And the last 10. Just pushed out for a single again.
Okay then, Steve.
So that's Cobb's spell.
Oh no, not yet.
Yeah, no, we've
It's
got
not
one
that
left. One left.
Got ahead of myself there. Here we go then.
Last ball. Floated out block, sees him off.
Sensible.
3 for 37 off 10 overs is a really good spell by Cobb.
Yep, he'll be happy with them figures. Norfolk team will be happy with his input there.
Yeah, 10 overs to go. And that's 100 off the last 10. We'll put him at 286, which won't be a bad score.
I think they'll be very happy with
They'll
that
be
if
happy
they can
with
get
that.
100 from the last 10. I'm
Yeah.
thinking more so only just 50 or so. If they can get a minimum of 50 off the last 10, they'll get up there to off the 250, just under 235. I think they'll be aiming 250 and above though if they can get it.
Got to get 250. 250 is an absolute minimum.
So they're staying with the spinner here, which I think it's either going to go one or the other. They're either going to get the last 2 wickets very quickly with the spinner, or he could be the target for the boundary here. So they've got everyone out on the leg side apart from mid-wicket. This has been cut away to deep cover. So especially with the left hand, right hand, they want to make the most of this. Just manoeuvring the field. Say similar fields to both, everyone out on the leg side apart from one man on the tight ring, and this has been hit back to the ball.
Missed out on that one. Full toss.
Yeah, he's bowled a couple of those low full tosses, but they haven't really come to much. Really tight bowling here from Graving. Really good. He's in again now. Did and hits it straight to that tight mid wicket there. So it's very narrow, very straight, quite tight.
Some stage here, they're going to have to take a few risks, I think.
Yeah, I think they'll wait a couple more overs so far, but they don't want to leave it too late. He's rocked back and connected well with this, and it's going out to deep cover, but just for one, there's a fielder there. He comes round and throws it into the keeper. I'd say one more ball left of this over. Only 2 runs from it, so it is, you know, the run rate is still only at 4.6. They need to get up into that 5, 6, 7 and over runs and over now. And he goes for the sweep and he gets an under edge on it. It's going to go for 4. Much needed shot there.
Nice shot.
Changes a good over for Norfolk into an okayish one for Cheshire here.
Loose ball down the leg side.
So it just shows what a boundary can do in an over. There's only 2 runs off it from that, and then that last ball went for 4, changed it to 6. Just gets run rate close into 200 there. 192 for 7 with 9 overs to go.
Well executed sweep shot. Right then, who are we going to see come on to bowl from the Deer Park end? So it looks like we're going to return to a bit of seam. So Metcalf is coming back. He's got a few overs left. See if he can magic up a wicket.
Yeah, so Metcalf is the bowler coming back on. So he bowled really well in the opening. He came on first change and he really bowled tight lines and lengths and was rewarded with a wicket, the first wicket of the game. Let's see how he does in the death overs.
Well, it'll be interesting now, isn't it? Pace on. Oh, other batsmen going to have a go. Try and use that pace to their advantage. In comes Metcalf, full ball, driven. No run.
Dearden's got a wide stance in his crease.
Full ball driven hard.
That's why.
Straight to long on. Nailed that one.
So it looks more like into his power hitting stance
Yeah,
there. Wide.
He's getting ready.
Clear that front leg, boy.
He certainly drilled it. So mid-off back into the circle now and long on back to the right-handed. Shorter ball, it's got it.
Yeehaw.
I thought I heard something then.
No. No appeal, Steve.
I was going up. I thought I heard something on there.
So some signs of intent here from
I'll
the
tell you what,
North, from the
didn't
Cheshire
look that far
Bastards.
away.
Both of them
Ball
looking
sort of
to-
followed him up the hill.
Yeah.
That was a good ball, to be fair.
Both batters looking to advance to take the game on.
Well, the intent here, isn't it? This is the time when you've got to be hitting boundaries. Short ball again, he's gone after that one. And it's going to be over the 30-yard circle. It's going to be fielded and they'll come back for 2.
So hit the splice at the back there. Didn't get.
Yeah, he
the
didn't
meat
get
of
hold
it.
of that at all, but got enough of it to get over the ring. Jackson moves on to 22. So 195 for 7. 8 overs to go. So Metcalf in, 2 balls to go this over. That's just work for a single. So just a 4 off this over so far, 1 to go.
It is, but no boundary yet. But we say if boundary can really change the direction of the over.
Absolutely.
You know, if Norfolk only get a single or a dot from this, it's a good over for them. If Cheshire can get a boundary, it's a massive over for them, isn't it? It really is fine margins here in the back end.
So both long on and long off. Out. Looks like got extra covers out. Backward square. Metcalf runs in.
Oh, he's
Full
hammered
ball
that.
and he's hammered that, and it's 4 runs. It's a race to the boundary.
You don't need to run them.
So Dearden suddenly coming out of his shell and moves to 13 off 24 balls, and 200 is up.
There we go then, the 200.
So 200 for 7. And 8 overs to go.
So projected score here. So they're going to want to get at least 6 and over minimal to get towards that 250.
Gotta get to
I think they're going to have to get higher than that though if they really want to have a strong chance. We know how strong the Norfolk batters are. You know, they've got a really good top and middle order. But we know how good the Cheshire bowlers are.
And from the Goodley end, this is Joe Edwards.
So then we're going to see, is it Everett, I think, coming back on? The pace of Everett.
Snappy action, yeah.
Yeah, this could go one way or another here. Here we go then, into Jackson. Full delivery.
Fielded.
Oh, get back, get back. Do you reckon you just go, he's bowled quite a lot of Yorkers even in the start of his spell. I think that's his go-to.
Yeah, I think that's what's coming, a load of Yorkers.
That's his go-to ball, I think, especially in the death here. Maybe a few slower balls or cutters. We know they work in this pitch. again, very full delivery, but Jackson digs out, and it's going to go for 1 run to long off, sorry. So they're keeping long on, long off out, but now the left-hander comes on. They are keeping the straight man out. Deep backward square leg and a deep cover, and also third man is out as well. But they've kept fine leg in, which is interesting. Is Dearden brave enough?
Back now.
Oh no, he's going back. I was going to say, is he brave enough to get down on one knee and
well,
lap
anything
him
down the
over?
leg side before then, wouldn't it?
Mm.
Sensible.
Let's see. So square leg has now gone to deep mid wicket, and more so a cow actually now, more sort of cow corner. Square leg has come in on the ring.
Full ball.
So looking like, yeah, full straight, I think. And it is. And it's gone out to long on for another single. So just keep rotating the strike.
He'll be happy with singles. He'll be delighted with singles.
In comes Everett to Jackson. And this has been caught at short cover. So
Well,
another
that's another
very
one down then.
Yep, another very full delivery. And
Well, this brings Chris in. Is 312 going to be the target still?
so Jackson tried to dig that out, but it got a little bit high on him, and all he could do was sort of chip it to cover. Good
Yeah, I'd be
catch.
disappointed with that. Well bowled by Everett, full, nice and full. Here comes Chris.
Yeah, he just got the nod to say, take it deep, take it to the 50th over, and I think that would be the right thing to do.
We should have mic'd Chris up, really, shouldn't we? We should have put a
should've,
mic
yeah.
on him. That would have been interesting, batting with a mic and commentating.
There we go then. So Norfolk have got Cheshire 8 down now.
Got to get to 250.
You do, but that's going to be a tough ask, I'd say. Just got to say, bat the overs. 7 more after these next 2 more balls, and let's see how they can do this. So Dearden seems to be striking it well.
So Chris Sanders, 49 runs, highest score of 23. Talked himself up in the commentary. So let's see what he can do.
Let's hope he can get a decent score here.
Oh, it'd be good if he could. Nice to see a good score on, and then see if Norfolk can get it. Everett's bowled well though, 1 for 30.
He has, yeah, he's
6.4
bowled very
overs,
well.
He's bowled very tidily.
Good injection of pace as well. So
Yeah.
Saunders, the right-hander, bang outside his crease, as a lot of the Cheshire batters have done. And he gets off the strike straight away to mid-on.
I think that was an important milestone for him to get off the mark.
Yeah,
He wouldn't have
settle the nerves.
fancied coming back after the commentary with a 0. So, 1 ball over to go.
Yep, the left-hander of Dearden comes back on.
Dearden 14 off 25 balls.
I think he'll try and nab the strike here. Slower ball, and he
Yeah,
does
he
nab the
does.
strike, but they're going to push for 2, but it's only going to be 1, I think. And it is just 1. So 1 run to end the over. 4 runs in a wicket. Everett picks up picks up his first. And Cheshire 204 for 8. So still below that 5 runs and over mark. They're going to have to just slowly edge their way to 250, and any boundaries to be very welcome.
Now 7 and over now to get to 250, so got to get a move on with it. Metcalf in comes again. Shorter ball, it's been pulled nicely. Racing out to the boundary, well fielded. And they'll just get the 2. So Dearden moves on to 17. Metcalf bowled a good spell here so far. 1 for 31 off 8. And the acceleration needed. So low full toss and dot ball. So Metcalf again, slightly shorter ball, just drilled out to long on for the single. So Metcalf in, short ball blocked by Sanders. 2 balls to go the over. 207 for 8. Need to get up to 250. Push for 1. Big throw at stumps here, just missed. Completes the single. So long off, long on back, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Deep extra cover. Fine leg and third manner into the ring. Full ball driven down the ground. Just be the single again. And that'll be the over, so just 5 off of the over. Metcalf 1 for 34 off 9. Cheshire 209 for 8. And 6 overs to go. So Dearden 19 off 30, and Sanders just 2 off 3. Batsman having a bit of a chat, looking at the scoreboard, and we'll need to find some boundaries from somewhere. So the final 6, and runs needed, Will.
Yeah, certainly. I think now is the time to go for it. I think they were doing the right thing to sort of be a bit more conservative for the last few overs, but now it's time to pull the pin, I think. But you can only pull the pin if the ball's there to hit. If they're bowling well, there's not what you can do with it.
Well, Everett's bowled some really good Yorkers, to be fair. I mean, really hasn't given much availability to lever it at all.
No, I think that's his plan. Just full ball every ball.
Full ball, yeah, he's bowled well.
He did bowl a slower ball though last over.
So we got mid-offs come out.
Yeah, interesting. They've sent the third man back. So maybe they're thinking more sort of in and around that hip area, maybe full on pace, change the length. We'll see. Nope, he still goes for the full ball. He's getting it down there at a good rate though, isn't he?
He certainly is. And a swing and a miss from Chris. So mid-off going back out now. And just worked away. It'll just be the one. Brings Dearden back on strike.
Yep, if you can't hit the boundary, you've got to get at least a single now, haven't you? I think that's the case. You can't let any more dot balls, really.
No. Well, we said between 240 and 260, didn't we, at the start of the game?
I mean, to be honest though, Steve, it's, you know, if they can get to 250, it still isn't. It's not a bad score. It's just not as many as maybe they should have. As Everett's in, get another full-length delivery, and not a lot they can do with it. They're gonna have to get inventive here, I think. Like we say, it's not like it's, you know, 150 all out or 200 all out. They're still, you know, in and around there, and it's still a final. We've seen things happen here where, you know,
it's just they haven't built the pressure, I suppose, to put on Norfolk if they don't get to.
They probably feel like they've left quite a few out there, but at the same time, they've still got
in the game
a decent score, and it still makes a game of it.
Oh, he's coming back. That could be close. A big dive in there.
A barrel roll indeed, yeah. He's going to have to need some new gloves, I think.
New gloves. Oh, he's broken his gloves.
Means everything.
Yeah. He wants new gloves. This is where 4 or 5 pairs of gloves are going to come out.
Did and on strike again. Last ball that's over. And this has been lofted
He's
over
just
cover.
got it over, hasn't he?
Spin. No, just a single, but it gets him back on strike. He gives a 23 now, and 5 overs to go then.
Yeah, 5 overs to go. This is where the comedian comes out of the pavilion with 5 lots of left-handed gloves.
And the lightweight bat.
So the drone's back up.
That's quite a big drone, that.
Oh, it's quite a big.
That's an aeroplane, mate.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the drone is up.
It is. Yeah.
Hopefully the plane missed it.
Yeah, no, it's
but
lovely, isn't
it'd be good to get a view of the strip. Actually, we did that at
a bird's eye view.
We did it at Marlborough, didn't we? Where we got the view of the square from the drone, which is really
well. They got a view of us
good.
as well here.
Yeah,
didn't they?
Yeah, let's. This would be good to get that picture, especially as we get into hitting mode. The potential run out, you never know. Might capture another run out. Went viral, didn't it, at Marlborough?
Yeah, it did.
So we really are in the hitting zone now.
Like you say, all these teams, they can bat deep and they can all swing the willow. They just got to connect. But the Norfolk bowlers are bowling very tidy line and lengths. They're not bowling any freebies.
No, here we go. Good view from the drone. Metcalf in. Full ball. Hit down the ground. Just be the one. Right, so we've got the drone up on the strip. We've got Chris with new gloves. See if we can see some hitting.
Not sure where our graphic's gone for the moment, but I'm sure we'll get that back on.
There you go.
There we go. Just like magic.
Right, Metcalf.
There is quite a wind here. That might impact
the drone.
Well, obviously the drone, but also if the ball does go in the air, maybe there's a sort of going.
Well, it's with the wind, isn't it? It's hitting with the wind.
Yeah.
So
down the ground.
Metcalf in. It's gone for it. It's long enough for the ground. Don't just be one. Needs to get hold of some here. But Metcalf bowled well.
Yeah. So this is going into his last over, and he has bowled very well.
There you go. That's the great picture. Great picture. Great to have that availability. Metcalf comes in. 4 balls left of the over. Slap back down the ground again. It'll just be the one though.
So he almost muscled there from Dearden.
Yeah, they need to hit some boundaries. Need some boundary balls. Really, because this is good stuff from Norfolk. Singles, they'll be really happy with that. 4.5 overs to go. No, short ball. Chris has got a glove on it and he's out.
Oh no, I think there's going to be. Well, the fielders are appealing, and
well, the game's come to a bit of a standstill now. So everyone's sort of saying, well, he's out. Surely umpires.
It's hit him on the helmet.
I think the umpires are going to converge. Can we see a replay? Be good to see a replay, whether that has gloved or helmet. Or let's have a look. Right, short ball. Oh yeah, looks like it has hit him off the helmet.
Straight off the helmet. Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. It's a big good position. Yes, straight off the lid.
Don't know if there's any glove though.
Yeah, he's even indicating quite quickly. So
yeah.
So protocol here then is change your helmet.
He's a tough
concussion
nut, isn't he?
test. Oh, let's show that replay again from the drone. Missed that nearly. So see if we can. I don't even know if we can slow the actual image of the drone down just to see it crash into.
Tell you what, Steve, I have to get
Here
him
we go.
back on comms.
Oh yeah, you see that right in the front of the helmet there. Well headed by Chris to backward square. Yeah, so it looks like he's fine. Helmet goes back on again.
So Metcalf, that was quite a sharp bouncer actually from him.
That was a good.
That might have been the first one he's bowled all a spell, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a good ball. Good ball.
He's
Crashed into his lid.
He's having a word with the umpire. Umpire's saying, well, there's not a lot I can do about that one. If he hasn't gloved it, he hasn't gloved it, and it's hit him in the helmet.
Yeah, it looked like he gloved it to start with, but quite clearly from the replay, it's crashed into the lid. There you go. Look, we've got him on the drone. He's okay, so that's good. Concussion test done. He's fine. He's carrying on.
Could have pumped him up a little bit.
Yeah.
Here,
What's he going to get next ball? 2 to go.
I'm saying Yorker. No.
He's not really got hold of that. He'll just be up for the 1. I
He'll
thought
get
he
off
was
the
going to get another one then. So 218 for 8. 1 ball left of the over. And then we've got 4 left. Grand Prix is just about to kick off.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's the formation lap.
It is the formation lap, yeah. For those listening, I've got the Formula 1 beside me. I'm a big fan of the Formula 1, but the cricket takes priority.
So
here
in
today.
comes Metcalf. Full ball, driven down the ground.
Lovely shot.
Just be a single. So just 5 from the over. Another good over from Metcalf, who completes his 10, so it's 1 for 39 from him.
You say though, Steve, the conditions at the start of play today, it was nice and sunny. It was
clouded over a bit now,
it has clouded over, and I think the Cheshire bowlers will be licking their lips if it stays like this. A bit of overcast. I know the white ball doesn't do a lot, but it's going to do enough.
Fantastic view from the drone there. Look, all nicely striped up.
I think I can see in my car.
So we're just by the H, look, the helicopter pad in the pavilion. And we've got big marquees. The marquee to the left of the pavilion is for members. And then we've got a big, massive marquee for hospitality. And you can see the crowd nicely shaped all around the ground. But beautiful location here. You can see the Opera House in the far right.
Yeah, it is a spectacular ground here. So 4 to go then, and they are staying with the spinner. They are staying with the spinner, which
it's a good idea.
I think it is the right idea. I think
4 to go.
They just got a bold.
Got to go big.
So Dearden on strike. He's on 26, and they've got a deep backward square, a deep wicket. Everyone out on the leg side, not a man in on the ring apart from on the 45. So let's see where he bowls. He does bowl straight, and he goes for the stop, but gets a single. Brings Sanders back on. I think there might be a case where Sanders can just have a bit of free license here now. They've still got 2 wickets. You know, if it's in his arc.
Yeah, no, he's got to go for it. He talked himself up in the commentary.
It is a big hit down to sort of that mid-wicket area, but I think he might try and go straight. Maybe even get down on one knee in ramp or sweep. Let's see what happens there. There's a deep square leg. Everyone out on the leg side.
It's whether he's going to fire it in or whether he's going to take the pace off and float it up and tease him.
Got to be fired in.
No,
not out. I think he might have got a little bit bat on that. But he didn't look to be that aggressive there. He looked just to get back off strike. But maybe they feel they get the left-hander on hit with the spin, if there is any out there. There doesn't seem to be too much.
Just got to wait for that one that's slightly flighted.
It brings Dearden back on strike. I think this is the matchup here. I think this could be a big swing. down the ground or down to sort of cow corner, hitting with the little bit of spin that is on offer. Gone for the reverse, and there's a shout of an appeal, but umpire says no and jogs towards the stumps to put them back into place. Again, it's just been fired in here by Graveling, which is smart bowling. So
Well taken by the keeper.
He has been very economical today. So here we go, 2 more balls left in this over. And this one's a bit shorter, and they've pushed it onto the onside, and they're going to go for 2. And there's definitely going to be 2 there. Yeah. Good running from the pair. So last ball of Graveling's over. So he's bowled very well. Very, very well. It's
Yeah, he
been
has. Yeah, 1 for 29.
not
off
many
his,
loose balls at
nearly
all.
7 overs. So.
He's really fired it in, but he has mixed it up at the same time. So Dearden here. Again, goes down the ground just for a single, and he'll retain the strike for the 47th over.
So 3 overs to go. Got to get 250, I think, still.
I think 25 from the last 3. It's doable. It's they'll be there or thereabout. A couple boundaries will soon pump it up. But who knows? Could have an over of 20 or 25.
There you go,
runs.
and there's the beautiful pavilion here.
Hello there.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
You can see us there
There you
waving.
go, waving away.
That's me there in the white. Steve in the blue.
This is the return of Joe Everett.
Okay, so Everett has changed ends by the sounds of it.
Yeah. I think he's just going to bowl out from that end, and
Yeah.
Graveling will bowl out from the
Yep.
Dibley end.
And this will be full balls again, I would have thought.
Yeah, full and fast.
So Dearden on 30. Missed out on that one. Obviously the boundary's straight. Probably about 75 yards, I think, something like that.
Maybe just under, I'd say.
So it's a doable straight hit.
Yeah, if they find anywhere near the middle,
In
it's
comes
going to be
Everett, full ball again, just drilled down the ground. Again, it will just be the single. So Everett charging in, full toss. It's drilled again out to long on, another single. Again, Norfolk will be happy with this single, so they won't mind about singles.
That was the ball that should have gone. You don't expect a full toss there.
No. Not seeing much charging down the wicket from the batsman here, are we?
No.
To try and put the bowlers off a bit, but very much stand the ground.
So we see here the fine leg and third man are up. So it really depends on the bravery here of the batsman if they can get down and try and ramp them.
Good skills by Everett, though. He's bowled fairly full, and another full, and that's
Here we
gone
go.
on. That's in the aerial. That's gone. That's 6.
There we go.
Great hit, and that's what was needed.
Yeah, first 6 of the day,
That's what's been
Steve.
needed. Is it really? First,
I think
first
so.
6?
Yeah, first 6
First
of the
6
day.
in the 47th over.
Yeah. Now's the time to hit them.
That was a good, clean hit.
Yeah, that's what he was waiting for there. One out the clean middle of the bat, and
Just shows you it can be done.
absolutely, he'll be happy with that.
Right. What are we going to see here? Bit disappointing from the crowd there. I thought that was a catch on the boundary and over the rope, and the crowd didn't want to know. So Everett in again. Full ball, drilled hard, straight down. Long on will take it, and then throws it back just for the 1. It's Dearden doing well, 38 off 45. So Sanders to face, 7 off 11. Cheshire 233 for 8. 13 balls to go. Full ball again, driven down the ground. just be the single. Released it quickly. So 10 off the over. That's more like it. Run rate 4.88. Needs to get above that 5. So 2, 3, 4. 250 still on. 2 overs to go. So spin again. You're right, Will. He'll be bowling out.
Yeah, he's surely going to bowl out now. Even if he does go for a bit of tap in these last couple of overs.
He's bowled well. He's bowled well.
Yeah, he's bowled well enough in his first 7 or 8 overs to really sort of say to the captain, "Yep, no, I'm bowling out here."
A big shot down the ground from Sanders. It'd just be the single.
So into the last 2 overs here. Penultimate over. Dearden's on 38 now. I think he has the key here. He hit a massive 6 in the last over deep mid wicket. Sailed over. Let's see what he can do to the left arm spinner here. It's a good matchup. He's gone for the reverse and he hasn't found the gap and he hasn't even got a run for it. I think he's got to back his power here. I think it's power over touch.
Yeah, absolutely. I know the wind's against him.
He's got to muscle the ball over the rope here, I reckon. I know the 2 men are up on sort of backward point, so there is an opportunity to score there, but I think it's too much risk, especially when he's got such power.
That's the one that, that's the one that should have gone.
He almost yorked himself there.
He did, yeah. That's the one that needs to go straight down the ground. So Dearden moves on to 39.
So going into Sanders, and it's short, and this has been punted down the ground, and the fielder hasn't seen it, and it's going to go for 4. It was a bit odd. Long on didn't really see it there, and he didn't move until the last moment. Long off had to come round to really should have been the other fielder's ball, but
I think he thought that was just going to be one, and it was straight to him.
It was gun barrel straight,
dissected both, didn't it?
Yeah. Here we go then. Sanders seeing it large here now. It's gone for the big one, and there it is! That is huge! Down the deep cow. There we go. Umpire raises his arms to signal 6 runs, and what a 6 that was. His Cheshire teammates like that one.
He'll be coming in saying he should have gone in earlier.
If you talk the talk, you've got to walk the walk, haven't you?
Should have batted at 5.
So then, last ball this over, can he go for another maximum? He's basically got a free licence here. He does, and there's a deep mid wicket out there, so he's just going to hit 1 and retain the strike. So 13 from that over, Steve. Big over there.
Yeah, important over to get some runs. So 247. The 250 should be easy now.
Yeah, absolutely.
260.
Yep, anything, just as many as they can. Yep. At least 10 from this over if they can get them. It is the pace though, and Everett's bowled superbly well at the death here. Yorkers, a couple slower balls, not much width at all. He's bowled very, very well. So the right-hander of Sanders back on. He just hit a huge 6 in the previous over.
Well, what's he going to do this over?
Oh, he's just got to swing the willow, hasn't he, towards us here at the pavilion.
Well, Everett's bowled well, so it's going to be a good challenge. Last over, 247 for 8.
Everyone out on the leg side.
Everett in. Sanders knocks it straight past the umpire. Just be 1.
Umpire.
Oh, the misfield. Coming back easily, make 2. That's good. So 249.
Here we go. Is the momentum going to swing now, Steve?
5 balls to go.
Yep. He's just got to back himself here.
Oh, he'll be backing himself.
Yeah. So he's talked the talk, and he's going to walk the walk here, we think.
Let's see. Everett back in. Full toss. Could be out. Oh, it's been missed. It's going to go for 4. Oof. Well, I think that should have probably been caught.
I mean, let's not get it wrong.
Replay,
if the fielder called
nailed
that, if the fielder called that was going to be an unreal catch. He went for the glory, and it unfortunately didn't pay off.
Sanders moves on to 26.
Oh, he made the ground as
made
well.
the ground. He should have probably have taken that.
Would have been a superb catch, but he went for the glory.
So,
And
Sanders 26.
it's fine lines, Steve, isn't
4
it?
balls to go.
Fine lines in these back end deliveries.
Oh, and he's just carved it over gully. A few bounces, is going to run away. No, the fielder's slid and fielded it. It's just a 2.
He's doing well, though.
Yeah.
So 8 off the over already, 3 more balls. Gets him to 255.
He's definitely going to be saying if he batted 5 or 6, they'd have got 300. So 3 balls to go. 8 off the over so far. 255 for 8. Run rate now above 5.
Here we go then.
So Everett back in again. Driven him straight down the ground. Should just be 1. Is.
He's hitting it very hard.
Yeah, some good hitting there.
That could be the last ball he faces. There's 2 more balls left.
2 balls to go. Dearden on 39, Sanders on 29, so these 2 have done well. 256 for 8. They've ticked off the 250, so they'll be happy with that. They'll now be targeting 260 with 2 balls to go. So Everett, who's bowled really well, comes in again. Full ball, missed. And a dot ball.
So 1 more ball, Steve.
So 1 ball to go.
Anything will do.
Then it's the
A
buffet, I think.
Bye, leg bye, 6, 4, 2, 3. Anything will do.
The Dearden will just be looking, trying to get bat on this, I think, and just get going.
Yeah. I think he'll be right back in his crease, trying to power hit.
So Everett coming in. Full ball.
Oh.
Slammed into the pads. They'll just get the 1. Well, they're going to come back for 2. They are coming back for
No,
2.
they
That's
should
going to
have
be not out. Yeah, just the 1. So 1 leg by. 257 for 8. It's a respectable score. They've set a good target and recovered well from where they were. So well done to them both. And a good performance also from Norfolk's bowlers.
Yep, so
And Everett bowled better than these figures say. It's difficult bowling at the depth,
Yeah.
but he did bowl well from both ends.
Absolutely. So
And,
Cheshire, I think Cheshire would feel they definitely left at least 50 or so out there. They had a good, very good start, very good opening pair, and they lost a couple. in
Yeah, the middle
succession.
overs were bowled well by the spinners.
But then they
Cobb
had,
obviously got them back in the game at 3 wickets.
Absolutely, and they had a bit of a comeback in the latter sort of 10 overs where they did get their way up to 250, which we all know is about par. It's probably slightly under par. The wickets look good to bat on.
Yep.
But we never know in the final. Say it is overcast now when it was sunny
Yeah,
this
the
morning.
conditions slightly changed.
So I think the Cheshire bowlers will be fancying themselves with the new ball, and I think earlier wickets will be key here.
I think it's poised well. Poised well for a run chase from Norfolk.
So as the players are coming off, the opposition and the other team members are clapping them off here, and the ground staff are heading back out to the square to give it a blow, give it a brush, touch up the lines, and the players will be having their.
So the drone's
their
back
tea.
up again. Look.
Yeah.
Good pictures there.
So here are the scorecards. So top scorer is Perry with 47. He looked really good at the top
Batted
of the
solidly,
over.
didn't he? A bit disappointed to
And
get out.
Semi actually was the eye-catching opener with 34, but he sort of almost threw his wicket away a little bit. Money, he only scored 1. He was out quite sharply. Young had a bit of a fight back with 36. A few middle order runs, but no one really kicking on until Dearden scored a 40 not out, along with Sanders in at number 10.
Yeah, well,
scoring
Chris
29
backed up his words. Got 29 off.
He was on
20.
commentary earlier in the middle overs, bigging himself up, and he did all right. But yeah, so Cheshire with 257 from their 50 overs, 17 extras, which you'd say Norfolk are a little bit. 17's not bad, it's not great, but that can be the difference sometimes.
Well set. I think it's well set now for a good run chase.
So
Both teams in the balance.
Norfolk bowlers, Cobb was the standout, the spinner, 3 wickets for 37
well. I
runs.
was impressed with him.
Economy was really good, only 3.7. Hanby though, the only opening bowler, only bowled
He
2
went for a few,
overs.
didn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he didn't even come back, so that's
No.
quite a surprise. But the economy was pretty good from all the bowlers, and say a share of the wickets, 1 apiece for all of them, bar Hanby. So extras only 17, which is, neither good, neither great, neither poor. So there we are, Steve, look.
Oh, there we are.
Hello there. from the people that have been listening. That's us.
That's us. We're going to go get some lunch.
We will do, yeah. We're just going to stay on here for a moment. We'll talk about our sponsor, Durant.
So I don't know how long we get. Yeah, I'd probably say we've got 40 minutes.
Maybe just under, but the stream will carry on. We won't cut the stream, we'll carry it on, and we'll be showing the highlights from the first innings of today's play, and we'll be back for the second innings.
Indeed, right. We'll catch up with you a bit later.
Thank you. This has been cut, and this has been lovely punch down the ground, and this is going to run over 4 more. Now that looks like a shot of a man in form. And he's in again. And this has been driven there by Semi, and this is
full ball. Big appeal.
Through the inner ring, it's mainly going to be 4.
Oh, short ball.
Short ball. And the non-striker
charges down the wicket. It's flicked it through mid-wicket. It's going to race away. And it's racing away quite steadily, and that's 4.
In comes Metcalf. He just hit the pad, and this could be a last 10 balls of his innings. And this has hit the pads, and this could
it's just square cut just behind point, and that's going to run down the hill. It's probably I think they'll be really happy with that.
Keep building.
Slower ball from Stallworthy, and that's been dispatched over mid-wicket. Stallworthy again. It's driven through extra cover, and that's going to race away from 4.
Come off his hip, it's going to be leg by.
So Allworthy again. School's gone edge there, and that's going to speed away for 4 runs. Fine leg up. Allworthy back again. Just looking for the one. Let's get an easy single there. Easy single. Well worked.
Oh, could be the first wicket.
Allworthy again. That's driven, and that is out.
There's the first wicket.
Ball. Similar field.
Comes in now, and this is that's out. Straight to first slip. So Money on just his 3rd ball, he flashes at one sort of Metcalf's into him. It's full on the pads, and the umpire is thinking
big wicket.
It's a short ball, and it's gone. Oh, it just fell short of backward point. And this is going to run away for 4. It is. But that was
all off the wicket quite a bit. Just drilled it back to him. No run. You get a hand on it. Edge that. It's gone down to 3rd man. Just for a single, I think. Although they're coming back for 2. He's going to make it just about. The heel goes up, but he's made his ground quite easily. He's just whipped it off his legs. Whipped down to fine leg. He dives. Good stop on the boundary, and they come back for 2. It's driven. And it's going to race away for 4 runs. Well put away by Young. He's just flicked that one off his pads, and that's raced away for 4. Stolworthy in again, full ball.
It's going to be close.
Mid on.
Oh, he's just made it in.
Young. Ooh, good ball there, beaten up.
Well, Young goes for a drive there, but it catches the inside edge. And just going to squirt away to the leg side for 1.
Good pace there left. Give his spell.
Oh.
I say that, he's gone for wide.
Went for a big heave-ho, did Young there. And this has been guided down to 3rd man. And he's going to go wide of him. He's got a left-handed throw, so he's going to come around and they'll sneak 2 again. Yep, good running. Wicketkeeper forced through. Young pushes this to the onside, and there's a hesitant run. And oh, if he hit, it would have hit. Advances, and it's hit him on the pad, and the umpire's going to shake his hand.
It's over the wicket.
Oh,
well fielded. Again, zips through the shouts. Great bit of work there from the keeper. It's up there, so Cobb slightly quicker. He's gone over the top, as I just said.
You did predict it, Steve.
4 bounces, and it's 4 around the line now. Gone to sweep him. And executed really nicely. And that'll race it. And there we go, Carroll's gone for the big heave-ho over. Cobb comes in again. He's a bit quicker, a bit shorter. That's in the air, that's a chance, and that's probably going to be out, and it is. So Everett again, full ball, just
That's 4 runs.
square, and it's going to race down the hill. And that's
Please.
quicker
There's
ball,
a big
bigger
appeal
shout.
here.
And he's giving him
his finger. Well, Anderson's got to go.
Anderson.
And before you know it, they're going to be on to the 40-over mark. There's
Oh,
an appeal
another big
here. He's
shout.
gone back in his crease, but no.
Let's see if
I've
we
given it
can
out
do
from
that.
up here.
Slow it right down. Let's just see if he can. Oh, skid, turned, take him.
Yeah,
Ooh.
he was gone. I reckon a foot he was gone.
Hasn't really been looking to be too aggressive, and an appeal, and he's giving him. It's
That
trapped.
was-
Short ball by Cobb, and that's being rocked back and pulled for 4. Well hit by Cobb again. Tossed up. They'll get a single here. There he goes.
Kills to both. Everyone out on the leg side, apart from 1 man on the tight ring, and this has been his stance in his crease.
Full ball driven
And
hard.
that's why.
Straight to long one. Shorter ball, it's got it.
Yeehaw.
Short ball again, he's gone after that one. And it's going to be over the 30-yard circle. It's going to be fielded, and they'll come back for 2. Runs in.
Oh, he's
Full
hammered
ball,
that.
and he's hammered that, and it's
To Jackson. And this has been caught at short cover. So
well, it's another one down
full-
then.
Yeah, but another very.
So Metcalf in comes again. Shorter ball, it's been pulled nicely. Racing out to the boundary, well fielded.
Change the length, we'll see. Nope, he still goes for the full ball. He still makes a game of it.
Oh, he's coming back. That could be close. A big dive in there. No, Metcalf. Short ball. Chris has got a glove on it, and he's out.
Oh no, I think there's going to be. Well, the
Don't know.
fielders are appealing, and
Well, the game's come to a bit of a standstill now, so everyone's sort of saying, well, he's out, surely. Umpires,
it's hit him on the helmet.
I think the umpires are going to converge. Can we see a fairly full one, another full one. That's
Here we
going
go.
on, that's in the aerial, that's gone. That's 6.
There we go.
Great hit, and that's what was needed.
Yep, first 6 of the day,
That's what's been
Steve.
needed. Is it really?
Yeah, I think
first
so,
6?
yeah. First 6
First
of the
6
day.
in the 47th over.
Yeah. Now's the time to hit them.
That was a good, clean hit.
Yeah, that's what he was waiting for there. One out the clean middle of the bat, and
Just shows you it can be done.
absolutely. He'll be happy with that.
Right. What we're going to see here. Bit disappointing from the crowd there. I thought that was a catch on the
Going into Sanders, and it's short, and this has been punted down the ground, and the fielder hasn't. It's gone for the big one, and there it is! That is huge! Down the deep cow.
full toss. Could be out. Oh, it's been
no.
missed.
nobody stopping us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ain't nobody stopping us. No, we never stop. Ain't nobody stopping us. No, we never stop. Ain't nobody stopping us. Go, go, go. Yeah. No, we never ever stop. No, we never ever stop. No, we never ever stop. We keep going till we drop. No, we never ever stop. No, we never ever stop. No, we never ever stop. We keep going till we drop. No, we never ever stop. No, we never ever stop. No, we never ever stop. We keep going till we drop. No, we never ever stop. No, we never ever stop. No, we never ever stop. We keep going till we drop.
Okay, so welcome back. All set for the second innings. And 257 to chase down. So Cheshire getting into their huddle and Norfolk heading to the crease. So it's definitely clouded over for the second innings. So it'll be interesting to see if the ball moves around a bit in the second innings. Started off with blue sky and not many clouds and sun out. And it's very much gone overcast this afternoon. Temperatures dropped, winds up. Could be a different condition, couldn't it?
It could be, yeah. Welcome back, everyone. We're back for the second innings here. But yes, the conditions are a little bit tough, I think, for batting, you'd say, in the early overs. We'll have to see how well the Cheshire bowlers are going to bowl, but we'll see. They're up for it here in the field. Say 2 slips. They're certainly attacking. So then, Norfolk require 258 to win inside the 50 overs. At a run rate of 5.14. Let's see how they get on, Steve. What do you reckon? Early doors, who have you got your money on?
I think the game is finally balanced. I think it really is going to come down to quick wickets. Well, if Norfolk lose 2 or 3 quick ones, then they're going to be under pressure. First ball, here we go. He's nudging it out. Sort of slipped there. Got a singles.
Yeah,
could have been a little bit of a mix-up there.
I was the same. I couldn't call it, and then I went up to the middle in between the innings and just had a little word with the groundsman. He said that's a winning total right there, and I said, oh really? I thought that was under par. He said no. He's seen a lot of scores like that being defended many times here. It's not an easy ground to chase on, apparently, especially with these conditions. So let's see if the groundsman's correct. He's been there many years.
That second slip soon come out to shorten with wicket.
Come on here, boys. Come on, boys. We're in the first here, fellas. Come on.
So a good lunch.
Yeah, good lunch. I went for a burrito. It was lovely.
Another dot ball. Yeah, full buffet selection for us.
Good.
Very good.
Always well catered here.
So deep square out in power play. That's pretty much all. Oh, we've got deep fine. Deep fine leg. That's the 2 out in the. Jackson off to a good start so far. Just a 1 off this opening over. 2 balls to go. Another plane comes across. It's been a fairly consistent activity this afternoon. Jackson again. Another dot ball.
So Metcalf looks very solid in defence. He's quite a tall batsman, left-hander. He looks very solid, watching it right all the way onto the bat.
Field's very much pressing, isn't it? They're not exactly set well within the 30-yard circle, squeezing them. Square cut to gully and fielded. And that's the first over. So just the one off the first over. Good start.
So in the bowling for Cheshire and Chris Sanders.
Okay then, so from the Dibley end.
Chris Sanders coming in.
Yeah, Sanders, the man at the moment.
Exactly, yeah.
Hit some handy lower order runs to get us tied up towards that 250 mark. So he walks the walk and he talked the talk.
He's got 11 wickets so far in 6 games. Best of 4 for 40.
Yep.
Be interesting to see what pace he's got on this.
So he's got 11 wickets in his 6 matches. Best of 4 for 40. That's I'm sure he'll want to get another 4 or 5 wicket haul here.
9.
Here we go then. See if he's got a bit of pace about him. We saw the pace from Everett in the first innings really be effective.
He's coming off a long run outside of the 30-yard
Yeah,
circle.
that is a long run, isn't it? Here he comes now to Arthurton. Oh, there's a hand on that.
Oh,
and
that's
that's
a great
superb
take.
catch. And the
It's given
umpire's
him.
given him. What a catch. Diving low to his left, the keeper.
Batsman's not interested. He's holding his ground there.
Oh, no.
The umpire's finger is up.
Umpire-
Batsman's hands in the air.
Oh no, Arthurton was not happy with that. He stood his ground, he's
There
shaking
was a
his
big
head.
sound, though, to be fair. That was a big sound.
Oh my word. Yeah, I heard it
Yeah.
very well from here. Maybe it was just off the hip, but we're going to have to see this on a replay.
Still
but
not
he's
happy.
not
He's
happy.
not happy at all.
Cheshire bowlers are cock a
Great,
hoop here.
great catch. One-handed.
have a
Let's
look.
see.
What a catch though, my word.
I think we need to see that again. Did that come off of his thigh pad?
Let's have a look.
There was definitely a noise. You could hear that from back here. Let's see.
Tell you what, some catch,
Can't see it
but
from there.
it's real hard without
Need a
any
frontline
technology,
camera again.
without any snicko or anything. You won't see anything
No.
from here.
It's the other angle, isn't it?
Well then,
Whether it's back thigh pad then caught.
Sanders bigged himself up and he got a wicket with his first ball.
And
You can't write it, can you? Well, I'm sure he
he's
could,
not
but
happy with that at all. Coming up the steps. Thought the bat was going to go into the flower pot.
he was on the floor appealing and roly-poly and doing all sorts.
Right, let's see that. Let's see this angle again.
It's really hard to tell from
It is
there, isn't
very
it? It's-
hard. He's
I mean,
fallen over in his.
And you really can't blame the umpire. You know,
No.
he's obviously thought that was a genuine nick, which it could have been. We can't
Well,
tell from here either way.
We heard.
And
we heard a noise.
And obviously Cheshire were well up for it. They must have thought the same thing, and now it's 1 for 1 inside the second. Well, how the game can change.
And a big player gone.
And we said earlier, wickets is massive in these finals, especially on this ground. He's in again, and oh, he's jumped that down. It's just faded second slip. My word, what a shot! It's gone to third man. Well, that really was a big wicket, because Arthurton has been an absolute run machine for Norfolk this season. 6 games, 6 innings in this competition, right?
Yeah.
2 not outs, 535 runs, at an average of 133. Highest score of 180. So to get him out for
One.
I think that's pretty good going. Yeah, you can see his stats.
There goes. That's on the
there.
screen.
A
530.
humongous wicket there.
Oof, that's massive
For Cheshire.
That is a massive wicket.
Whether you believe it was out or not, it is out in the context of this game, and that could be
Look in the book.
that could be the defining moment. I know we've got a long way to go, but my word.
Sanders in again, a long run.
Yeah. Oh, he's got some pace about him, isn't he? He's got his tail up here. The 2 slips are loving this. That flew by the edge of Ethan Metcalf.
Too good, Sandy, man. Too good, that, Sandy.
Ooh, I tell you what, that was close to an
Yeah.
edge as well. Good little bit of movement.
Yeah, seems to have his tail up here. That long run up is charging him up into the crease. He's getting the ball down the wicket at rate of knots. 3 slips now. Then he comes. And he's defended. He's on the floor again.
He likes his volley.
Yeah, Mark Wood-esque, really, isn't it? I mean, the pace is there, and the similarities in the follow-through are there as well. As they scuff up the popping crease there, just to maybe give him some more landing grip. But even Metcalf, no runs scored yet. 7 balls. Well then,
Pressure on.
yep, 2 for 1. Pressure is certainly on. I just have got a feeling these slips might be a little bit too close here with the pace it's going through. It's going to hit them very hard. Oh my word. That's flown through to the keeper. Well, Sanders is bowling superbly here for his first over.
Good areas, isn't it?
His pace is
Natural
up.
slope movement across.
His pace is up straight away. Wicket with the first ball.
Shame we haven't got a speed gun.
Yeah, right, yeah. Always looks quicker from side on, but that looks quick out there anyway.
Great start. Great start from Cheshire here. So Norfolk got some work to do.
So last ball of the over. Wicket in 1 run so far. It's a short ball and it's
Down.
I did call it earlier. I think the slips are way too close, and that has flown through to sort of in between the
I think
wicket keeper and the first slip.
keeper got a glove there. See the replay.
I did call it.
Keeper
I think
got
they
a
were
glove.
stood way. They should be stood on almost a 30-yard circle. They're way too close with the pace of Sanders. He could have had another one there. Should have had another one. Let's have a look at this. Yep, he went to the cut.
But to be fair, that's first slips catch.
That is first slips catch. Yep, the keeper
And
dove
I think
straight
he'd have
across
just
him
gone
there. I mean, it would have come
hands
hard
in
to him.
front, but that he would have taken it.
You would have thought so.
Or at least a very, very good chance of taking it. So the keeper's
Keeper's gifted him one.
positively gone for it, but
Yeah.
if he probably let that go to first slip would have probably had it.
Yeah, we could have seen another wicket go down there inside the second over, but my word, what a start here for
Well,
Cheshire.
that was a big over, wasn't it?
Oh, tell you what, a few more overs of that pace and that accuracy, this could be very, very
Yeah.
tasty indeed.
So 2 slips still in again. It's Jackson to come in. Just dabs it down, just past gully for a single. Can see the difference in pace just from that switch up.
Said early wickets is always key in these games, and Cheshire have got 1. Could have had another. And like you say, chasing is so hard when you don't have a good start. You know, the foundation of the top 2 or 3 batsmen really impacts the direction of the chase.
They're just pushing it out for no run.
I tell you what, I do like this purple kit though. It's really, I like purple anyway, but it really is growing on me. It is a nice kit. You see a lot of kits, especially around this southern area, where sort of green and blacks and sort of shades of green, but that purple is real nice.
So Jackson again. In he comes. Full ball, looking to work it.
Slightly uppish.
This is where the pressure's on a bit now, isn't it? Power play, looking to get ahead of the game, ahead of the run rate. They've really been pinned back.
Well, it's a case of 2 stories really. You know, the Norfolk batsmen can either look at it as an opportunity to score sort of freer runs, or they could look at it as a time to sort of dig in and don't allow any more wickets and just soak up the pressure and then go. So it can work in both ways.
Here they go, they're going to... Oh, that was very close as well.
Oh,
That
hello.
would have been interesting.
Hello. Watch out.
It's all getting a bit edgy. I think looking at this at the moment, if they're going to target a bowler, it's got to be Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah,
And therefore,
absolutely.
it's almost doubling the pressure on them while they're facing Jackson. They don't really know what more damage Sanders is going to do. So Jackson again, full ball, look to work through the covers.
Beautiful.
Nicely done, hits the gap. That's going to race away now. That.
Oh, is it? Oh, he
Yeah.
took a dive out, but
4
no,
runs.
no, to no avail.
Difficult to chase that down the hill. Jackson back to his mark. Full ball, just got an inside edge. They're running for the single, making
Good
it
running. Well, we saw the Norfolk, the Cheshire batters really run very well, especially in the first 10 or 20 overs. They scampered any single they could possibly run for.
They ran really positive.
You know, making good balls into single balls, and you say you don't really think it does much, but you soon look up at the scoreboard and you know you're 15, 30, 45, and before you know it, you're well ahead of it, especially with a few boundaries. So the two batsmen out in the middle, they're just probably talking about how can we deal with the pace of Sanders here. He's really getting it down the wicket, and a little bit of lateral movement.
It's the
down
movement
the slope
that's doing the damage, isn't it?
It's just doing enough. Interesting how they've taken the third slip out. They've gone for 2 slips. Third man and fly leg are out, and that is it. Maybe they feel to the left hand, they'll put a third slip in with the slope. Anyway, in he comes now. And it's just gloved down to third man, but the second slip will come around and cut it off. But they'll sneak a single. I think that will be the case. I think we'll see a third come in now. Maybe not. It's that kind of sort of hard length that I think Sanders is going to be looking to hit here. He might want to pitch it up. He was slightly short, I guess, in his first over, but I think back of the length, hard length, not knowing whether to push forwards or push back for the batsman. He comes in now. And it is in his upish, but he's going to get away with it. And it could even run away for 4, but the fielder's going to come round and stop it to just 2.
Very good, DA.
Again, slightly upish there from Metcalf.
Not certain, was he, at all?
No. No, he sort of checked his drive there.
Come on, Sandy man. Come on, Sandy man.
So the Cheshire fielders are willing on Sanders here. They're really encouraging him, firing him up. I think he's quite the character, isn't he, Steve?
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of confidence. Don't blame him after picking up the wicket.
Comes in now. Metcalf just leans on this one and it's met with a full face. Nice looking shot for none.
Brilliant here, Chris. Just one more in it here, lads. Just another on it here, lads. Come on.
Well, you can hear the Cheshire fielder saying just another one here, lads, and they're not wrong. Another wicket here is getting stuck right in. Make the chase extremely hard. Norfolk batters are going to have to soak the pressure up here. It's slightly shorter. He's just rid this sort of out to square leg. Just got on top of the bounce and nudged it away. Gets back off strike, so I don't want to face that.
Well, the movement's definitely coming off the pitch, isn't it?
Certainly, yeah. So just slight change in the field. They've taken second slip out and put him into gully. But again, he's very tight in there. It's going to come to him in a flash. So Wilcox is on strike. Oh, and that's just lifted on him slightly. And
good ball.
He acknowledges that. Gives a nod of approval to Sanders there. So it's well bowled.
Brilliant work, the Colonel.
Coming through at hands height, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, well, he tried to jab that down to third man, but maybe it wasn't the right shot to play there and got a bit high on him.
Come on, the Colonel.
Comes in. Last ball the over, and that again gets a little bit high on him.
Doesn't look too comfortable, does it?
It's very dangerous, isn't it, from Wilcox, just sort of fending out there, outside off. And we've seen a nick go down, we've seen some balls move, and I don't think that's a very sensible shot. But nonetheless, that ends the over, 17 for 1 from the first 4. And it is, you'd say, Cheshire on top.
So the slip coming out now in totality. Coming to sort of short cover. Jackson comes in with slight misfield, but still a single. No single. There, Jackson bowling good lines, and no risk being taken by Metcalf. So very much the batting, very much within themselves at this point. Not looking to really get on top and be aggressive at this moment in time. Slightly shorter. Punched into the covers again. Terry Jackson again, slightly short, punched straight at cover, no run. So 4 dots so far in this over. And he's punched one through the gap, and that's going to race away for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot.
So it hits the microphone.
I was going to say, that sounded weird in our ears. Hit the sound effects mic.
He found the gap quite nicely there, did Metcalf. Just eased it through, raced away for boundary. So last ball of the over. Squared him up a bit there, but it'll still be the single. And that's the over. So 5 from it. And Norfolk move to 22 for 1 off 5 overs.
So yeah, I think Norfolk just need to keep working those singles. You know, they are absorbing the pressure, but they can't just completely go into their shell. They are going to have to keep rotating, keep building it, but also capitalise on the bad ball when they come. They can't let them go for free.
No, indeed.
I think they also will keep an eye on the run rate. Say the required run rate is 5.2, but I think if it starts to get above 6, that it'll be a bit worrying. Sanders is in to the left-hander of Metcalf.
Very good, Sando.
So his pace is still there. Be interesting to see if he just has short bursts, or whether he, you know, bowls 5 overs or 6 overs and then has a break. Or
I think that's what you'll see. I can't see him bond 10 straight through.
No, but whether they just keep
5
him
or
for
6
short
would make
injections,
sense, and then keep 4 back for the end.
Yeah,
because he has bowled really well.
You say you could bowl 4 here, have a couple overs break, and then come back and really try and dismantle the middle order, get the game done early. As he comes in now. Shorter ball, Metcalf gets on top of this and just pats it back down to him. Shielding any attack.
Keep working here, lads. Keep working out here. Brilliant this, Chris. Brilliant, Chris.
So 2 slips are still in for the left-hander.
Come on here. 2-3 here, please, boys. Come on.
Come on, put another on here for us, Chris.
Fine leg, third man is still out, purely just for the pace element. And this has been lovely cut there from Metcalf, and that's going to run away for 4 behind point. So just got on top of the bounce, open the face, and lovely cut shot. Good timing. So Sanders sort of went for back-to-back short-ish balls. This one's slightly too wide, and Metcalf made the most of it there. That's the kind of thing that they got to do. They've got to capitalise on any wayward balls and try and get as many boundaries as possible for them.
Just too short, that effectively, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, I think just
Sat up
the
and-
width really as well, and we saw the Norfolk bowlers bowl really nice tight lines. You know, whether the seamers especially the pace of Everett, he bowled very tight lines. There wasn't many wide hit me balls. Again, slightly short of a length, but Metcalf just gets in behind this and plays it down again.
That was better. That was better.
Yeah. Although I would like to see him sort of push up a bit fuller, entice the drive, because you know, with this good start they've had, they can, you know, lose a couple boundaries if, you know, there's an edge or something, and I think that is going to be their wicket taking option. I can't see these shorter balls getting too much. I think he might try and put not maybe every ball, maybe once every over or 2 and over, just pushing up right up their drive balls and trying to find the edge or through the gate. That one, there we go. That's still got a bit high on him though, but they're slightly fuller this time.
Very good, Chris. Finish your set here, Chris. Finish your set here, pal.
So last ball of the over. Can he finish with a good one?
One hero.
Oh, Metcalf goes for the drive and he finds an inside edge, evades the stumps, and it goes down to fine leg, and he'll retain the stroke for the next over. So a boundary from that, just a loose delivery there from Sanders, but the rest being sort of quite hostile.
Been buzzed again by 2 planes. Seem to be chasing each other. Right, so it's back to Jackson. So left-handed Metcalf. So it's 27 for 1. And in comes Jackson. Round the wicket. He just worked it off his toes. Let's get a single. So just moving somebody else across into cover. Oh, he's got sort of work that. Try to work it through point and got a bit of an edge. Just race down to third man just for a single.
Yeah, I don't mind that, to be fair. I think it shows more intent of, you know,
Yeah.
I want to bowl in these lines. If you want to hit it over there, you're going to have to do something different and hit it across the line. And it shows good intent and, say, packing the ring, and not many easy singles out there. So that was a bit flashy. If they maintained the second or third slip, that probably would have gone to hand.
So Jackson again. Full ball, driven, straight, no run. Oh, they are going to come for a run. Ooh, and that was out by a long way if that hit.
It was a goner.
Oof, he'd have been out by 2 yards.
Well, he called through the run.
Wow.
He called through it, then hesitated.
That
which
was
is a bit
risky because at direct hit, he was gone by miles. Bit of an unnecessary risk, that. Another full ball, works, no run. So run rate of about 4.5. Bit of work to be done to get it to the required rate, and we're still in the power play. 2 balls left. Fielded at point. They're going to run a single. Again, the field changes. Goes from left to right-hander, so left-handed Metcalf back on strike. And that'll be another dot, and just 4 off the over, so Norfolk move on to 31 for 1 off 7 overs. And a long way to go yet in this game. So Sanders to continue from the Dibley end.
So Sanders in. And he just guides to, goes to keeper, and he's going to have a shot at the stumps and to no avail. But that was risky. I mean, I know quick singles are very good in this game, especially early on, but sometimes they seem a little bit too much of a risk, really.
That one probably a little bit safer than the last one. The last one would have been gone by a good 2 yards.
Come on, Nero. Come on, Nero.
They've got to keep the clock ticking. They've got to keep the runs coming.
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, Sanders has bowled very well. He bowled a loose ball last over, but apart from that, he's been very tight. So very hostile, sort of more shorter balls than full. I think he might get a bit more purchase for a fuller ball. And that's found. Oh, I thought I found it. I thought I heard something.
You'd gone up there.
I would have gone up, yeah. Must have been something in my headset that made an edge noise. Very well bowled though from Sanders.
Changing his angle.
Oh, he wasn't far, and Metcalf shaped like an S there. He doesn't really know what to do with it. Doesn't know where to go back, doesn't know where to go forwards. I mean, he's 20 from 31, but that doesn't look very confident. Fuller ball this time, but finds the inside half of the bat. Just goes away to mid on for no run.
Come on! Don't work out here!
So the Cheshire fielders are still well up for us, encouraging their bowler Sanders every single ball. I think that's the kind of player he is. He wants a lot of encouragement. He wants his boys to give him the backing. And again, maximum of effort, but Metcalf just gets in behind this and plods it away for none. So still sticking with 2 slips for the left-hander down the slope. Sanders comes in. It's a shorter ball again, but doesn't get too high, and they're going for another quick single. And
he's made it.
Yeah, he definitely made that. It did hit him on the way through, but just the single. I think it's going to be tricky with Sanders. You know, he's obviously one of their strike bowlers, and I think the game here is key if they take early wickets, but at the same time, is he better having a break, coming back on in sort of the 12th or 15th and having another go? And I think he's going to have to be utilised efficiently here by his captain. So he comes in now to Wilcox. Again on the front foot.
I think what you might see is in bowling 5, get through the power play, because he's definitely get the runs down.
Yeah.
And
that's
then see a change up and he comes back later.
Yeah, well, he's just finished his 4th there, and I think, he looks okay. He doesn't look too tired, but it really depends on how...
He's coming in a long way, isn't it? It's a long old run.
Yeah, it really is.
So in comes Jackson again. Full ball. Not quite getting hold of it. Balls are there, but they're just not being executed
So it's a
with confidence.
slightly different field now, Steve. They've sent a deep backward square out, so maybe they're saying, you know, there could be a short ball here. They've also left quite a big gap between sort of point and cover. And they've got the fine leg out, so they're obviously still only allowed 2 out the ring, but they've put it sort of on the leg side, so maybe the odd bouncer could be coming up here.
So far, as everything's been full, so
Yeah, full and straight, which
everything's
is...
been full and straight, but apart from the one shot through cover for 4, it's been pretty good. Lots of encouragement here. So in comes Jackson. Oh, he squared him up there. That's a good ball.
Yeah, that's the second time Metcalf's done that, but for different bowlers, sort of looked to play it, but sort of jumped out the way at the last minute and fended at it on the offside. Doesn't look too comfortable to that sort of kind of chest height ball that's sort of moving away from him. Doesn't know whether to play or leave.
Oh, he's got. I think he's got lucky there. It's skidded away for 4, but that really could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, it was a big flash outside
It
off.
was a big flash. I think he got an outside edge on it. And it
Went between slip and sort of back point. Yeah.
was a bit lucky. But 4 more runs. Moves him on to 25. 37 for 1. Again, full ball. Knocked it straight at cover. He's misfielded it, so they'll pick up an easy one there.
Yeah, should never have been a misfield there.
So 1 more for the over. 5 off it so far.
So the wind is still blowing quite strong here at Wormsley. It's been persistent all day. Not enough to disturb that much, but...
So last ball of the over. Falls, boom, smacked out the deep square. There is a man there. So it'll just be the one.
That was a nice looking shot.
Picked it up quite nicely. So that's the over. 39 for 1 off of 9 overs. 1 more left of the power play. And then it's probably worth having a look at
I think
the worm if we've got it, just
Yeah.
see what the comparisons are against the 2 sides.
I mean, we know
in the power play.
Norfolk had Cheshire had a really good opening stand. You know, they got off the marks really well, and then they lost 2 wickets in quick succession, sort of just after the power play, which sort of halted their run flow. But you'd say the power play at the moment, comparison, just from our own knowledge, is definitely more in Cheshire's favour. They're still attacking in the field over, slip in a gully, and a short backward point. And Sanders is in for his 5th. Oh, this is picked up lovely off the hip, and this is going to run away. Nope. Good fielding out there in the deep, sort of backward square, almost a wide, fine leg, really. Really good fielding there. Only a single for that, wow. So now they're taking the second slip out for the left-handed Metcalf. They're still keeping 1 in. 3rd man and fine leg is still out. So a lot of fielders in front of the bat here as well. Sort of cover, extra cover. Oh, and that's foul.
Oh, that's beaten him.
Yeah, that was a good ball. Real good ball there. Good length, good pace. And it's obviously done enough down the slope to beat the edge.
Great job for us here. Great job for us here, Eddie. Come on. Do them up here for us, lads. Come on.
Sanders in to Metcalf, and this is down the leg side, but I think there's glove on that. And it's going to run away to fine leg, and they've gone for 2. And they'll just about get in there for 2. Is it leg buys? Umpire says, yep, leg buys. So a little bit too straight there from Sanders.
Come on, boy.
Could we see a Yorker or something? Something just a little bit different.
I think he's just going to stay on his
He's been bowling
his
that
length there.
yeah,
He's just been successful. He's beaten the
has-
back
he has
quite a
been
few
hard-
occasions
He's
now.
been hitting that hard length. Let's see what he does here to Metcalf. He's full of ball, and it's been driven beautifully between the gap of cover and extra cover, and that's going to run away for 4. Really good cricket shot there from Metcalf. Well, he got punished for the fuller ball. Maybe he should stick to his hard lengths.
Took that up, didn't he? He was doing fine until you told him he was ball full of ball.
I don't think Sanders will be too disheartened though, because you know it gets him on the front foot. That obviously brings a chance of edging it, and it increases the chance of any movement. So I wouldn't be too disheartened with that. It was a good shot as well. You've got to respect good shots.
Yeah, he put it away well.
Oh, Sanders, that's his line and length, isn't it? That is him in a nutshell.
That's the ball. Bit
Yeah.
of chat there as well.
Yeah,
Good to see.
yeah, yeah. He's well up for this, isn't he? He is well up. Typical fast bowler that.
That one too good for you.
Gets pummeled for 4 through extra cover and then comes back with a good nut and gives it a little chirp. You can't beat that, can you?
Come on, here, lads.
I think there's a good respect out there, though.
Come on, Sandy man. Come on, Sandy man.
Here, our last ball of the over. It's a shorter one and he rides it. Metcalf gets off strike, but he will take the strike for the next over. So a little bit of chit chat still going on there between Metcalf and Sanders. Still going on. Still going on. There we go. The wicketkeeper said, "Come on, go back to the boundary now." So that is the power play, Steve.
So 47 for 1.
Yep. Norfolk
4.7.
47 for 1 from their 10, 4.7, and here's the power play highlights. So there's been some nice fast bowling from the opening pair here. They've got it down there at a good rate with a little bit of purchase off the surface here, mainly down the slope.
So Jackson again, full ball. Suddenly thought that was going to be in the air and chance for a catch. And again, just driven down for no run. Looking to get a move on a little bit now. Metcalf looking a bit more positive, a bit more punchy with his shots.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they do need to start playing a few more shots. Obviously not to be anything reckless, because a couple more wickets now will really be troublesome for them, but they've still got to look positive. They can't just defend everything here.
So Jackson again's the outside edge then. It's raked away for 1. So Jackson's coming down the wicket, drops it for 1. So Wilcox going on the charge there, looking to force it.
Yeah, I feel like the Norfolk batters just have to try something a little bit different, take them off their normal line of lengths, just make them think about something different, a different ball maybe.
Yeah, definitely need to mix it up a bit. And after losing that quick wicket, they'll be quite pleased, I think, at 49 for 1. They've rebuilt quite nicely. Ball's been moving around. So last ball of the over. Another dot, just 2 off the over. So are we going to see Sanders back again? Looks like he's running in. So. So we are going to see a change of bowling, I think.
Yeah, it looks like we're staying with pace. Nothing was Young coming on. He had a nice little cameo in the middle order for Cheshire with the bat. Sort of grounded it out. He soaked up quite a lot of pressure there with the bat in a time when they lost a few quick wickets. Let's see what he bowls here. Again, quite a long run up. On the verge of the 30-yard circle. Looks like some left armers, Steve.
Yeah, that'll create a different angle. Interesting to see what pace he's got.
It's quite a thin, sort of skinny frame, but I'm sure you'll get it down there at a decent rate. Let's see how he does here. Yeah, full ball to start with, and Wilcox just digs it out. Look at Sanders there, he's keen. He was charging in for that one. You can't keep him out of the game, it seems.
Come on in. Show how good we can be, lads. Come on. Keep us up on it. Come on, lads. Great work, the Admiral.
So he's into Wilcox. Wilcox on the front foot, pushes this down the ground. It's split mid-on and mid-off. They're both giving chase, but mid-on wins the battle when he scoops it back to mid-off. And they're going to run 3, I think it is, yeah. Really good running from the pair. Nice shot as well.
And that brings up the 50.
It does, yeah. 52 for 1 inside the 12. So to be honest, Steve, the run rate isn't actually all that bad. It's 4.59. And the required just over 5. So here's Luke Young, 13 matches, 12 wickets.
4 for 18. You'll be hoping to get that again today, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. So brings the left-handed Metcalf back on strike. They got a deep backward square and a sort of deep cover. Oh, and that's just beating him there. So he has had trouble out there as Metcalf. With all 3 bowlers now, just sort of at that top of the bat, top of the corner of the bat there. He just doesn't know whether to play or leave it. And he's been fending it a couple, and they've all missed the edge.
Come on. Go as wide here, Cleek. Come on, boy. Brilliant stuff here. Brilliant work on it.
So now we're outside the power play. They can have more fielders outside the ring. As long as there's 4 fielders inside the ring, that is okay. And they've got a deep backward square and deep cover. Metcalf solidly defends that. And Young lobs it back to the keeper.
Brilliant for us here, Ernie. Come on. Been really good for us here, Ernie. Come on, lads. Great work out here, Luke. Lead it up here, Luke.
Off the hip here from Metcalf, and it's going to run away to the boundary, and the fielder does well. They'll get 2 nonetheless. And this one was off the bat.
Good work, Jacko. Good finer. Very good. Energy check. Stay up, everyone.
So Young coming in for the last ball of his over. And Metcalf again on the front foot, but just defends, and that is the over. So just 5 from his first, not bad. 54 for 1.
Well, there's a plane up here doing loop the loop, leaving a nice little bit of smoke behind him. He's now dive bombing. You'll probably hear this. So it looks like a bowling change again at this end.
Oh wow, look at that.
Another loop the loop going.
That's pretty cool, isn't it? Wonder if you can spell NCCA from the plane in the sky.
No, that could be a challenge. couldn't it? That could be a challenge. Okay, looks like we've got a bit of spin coming on.
Yeah, that's what we like to see.
So we got long on is out, deep square, extra covers out. Flighted up, used his feet, comes on the wicket, just be the one.
We like to see this, Steve. We like a bit of flight.
Using his feet early, that's good.
Bit of flight,
Good to see.
bit of guile. Proper spinner here. Here we go. Harry Durden here then. 13 matches, 11 wickets. Best of 4 for 52. I think he'll be looking to attack the stumps here.
Cobb bowled in the first innings and bowled well, so let's see what Dearden can do. Tosses it up, knocks it back to him, no run. Yeah, again tossed up, and it's just knocked down to long on for a single. Oh, Dearden again. Shorter ball, it's pulled. That's probably going to race away for 4.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, a bit of a drag
Not
down
the best
there.
ball there. And punished. No, 6 off the over so far. 2 to go.
So that was a bit of a drag down. He looked like he tried to push that one for a bit quicker and just sort of dragged it with him. I think he needs to be more, just trying to be consistent, land on the area at a nice pace.
Toss that up. Almost a full toss, that's no run. Yeah, I think he's better off just concentrating on floating it rather than just get that line length right. Build pressure, another short ball, it's punched off the back foot and that'll just go for 1.
I think this would be really key here in the context of the game. I think if Durden, the spinner, can get some good purchase at the surface, I think that is a really good sort of point for Cheshire. If that'll be one of their main bowling attack, really. If he can get a little bit of spin, all it needs to do is spin enough, just a little bit, just get into the batsman's head, because we've seen a lot of the balls just sort of skid on here and not do a lot. But if he can bowl tight, that will really build the scoreboard pressure, I think. But at the same time, it can go the other way. It could be 4 or 5 overs of 8, 9 and over, and that could really catapult Norfolk into a good sort of base for their chase, really.
Yeah, he can't be going at 7s, that's the only
No, certainly
problem
not.
thing. He's got to bowl good lengths and being consistent.
Yep. So Young back in. And Wilcox goes for a drive. And
Please and misses.
there's nothing but air in between that. So it could be a good matchup here. Sort of Young getting the angle across, left arm.
Yep.
Pushing it across, he might be able to try and bring one back in and attack the stumps.
Yeah, not easy with that angle.
No.
Match very much in the balance. 61 for 1 off 13.
And he comes again. Wilcox just looks to push that. Oh, there's a shy at the stumps. Good fielding from Sanders again. That man's everywhere, I'm telling you.
Great work, Chrissy. Great work, Chris. Team pass. Brilliant, that. Keep slamming there, please. Come on. Keep slamming away, Cleat.
He's in again. Oh, lovely shot off his hips here. And the fielder, well, that's gone all the way.
Disappeared for 6.
He's picked that up beautifully, and it just kept going and going, Steve. Just sailed over. Lovely pickup shot off the legs. 6 runs to Wilcox. Beautiful.
I don't think anyone thought that was going to go for 6,
Well,
including the umpires. They're
no,
a bit 50-50, but clear the ropes.
There's a fielder there. It's sort of deep backward square, but he's at least 10 metres off the boundary. And I mean, it wasn't really going to him, but I think everyone thought there was a half a chance, but it just seemed to keep going and going. Lovely pickup shot. That's a real sort of sign of intent there from Wilcox. He just picked it up. Beautiful timing. Oh, they're going to go for a single. Oh, there's a yes, no, and there's a collapse. Oh, no.
Dear.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
Oh, big slip there. Obviously gone for the run. Batsman backing up is slipped mid-wicket, and the rest is history.
My word, yeah, that was a
really unfortunate run.
It was unfortunate. You could say a little bit clumsy and a bit too much of a high risk sort of chance, but
the roller skates were on.
Yeah, and Cheshire aren't going to give them a second chance. You know, they're going to take everything that they can get. I think there's a few words exchanged there as well, because
Here we go.
the Cheshire field, I don't know who it is, but they took a while to...
Yeah, he lost his footing. As soon as he's lost his footing...
You watch it, they took a while to whip the bells off, and I think there was a few words. Well, it's a bit unfortunate,
Metcalf
but...
disappears.
So I think this will be a big wicket here, Steve.
Metcalf not happy as he throws the gloves. So.
No, not happy at all.
So Cobb comes in. Season pro.
Yeah.
Not played in too many games,
No,
but
he hasn't.
effective player.
Absolutely,
nevertheless.
So he had a good first innings with the ball. He got 3 wickets with his spinners. But yeah, he'll be a big wicket here for Cheshire. If they can get him early, I think they'll be well on top. But I think he also realises his importance, and I think he'll want to bat a long time.
Here we go. Come on, boy. Great work, Cleat. See if we can burn another 8, lads.
So Cheshire fielders are still really up for this. Lots of words of encouragement. So Young in now to Cobb, and Cobb presses forwards to mid-on, but for no run.
Just one bit of trick in here, innit, lads? Go to 3, see what happens. Great work out here, lads.
So then, just as we thought a partnership was building, seems to have broken. So
yeah, they just started to accelerate, didn't they? Just started getting a bit more positive and playing a few more shots.
From 1 for 1 to 67 for 1, now 67 for 2. Well bowled there from Young, just dug out by Cobb. But say it was a good partnership, and then a little bit of indecision and maybe a little bit too much of a risk. And now 67 for 2 looks much more in favour of Cheshire now. They can really swing very quickly in cricket here, especially in a final like today. Very fine margins.
You want both that?
So is this? I think this is going to see another bowling change. I think Dearden's coming off. So left arm spin coming on. It's just tossed up, work to Short gully and there's no run. Green, the new bowler. Tosses it up again. Just driven straight back to him, no run. Interesting change here in the bowling. Didn't just bowl in a couple of overs. And switched up for Green. Looking for one, turn it down quite quickly. That's 4 dots in the over, so good start here from Green. Are we going to see the first maiden? And no, we're not. He's pushed it for 1. Nevertheless, good over from Green there, just a 1 off it.
Really great start. Come on, Youngie. Come on, Youngie. Clean. Go on here, petrol head. I'm on the sides, GCSE.
Okay, so Norfolk 68 for 2 from their 15. And we've got the operations director of NCCA here, Richard Logan. Richard, how are you?
I'm really good, thanks. Really good. It's, looks like it's teeing up to be a pretty close finish.
Oh, let's hope so. I know these finals, they can twist and turn almost every over, it seems. But so that last wicket is going to make it very interesting. But a good day so far.
Yeah, really good day. And to be honest, it's nice to actually sit and watch some of the cricket because there's obviously a lot going on in the background that we've had to organise with everything that we have to put together. So it's actually nice to sit and watch the guys hit the ball around.
Good. Well, I guess that's sort of part of the job as well. You know, you do a lot in the behind the scenes and sort of on the day-to-day basis, and when you come to these games and especially the finals, it's kind of showing of all your hard work and everyone else involved. It's kind of nice to sit back and see it all sort of unravel in a nice way.
Yeah, it is, and we've been at Wormsley now for a number of years, so actually the organisation of it isn't too strenuous. Susie and Simon and the team here are brilliant, and we've put everything in place over the last few years that actually when we come to the day you can actually enjoy it and relax a little bit. And everybody else who's involved now has been involved for a couple of seasons, so it is. We do get the opportunity to enjoy it a little bit more than I did a couple of years ago.
Wilcox advances there, and that's a lovely shot through mid-wicket, and that's going to run away for 4. Good intent there from Wilcox. He's going at a runner ball now, 34 from 34. But yeah, no, it must be nice having, I mean, such a picturesque ground, and it's a really lovely area, and to have that nice relationship with the ground staff and sort of the facilities here, it makes your job easier, and it also is a nice place for people to come, and it's sort of the value as a final, it sort of matches it up perfectly, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and we love coming here, and it's one of the marquee days of our year, so we always get a good crowd in. I think the crowd size has increased little by little each year, which is really great, and we've had a beautiful day today so far. And yeah, hopefully they'll be treated to a really good finish.
There was an appeal there from Young, but it's cut short. Yeah, you say that. I mean, we were here last year for the One Day Cup final, and there was a decent crowd in. But I think definitely this final this year, there is definitely some more people gathered. Despite the wind and cold, sometimes they're still in their chairs with their blankets on and things. But do you think this is going to be a consistent theme in years to come as they keep growing, and especially if the cricket on the field is still just as good, and it is getting better, I think, in the last few years, and I think that's just going to keep going and going in a positive direction.
Yeah, I think so. It's great to have 2 new counties here to start, and I'm sure Cumbria and Berkshire won't agree with that, but for our cricket it is to have 2 new counties, so there's obviously a new group of people that are here from each of those 2 counties, and then probably no doubt people that have been here that come every year just because they like coming for this event. So I think that's helped expand the attendance by a little bit. But the more we do from a marketing side, the more we do from a promotional side, we learn about what works, then we can just improve on that every year and get more people. And like you say, the standard of our cricket has gone up each year, and we've got such a great amount of talent that it's a great opportunity to showcase that from not just 2 or 3 counties, but all over the country, really.
Young for the last ball of the over, and this has been driven. It's only going to be one though for deep cover. But why do you reckon that is? You mentioned on the cricket sort of getting better, from years past. And why is that? If you could sort of simplify it, especially from up and down the country, it's not just the southern counties or the northern counties, being better than others. It is quite a big spread now. What would you say is sort of the reason behind that?
I think we have some eligibility criteria that go into selecting our teams. So the counties have to pick a certain amount of homegrown players, and they also have to pick a certain amount of players under a certain age. So as that has bedded in over the last 3 or 4 years, I think what we're seeing now is that the lads that were in at sort of 20, 21, 22 are in that middle bracket of they're the consistent performers, mixed in with a couple of more experienced players and a couple of really good youngsters. That creates a really good balance for a team. And not that we force people to do that as such, but I think because of those criteria, that's enabled teams to build a really good squad. And we've always had great talent, but I think the balance of those teams now are there's a bit more sustainability as the years go on. You don't get the big peaks and troughs of maybe 5 or 6 senior players all leaving at the same time. So I think that's helped with the sort of consistency of the improvement that we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, talking about the new sort of development between younger and older and sort of spreading them out, you've also started the new programme of the Challengers, which is sort of dedicated towards the higher end, breaking through the minor counties into the major counties while competing against the major counties. Talk us about that for a little bit and sort of how well has it gone this season?
Yeah, so that was off the back of the T10 tournament that we got invited to play in. Well, it's coming on to 4 years ago now, and we got a selection of the best players together to go to that. And we've been there 3 years now. We've won it twice and come runners up once, but that kind of got us thinking about sort of recreating what was the Unicorns into something slightly different. And that's when the Challengers brand was born, which was in February this year. So we expanded what we had, which was the showcase game, which was just a solitary day the previous 2 years, into 3 or 4 training sessions. And then we put a bit more emphasis on trying to get some fixtures for that team to play in. But we wanted to play against first-class, first 11 opposition, because we thought, well, a lot of our players play a lot of second-team cricket, the university lads. There's a lot of cricket on offer to that sort of group of players. So to step out of that, we needed to play against the first teams, and we did that against Leicester, against Sussex, Hampshire, and we had a game against Zimbabwe. So
wow.
We've got probably 30 players in a squad and another 10 or 12 that we keep an eye on and we watch for performances. And to be honest, if anybody else suddenly pushes their way into that group, then we'll look at those. There's no closed group as such from a playing perspective. But yeah, everybody's. The nice thing is the people we've got in the squad have all performed really well this summer, and I think this testament to the job that Tom Lambert's done as coach and the guys that have supported him. In Brad Wadlin's been involved, Darren Thomas has been involved, and Eddie Burke. That those players have actually now stepped up. They've had that experience and they've stepped into some first-class counties. We've had Tom Hinley, Tommy Sturgis, Rory Hayden's now with Derbyshire for the last month.
Yeah, they've really kicked on, haven't they?
Yeah, and ultimately that's the aim of that, and it's to give the players that have got aspirations to go up in the game an opportunity to do that, another opportunity as well as our cricket. But it's also, you do need some players that maybe don't have that aspiration to play in that group as well, and they've got lots of experience, and James Kettlebury's been part of it, Dan Lincoln's obviously part of it, so those guys have got experience. And as I've just said with the eligibility criteria, we need to make sure that our team is a mixture of really good youth, some middle players that make up the bulk of the team, and they're generally sort of 20 to 24, and then a couple of experienced players as well. So we know that kind of mix is vital for a successful team.
Good fielding there on the fine leg boundary. But yeah, it's true you say that, because it isn't just a case of picking the best 11 players. By no stretch of imagination, it is there's a lot of method and a lot of thought that goes into it, because it's not just, you know, a one-off game against a county. It is showing yourself consistently from the ground up of, okay, we've got all these players that play in the minor counties, but it's not just, you know, picking a couple. You know, you're already showing this is serious and we want to compete, you know, as high as we can. And I think, well, especially this year, like you say, playing against the majors and even, say, Zimbabwe, and putting up some really good fights, getting a few wins as well. It shows that you need to be taken seriously. And how do the sort of major counties, how do they sort of approach you, and how do they deal with you? Are they quite accepting? Are they quite encouraged by it, or do they see it as almost like, oh, we'll play you as like a sort of a minor game? How do they sort of see it when you ask them, can we play you? How do they sort of approach you?
You probably have to ask them, but my view of it is, we targeted four fixtures this year. That's all we wanted, and I made 4 phone calls. So I'd say they're really accepting. We try and position ourselves so we can be of benefit to them as well, i.e. the T20 games that we played against Leicester and Sussex were ahead of the blast, so it was good preparation for them. We beat Leicester in one of those games.
There's a big wicket there. Young with a big celebration. Bowled Cobb for naught. Huge wicket in the game here. Cobb was going to be the main part of the Norfolk middle order, but he went without scoring. So 81 for 3. Young with a huge wicket there, and I think Cheshire know that. They've definitely got their tails up here.
2 massive wickets.
Absolutely,
2 massive wickets really for not many runs so far. So
no, it was a similar to Cheshire's first innings. They had a good start, lost 2 quick ones, and they had to do a big rebuild. So it's going to have to be a similar effort for Norfolk here. We'll see how this unfolds. But no, carry on.
Yeah, so we played 3 T20 games against Leicester. We won the first one, and then we were really competitive in the other 2. We had a great game at Sussex. They were fantastic hosts. There was between 2,000 and 3,000 people in at Hove in a day-night game. They had all their big guys playing, and we were really competitive in that game. We then played Hampshire in a 50-over game, which we won, and played against Zimbabwe, and I'd say we were probably on top for all 3 days of that until the rain came. So it's given hopefully the players the confidence that they are absolutely competitive.
I guess it gives them that exposure as well to the bigger stage. Yes, you might not be playing at the top 5, 6 stadiums or grounds, but you're still playing in a proper facility with a few thousand people watching it. It does make a difference from a few hundred to a few thousand.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think that exposure will only make them better players for it, or just give them that experience.
I think that's the key word, experience. We've got to put them in these scenarios that are going to challenge them, and they potentially haven't been in before, or maybe not been in for a little while if they've sort of come out of the game and they're looking to get back in. So the more we can do that, the better really, and the better place they're going to be when and if they get an opportunity to step up into first class cricket.
So Jordan Everett is coming at number 5. I think it could be a really good pathway if you in the major counties can really work together, which it seems like you're doing already. I think the major counties be really excited by the fact that they're going to have some competitive early season games or mid-season, ahead of a blast tournament or something like that, where they can not only can play against teams like the challengers, but they can also look at players and be like, oh, I quite like you, and have an eye on their development. So it's going to work both ways. Would you not agree?
Absolutely, and hopefully what first class counties see is that we're doing a little bit of the recruitment process for them. That we're not filtering people out as such, but we're identifying players that we feel are really strong and that can step up, like Tom Hindley and Tommy Sturgis have done this year. So the more we can do that, and the more we can work with the first class counties in having games, or at least them recognising and knowing what we're doing and when we're doing it, then they can come and watch the games or whatever. So I think we can certainly build on that, and hopefully we can be a really pivotal part of that pathway, and it's definitely a two-way thing.
And what would you say is the short-term goals, going into next season and potentially the year ahead as well? What's your short-term goal? Is it more fixtures, harder fixtures, maybe a bigger squad? What's the sort of short-term goal for the challengers?
I think for the next 12 months is to play more fixtures next year. T20 and one-day cricket will be our focus, because I think that's where the opportunity is going to lie. So if we can play a few more T20 games, a few more 50-over games in a slightly more structured way with some support from the ECB and the counties, I think then we can really prove the fact that we can be competitive, and then the year after hopefully be in a Metro Bank and or a T20 Blast which I feel that we could be competitive in. So
well, that would be really good if that was to happen.
Yeah.
I think it would be a nice, new, fresh thing for something like a Blast, or especially the Metro one-day tournament, because I mean, there's been a lot of talk about one-day cricket sort of dying out of the game, and it's not getting as much importance as it once used to. And I think a lot of proper cricket fans are quite saddened by that, and there's still a lot of value to the game. I mean, look at here, for example. People are here watching the game when they could not be. So I think there is a time and place soon, hopefully, where it gets that importance. And the team like the Challengers, where we're trying to get these new emerging players sort of into the top flight, I think that could be a really good way for it. But all the importance now is on T20 cricket. I know Test cricket is making a bit of a comeback as well. I mean, that's never going to die in my opinion, but it's kind of like you can't have one without the other at the moment, it seems.
It does seem like that, and that's sort of, I think that opinion and that viewpoint is reflected in our cricket. So I think everyone really values 3-day cricket. They know that it's a really good test, and winning that championship is still the pinnacle.
Mm-hmm.
But everyone loves the T20 stuff. It's probably our best from a competition, from a quality competition, and then the 50 over kind of slots in there. But like you said, we've got a lot of people here watching. It's a game that no doubt everybody wants to win as well. So I think we try and balance it out as much as we can. We don't ever want to put too much emphasis on one tournament and not another, because I think we need to make sure we focus on all three formats. But the reason we've put some emphasis on it with the Challengers is because that's where the opportunity is going to lie. Whether that's the 50 over comp and the T20 or just the 50 over, to be honest, whatever opportunity is given to us, we'll take. And I think everybody involved in it, from myself and Tom and all the players, feel that we can be competitive in that and are confident in that after what we've managed to achieve in a really short period of time this year, with very little time with the squad, really.
Yeah, and say a lot of the professionals, they talk about their workload being too much and stuff like that. Do you feel within the NCCA that the calendar is quite suitable? Do you think it's enough? Do you think it's a bit too crammed? Would you say it's quite fair on the players? Would you say it's a good level of consistency?
That's an interesting question. So I think our format and our fixture list is the problem is the players that we're talking about, which are the best young players, they don't just play our cricket. They play club cricket on a Saturday. They play university cricket, some of them. They try and trial as much as they can in second 11 cricket. So that actually means that they're really, really busy.
Very stretched.
They're very stretched. Sometimes they don't know which cricket to play in, whether it's our cricket.
I was going to follow up with that, because it comes to a point of what do they dictate is their optimal playing 11. Do you know what I mean? If they feel the Challengers is their best chance to promote themselves, they're obviously going to play for you. But if they feel second 11 is their best way in, that's the kind of battle that they're always facing, not only the players but also the organisers, because they want to be playing in their teams and their organisations. So that's always tricky, isn't it? And say, especially as a youngster, or going into their young prime, it's really hard for them to tell which is the best avenue to go down.
Yeah, and I think as somebody who's overseeing a team and a group of teams in that part of cricket, I think it's really key that we take that pressure off of the player. The player should never really have to decide where he wants to play. The people running the team should speak and say, what is the best for this player's development? Is that to play with you? Is it to play with me? And you can, if you take a step back and always look at it from the player's perspective and not from the team's, I think you'll always get to a pretty good decision. That's what we try and do. That's what I try and do if people ask me my opinion or ask me my advice. But at the moment, it's really tricky to say, no, come and play with me. This is a better opportunity, or go and play there, because I think we're all fighting for the same players and the same players' time. And actually, I think we all want the best for the players, obviously. We all want them to progress. So I think there needs to be a slightly more joined-up approach than there is at the moment.
Yeah.
But we can get there. We just got to talk to people, and I'm off on Tuesday to one of the days that ACE are holding for all their most talented players.
Oh,
so
nice.
The more conversations we can have like that, and with Tom at Saka, and we can get it all joined up, then hopefully we can all come to a decision that, along with the player, obviously, what is best for them, what best fixture to play, what is the best pathway into first class cricket. But it has to be a joined up approach, in my opinion. It can't just be us trying to do it for our players, them trying to do it for their players, the second 11 trying to do it. If we can join up, I think we can do that far more effectively.
Well, I think that also, I think a lot of it will come down to the player as well. I think it'd be very interesting from obviously your point of view to hear what the player has to say. You know, they might say something to try and get in somewhere, but if you try and get to know what they really mean or what they really think, I think that is going to be normally the only correct answer, you know, because at the end of the day, it's their body, it's their performance. At the end of the day, if they're overstretched, they're not going to perform as well, and it's in a way not their fault because they're trying to play here, there and everywhere and to try and promote themselves. But I think, hearing to see what the players have to say, I think that will be quite fascinating.
Absolutely, because the last thing you're going to do as a 21-year-old bowler is say, no, I don't need to play, thanks, I need to have a rest for a week, when actually the slightly more experienced person might say, well, actually having a rest that week will mean that you'll perform better the following week, and you've got that really great opportunity. So it is really tricky, but definitely a collaborative approach where we can speak to everyone, and like you say, ultimately it'll always be the player's decision because it's their career. But I think if we joined up and we weren't pulling people around for their time,
absolutely,
I think it'd give everybody a better opportunity to perform at their best.
Absolutely, yeah. So Young here, he's bowling very tidy, just about to finish his 5th over. Wilcox on 45. So another short ball, and this is under edge, just beating the keeper, and it's going to go away for a single down the 3rd man. Yep, just the one. And now we end the 20th over. So Norfolk at 87 for 3 from the first 20. You'd say just behind the rate. They're at 4.435 at the moment, and the required rate is 5.7. So we're going to have to catch up a little bit. I think wickets in hand here is key. But I think we're going to be in for a tight finish, would you say, Rich?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just a bit of bedding in now, isn't it, for 10 overs and trying to get the scoreboard ticking over without losing any more wickets. That's going to be really key. It tends to get a little bit more tricky to score here as the day goes on. I suppose history's shown that for the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Well, yeah, I was speaking to the ground staff in between innings, and I said it's a little bit under par, is it not? Because they should have really got around 300. But no, the ground staff said no, that's a winning total in his eyes. He said it is surprisingly hard to chase here in the second innings. So
I think you've got the pressure of everything that goes with a final as well, and I think 230 would have been a score I'd have been happy with if I was batting first. But they had a really good last 3 or 4 overs, didn't they, where they kind of just put the accelerator down, and like I said, now for the next 10 overs really they need to make sure they're just knocking a ball, being sensible, no silly stuff, and hopefully they'll be in a position then to accelerate for the last 20 overs.
Absolutely. So the keeper's standing up here to the pace bowler, and it's very well fielded there, extra cover, goalkeeper-esque stuff there. So is there anything else on the NCCA agenda in the near future that people can be excited for? What's coming in next summer?
Well, I think the next couple of weekends, we've obviously got the Championship final next week. We've then got the T20 finals day that's going to be replayed the week after on the 8th.
Yeah, that was a shame that one got washed out earlier in the season, but at least we're getting it replayed, which would be good. Yeah,
which is good. That's up at Chesterbourne Hall. And then once that's all finished, it kind of gets straight into the planning for next year. So there's a few things that we're going to talk to the counties about.
That is Wilcox's 50. Inside 53 balls, well played by the Norfolk batsman. So he's digging in deep here, but he's still going at a very good rate, just under a runner ball. And he's going to have to probably double that and some if his side want to get to 258. Another beautiful shot over mid-wicket. Flamingo over the rope, 4 runs. Top shot there, back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, he's been in good form this year, Ben Wilcox, for sure. And they're going to need him now to go on and get 3 figures, I would imagine, if they're going to stand a chance of winning this.
Absolutely. That's normally what it takes in these finals, one man to get a big score in the first or second innings, and they're normally on their way to a victory. How will Jackson come back from that? Oh, good take from the keeper there.
Yeah, so after the T20 finals day, we're kind of into planning mode. We've got a few things we want to talk to all the counties about with regards to the format next year. We might propose that we move it around a little bit, but I think those conversations had between now and October time. Fixtures are then confirmed and sorted by the end of November, and we're back into the cycle of booking venues, booking hotels, sorting finals out. So kind of
It goes very quickly, doesn't it, the cycle?
Yeah, definitely a 12-month cycle now, which is great, and we'll get some feedback from the counties, speak to as many players as we can to see what we can do to improve our 3 competitions, try and get the challenges moving forward, and I think if we can do that, that's a pretty good target for the next 12 months and see where we are. Obviously, we've got a team going back out to Spain in the middle of October as well, so we've got to go and defend that, which is never easy because you don't get to do the qualifying week, so you have to go in cold when everybody else has had 3 or 4 days of qualifying.
Yeah, just explain a little bit about that, going out there to Spain. What, just to the viewers, sort of why do they do it, and what kind of competition is it, and what sort of teams do you put out for that?
It's a mad competition. It's absolutely it's absolutely brilliant. And we, like I said, we got invited out 3 years ago. And Dan Weston, who's the founder of the ECL and everything that goes on over there, we took a team out, and it was a bit of a step into the unknown, to be honest. But it's been one of the best things we've done. It's been great. It's great fun. The cricket is just. It feels like a different game rather than a different format, but it is only half the amount of T20, obviously.
Yeah.
But it does feel, it just feels mad. I'm not. What I've learned is I'm not a very good watcher of cricket when I've got a bit of skin in the game. So I kind of pace around at the back of the tent and leave the guys to it. But yeah, it's T20 format. You have 4 or 5 games in a day. You tend to qualify, or you try and qualify, and if you do, you end up in finals week. And it's grown from 1 or 2 weeks to now 3 or 4 and 2 divisions. It's been really successful.
Good.
And it's, like I said, what I've seen from the players that have been out there and been successful there have come back, and it's taken their game, certainly in T20, to the next level as well, because the mindset of chasing 13, 14, 15 and over, which always seems quite daunting.
It's probably just normal for them now, isn't it?
It's normal. So you've got that sort of calmness when you're chasing, and you get to 5.5 out and over now needed is nothing. If that got up to 16, I think everybody would be panicking. But if you've been there and you've kind of done it, don't get me wrong, it's not easy, but you know it's achievable.
Yeah, they're more accustomed to it, aren't they?
Yeah. So it's a great tournament. And
what's it like playing there? Obviously, different climate. It's not, the country's not known for cricket there, and is it sort of, you kind of just put into not a corner, but you kind of, you just come and go, just play the cricket and go, or is it quite a welcoming area for cricket?
No, it's a really welcoming area, and I think because all the teams stay in one hotel, there's quite a lot of excitement around that, and quite a lot of people go down to the ground and watch, although it's a little bit out of where we stay. It's about 45 minutes each day on a bus, but you get a really good sort of atmosphere at the ground. And it's, luckily I'd say I've never played it, because I don't think I'd fancy bowling in it, but it is certainly entertaining to watch, and it goes by in a flash.
Good. Well, I guess that's its main purpose, isn't it? The entertainment value, and obviously the sort of cooperation of all the best players, but I guess entertainment is sort of the lead element in that.
Yeah, I think so, and first and foremost, I think Daniel's mission is to spread cricket throughout Europe.
Yeah.
Which
I think there's a great scope for it, even still. I mean, I think it's still very undervalued in Europe. I mean, say it's only in Asia, obviously here in the UK, in Australia and New Zealand, but I say Europe is huge, and there's so many countries that would be phenomenal to play cricket in, I think, and I still think there's a lot of room for improvement. So
yeah, I agree, and it's a great format, and I think Europe, as you've said, is massive, and it's a really untapped market for cricket, but it's definitely growing. Daniel and his team are doing a brilliant job about. Oh,
this could be a wicket, and it is. Wilcox, the man in form, went to pull it, a short ball, and just got the splice, and it's gone straight to mid-wicket. The easiest catch you'll see today, and he has to depart. So Young's got another big scalp, and now Norfolk are looking at a bit of trouble here at 98 for 4. I think it's going to be a long way back here, but we'll have to wait and see. Big wicket there for Cheshire.
Yeah, that's a really big wicket, isn't it? He was the man that was set 2 for 23 now, Young. He had a very nice innings with the bat. He dug deep with the bat, and now he's digging deep with the ball here, putting some hard yards in, some short balls, really bending his back, and he's getting the rewards. I do think Norfolk just needs to stay calm here, though. They're not, the run rate's not too far away from him. It's not a runner ball yet, even.
No, it's got to take the game deep. I think, if they can bat to the 45th to the 50th over, it's still going to be very tight, even if they are, say, 15, 16 and over with the last 6 or 7. I don't think they'll feel out of it, but I think wickets in hand now is certainly going to be key.
Yeah, and both teams back really deep, and it's one of the things that we were talking about earlier as we were walking around. In national counties cricket, you find that there's no easy wickets. There's no, you don't get a sort of 10, 11, 9, 10, 11, 12, 9, 10, 11, sorry, tail. You get players that come in and they potentially bat 5, 6 for their club, so they know how to bat and they're gritty, and it's there's no easy wickets. It's tough.
No, yeah, you really have to bowl the side out. You really do have to bowl the side out to stop the flow of runs, really, don't you? There's always a chance of the number 10, 11 swinging the willow and catch and hold of one. So into the new batsman, and it's just squirted away to third man for a single. He gets off the mark straight away. Young was on the floor there. He's really putting a lot of effort into this spell. But yeah, just back to the Europe cricket, I think there's great scope for it, and it's just how, obviously it's been very good in the last few years, but how do you further that? How do you get into the countries that aren't, playing the sport in the competition, or, football's so dominant there along with a lot of other sports, but I think there's always room for cricket everywhere, isn't there? And it's just passing that enjoyment of the game across, and sort of the international, feel for cricket. It's really tough to get across to some areas.
Yeah, and I think no doubt what the countries are going to find is that they're going to face the same challenges as we face. Lack of facilities in places to really expand, or lack of resources or skilled coaches. So I think there needs to be a top-down approach, which Daniel seems to be doing with the main guy. And the ECL series is amazing as well. They go and play lots of different lots of different clubs, lots of different venues. So there's the opportunity to play, but I think that needs to be bolstered with a really good structure and some guidance around that structure of a club system, what it takes to be a club that is sustainable, getting in with the junior sections, and how can you get the kids in those countries playing. Like you say, Spain's a really good example. They're a really strong team now. They've been brought on loads. They've got loads of talented players. But how are you going to go against football in Spain to get the 6 or 7 year old playing cricket instead of playing football? So that's a challenge.
Yeah. So the Cheshire fielders are right up for this. They think another one here and the game might be sealed. Oh, and there is a slight edge, but it's going away to third man, just for a single. Yeah, it would be interesting to see how in 5, 10, 15 years the sort of the environment of cricket in those areas, whether it will develop or whether it will stay the same. I'm definitely keen to see it grow, because I think cricket is such a beautiful sport. It is amazing for all involved, and you kind of feel that people don't even know about it, let alone have the choice to play it. So I think hopefully we can keep pushing the sport on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think it's grown. I think if you go back 5 years to now, excuse me, even the stuff that Daniel's done has really helped that.
So Norfolk have just gone over the 100-run mark, 102 for 4. So the wicketkeeper still stood up here to Jackson. He's bowling a nice, hard, heavy length there. Not much room for any width to throw the hands through. So the crowd here at Wormsley are still staying in. I think they know it's going to be a close one, despite the cold wind. It's been one of those summers, hasn't it, Rich? It's not quite been the blazing hot sun that we're used to in the last few years, but I guess you've got to have a year once in a while where it is a bit wet and a bit cold. Just the law of averages, isn't it, now? But
well, yeah, unfortunately, it seems that happened more often than not. Like we've seen to have
especially on our final days as well.
we've had some really struggles with the weather, certainly at the start of the year, and it tends to be that we've had a number of conversations. I think we have them every year, that should we expand the season out later, beyond this point to the end of September rather than in April or May. But you know that when we do that, I mean, if we ever make that decision, that it will be beautiful in April and then it'll start raining in September. So you can never win, and you can't cater for the weather as such. You have to look a little bit of historical what's happened in the last few years. But I think generally we're not going to move too much sooner, we're not going to move too much later, and we've just got to pray that we get some good weather. But yeah, we don't seem to have had a massive amount of sunshine this summer.
No, but I guess it is the same for all, isn't it? You know, you're not losing any luck, you know, from anyone. It's just that is how it is. You can't fight the weather sometimes, but it just obviously is frustrating, especially for organisers when they, you know, you can work to a calendar, but sometimes that calendar is disrupted by the weather, and especially say with our finals day that we missed, the T20 one. It's you know, it's a lot of people involved, and it's a lot of changing locations, and you know, the funding for it is obviously a struggle when that does happen. But again, you can't fight it, unfortunately. It's just a bit of a nuisance, but it'd be a great world if we can have it all our way.
Yeah, wouldn't it just? Yeah.
So we're going to get some spin in here. There's a man out at deep back with Scaran deep with the wicket, as well as deep cover. So just spreading the field here at Cheshire, just letting them knocking around the singles. Selby is the bowler.
I think this is going to be a really crucial period now. I imagine the slow bowlers are probably going to start bowling in tandem, and that was where
certainly
Norfolk sort of stemmed the flow a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, being up here a few times in the last year or so, me and Steve on commentary have noticed if you have two spinners that can bowl stump to stump, you know, they don't even have to spin it much at all. Maybe the one in a couple overs or so. If you know they can be consistent on a line and length, you know, on those stumps, you can really attack with the field, and you can really build a lot of pressure, especially in these middle overs. And I think that's where a lot of chases are lost up here, is when the batting side don't really capitalise or can't get away the spin bowlers when they bowl in the middle.
Yeah. And you can get through the overs so quickly, and you can kind of, before you know it, you can have lost 3 or 4 overs from what you've got left. So it is quite key that the batting team just take a bit of time, try and find those gaps, keep rotating the strike, because that just slows everything down a little bit as well. You also don't want to go into your shell here. If you've got a boundary shot, and in your game plan it's to hit the ball that, whether you're a sweeper or reverse sweeper or you hit over the top, then you should back yourself and do that, because it only takes 2 or 3 overs of 12, 13 or even 8 and over to just change the momentum of the games. And we know white ball cricket is all around momentum.
Oh, absolutely,
If you can switch that round, then you can get out of having overs that are bowled in.
So that over was done in a flash, and only 3 from it.
1 minute, and you've only scored 3, so it's just sometimes taking time in between each balls as well, just to make sure you're not rushing through and kind of being hurried into just knocking it to the fielders.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. So there's another change of bowling here. Looks like it could be another spinner. So there's been a photographer around the ground. We've seen him at a few NCCA games. Do you know his name? Or
Roger.
Roger, that's it. I have spoken to him a few times. I can never remember his name, but he's here quite a lot for the NCCA games, especially the finals. He takes a lot of snaps with the players here.
He does. Roger's been great all season. Actually, he travels around to a number of different games and always happy to share his images. And
it's nice.
He's very, very passionate about cricket.
So it is spin from both ends. It's Green, the bowler. Left arm spin and a little bit of bounce there. Just pushed onto the offside. So he's getting through his over quickly here, is Green.
This is exactly what they'll want. They'll want to get in a couple of dot balls, couple of singles, and get through in and out the over 60 seconds, 80 seconds, and get on to the next one.
Yep. Gone for the sweep and doesn't connect. Wide will be given. Obviously, anything down the leg side is wide. I always think batsmen should try and target down the ground here more, because it is quite a short hit, and especially with the power of the batters now. And I think especially against these spinners, just having the confidence to skip down and meet it on the floor. I mean, obviously it's easier said than done, but I feel like it's not valued enough. Maybe because in a final they feel it's a bit more risky and they get inside their own head a bit, maybe. You know, you see them in the nets all the time, skip on down and just loft it over. But
yeah, if they run past one in the nets, it doesn't matter, does it?
That's the trouble, isn't it?
But I think even with this field, it's a relatively standard field, and you see it when you see the England boys and players in the 100. Over that short mid-wicket and short extra cover are two really key areas, and if you can get a ball just over that person's head, you've got two, maybe even four. So that's a really good area to target. It's a big field here, so if you can hit those gaps, hit the left and the right hand of those two fielders, you're ultimately always going to get two, and if you connect with it well, you've got four. So it's just about trying to work the ball into those gaps rather than maybe just hitting it hard to a sweeper on the offside. Try and just put that little bit more effort into getting into just to the left and right hander of those two short fielders, and it can double or quadruple your scoring.
So we're at the halfway stage here in the second innings, and Norfolk are, you say, just behind the sort of rate here. They've lost a couple more wickets than they would have wished to, and they're 109 for 4 from the 25 over mark. Cheshire, you'd feel, are on top, but like I say, we've seen many games change, and I'm sure that will change in both momentum in the next 25 overs. So don't go anywhere. I'm sure we're going to be in for a thrill here as the ground soft, just in a few more touch-ups of the wicket. But again, it's been a superb wicket again, as it always is at Wormsley. Enough in it for the bowler and the batter. Can't really ask for more. As the players take a drink and the umpires have a little discussion. So the trophies on the table here, Rich, is quite a nice trophy the winning team will lift.
Yeah, it's lovely. We've got new trophies, obviously, as the sort of minor counties transitioned into the national counties. We had a new set of trophies. It wasn't my job, so I can't take any credit for that. But Nick Archer.
It's got your approval.
Yeah, Nick Archer, our chairman, looks after all that, and he's done a great job. They're looking really good. Something certainly to be won. And we're going to get a different name on it.
There we go. There's the trophy on screen. And so with the team you've got at the NCCA, how experienced are they? Have you been together for quite a while? Are you quite a solid team? Are you looking for anyone new, or what's the situation there with the NCCA? Are you looking to develop, or how's the sort of the team bonds there in terms of the management?
It's really good and really strong now, and we've had different people that have come onto that over the last few years, but I think we've got a really solid unit now of people that have got really clear skills, have a really clear role within the business, and have all got a really similar vision for what we want to achieve and where we want to go, and I think that really helps. And we meet up on a regular basis. Well, Zoom's massively helped that, because we don't have to travel all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have monthly meetings, quarterly sort of board meetings where we get together in person, and obviously we travel around watching a lot of our cricket, whether it be a finals or just some of the county games, and we make sure we're speaking to lots of different people from around the network as well. So we've got a really good solid team now, I think, and everyone has, like I said, have got a similar mindset and are driving towards a similar vision of improving our cricket year on year and making us bigger and better, whether that's through the challenges or in other ways in the future. But no, it's a really great team, and got a lot of support and help from. Obviously, I do most of the day-to-day stuff, but if it's finance, we've got Karen Young, who's our FD, and commercial stuff. Jeff Ellis is really great, and he's got lots of experience in that. So it's and then Nick Archer. I don't think there's anybody that knows more about national counties or minor counties cricket or club cricket than Nick. So from that side of things, we've just got a whole range of skill sets, and it's brilliant.
Good. Well, that's kind of what you need, isn't it, for something like this? You need obviously the great experience and the know-how and the knowledge, but some younger mentality, some things to really kick on the whole organisation. It's good to hear that you're gelling well, and you're always looking for doing better and bigger.
Yeah, it's been, and one of the real benefits of doing the challenges this year is not just the lads that have been playing, but the lads that we've spoken to about being involved in it at some stage, or the coaches. and you actually get then a different perspective. So whether it's the committees or the board directors that run each of the counties, but if we gather their opinions and their views on what we do, but also we do the players, we get a good mix of what the opinion is, and it gives us it certainly gives us more information to make a more informed decision. And I think that's really key that we do that, because it's not just the people that run the game, it's the people that play the game, and it's not just the people that play the game, it's the people that run the game that have to have their say and give their opinions, and hopefully we take that all on board and we make an informed decision, and then we share it with everybody. And I think we've made some only small changes, but I think they've been really effective over the last few years, and as long as we're going in the right direction, which I feel we are, then it's all good.
Oh, quick single take in here, and just got in there. Good take by the keeper. I guess the NCCA is quite a unique organisation, isn't it? Because there's not much you can kind of compare it to. I know you can compare it to sort of sports in terms of like their development and stuff like that, but I mean, cricket in itself is so unique. But the things you do with, say the NCCA, the challenges, it is quite unique. So it's kind of a niche area. So how would you sort of look, broadly for inspiration or for any ideas or tips from anywhere else, or is it quite an intrinsic sort of thing you have to think deeply about, or is there any way you find any influence from when it comes to developing things?
I think we probably look at individual things more than we do an overall business that is similar to ours, because like you say, it is quite unique. But we can look at multi-day cricket, so we can look at the Championship or how England have done in their test matches and see if we can take little bits of that and replicate it or put that into our business. Or we have a look at the T20 format and what works well in the Blast or what works well in the Big Bash, and if there's any changes we could make, or what even the format is of the first class fixture list. So with T20, and they have more fixtures and they're more intertwined, so it's more difficult. But we try and take I certainly look at little bits rather than I try and take little bits from everything rather than look at one bit, because like you said, I don't think there really is a business out there that is similar, because we're kind of an outlier in the fact that we're
very good.
an independent business that sits within the sort of stakeholders of the ECB, but it seems to work, and it's it's taking little bits, I think, rather than having a look at something that is really similar to us.
For those just watching the stream here, there was a bit of a mishap with the graphics, and you might have seen that Wilcox was dismissed, but in actual fact he wasn't. He's still in. He's on 65 from 71. So for those Norfolk fans, don't worry, your main man is still in, and
very good,
he's
Stevie.
still batting. He's still fighting the cause for his county here. But Green is bowling very tightly here. He's into his 5th over, and not many runs off him so far. So before you know it, we're in the 27th over, and there hasn't been too many runs scored.
When's the force coming in?
Just picked off his hip there. The deep backward square leg. The sun is starting to make an appearance again, which would be nice. So we haven't really seen much spin off the surface, but it is about the accuracy of stump to stump bowling today. That's been flighted there, and it's just gone to wide mid-off.
Top work out here, boy.
Cheshire's still up for this, though. You can hear him in the field. Every ball, some encouragement. Oh, just cut off there.
Oh, that's going to get through, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Slightly quicker ball. Skiddier through the action, and it's chopped down there by Wilcox, and that's scooted along for 4. He moves to 66 now. 70, in fact.
Yeah, they really needed that. They needed just to get through a boundary, and hopefully that will give them a little bit of confidence or impetus to try and get that boundary ball away early in the over, because it just releases the pressure a little bit.
Well, this is sort of the first time the required run rate has gone up to 6 and over. They are on 4.4. But again, they're not going to be worrying about that for quite some time. The main thing is wickets in hand. So if they can build this partnership up to the sort of 35th over mark, 40th over mark, they'll be probably in the driver's seat, you'd say. If they can keep another 50-run partnership going. Some good flight there from the spinner, Selby. Oh, and another misfield there. Another misfield, I think it's going to go away for another boundary yet. So in the space of a few deliveries, there's been 2 misfields and 2 boundaries as a cause of it. Cheshire just leaking a few runs here. Nice shot there from Charlie Hood. So they've kept the mid on and mid off up in the ring, enticing the batsman to hit over the top. Cheshire fill that wicket to the key here. Oh, and this is going to pierce them, and this has been timed beautifully. And that's going to be another boundary. So a flurry of boundaries here for Norfolk. 2 in the over from Hood. That was no more than a push.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Yeah, there's a couple of boundaries from this, one from the last ball of the last over, and again that momentum can just switch around in as short as 5 balls.
Again, another push and a shout of catch, but no. Saying just those few boundaries, it drags the run rate back down to 5.8. Fourth single there, but no run. There's already been a run out, and that ends the over. So again, just skip for his over. Selby's a little bit expensive here, going at 5s. Will they persist with spin for much longer, or will they go back to pace? Carrying on with spin. So after the game, Rich, they going to be a ceremony here?
Yeah, we've got a presentation, and we'll say a few thank yous and present the winning team with a trophy.
Good.
At the moment,
Good
I've
feeling.
no idea who that's going to be. I steer well clear of giving any predictions. So.
Yeah, you can't choose a favourite in this, but I don't think you could even choose if you did have a favourite. Just whipped off the legs there by Hood. That is what we like to see in a final, though. A nice close game, not a one-sided affair. Let's hope it's the same for the T20s in a couple of weeks.
And it's great. T20s, we've got 4 completely different counties.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In that, so there's 6 counties that have taken part in our white ball finals.
An appeal here, and the umpire's thinking about it, but keeps his hand down. Probably just sliding down or too high. Yeah, it was Oxfordshire,
Cumbria, Berkshire and Staffordshire.
Yeah, so yeah, a big mix there, big variety.
Yeah, which is really good and just shows the strength in depth across all the counties. We have got 2 of those teams that are repeated in the championship final, but I think across the white ball cricket to have 6 counties and 6 different counties at the finals is great.
Mm-hmm. And it really is whoever performs best on that day comes out victorious, which you could say for a lot of finals, but you know, there's a lot of games that go into it beforehand, and you've got to be the best to get into the final. But say both teams here today are definitely showing their qualities.
Yeah, definitely.
Just push through the offside for 1. Now end the over. So Norfolk are 1-3-2 for 4 by the 29th over. So the momentum's shifting more in their favour at the moment. Cheshire is staying loud in the field, but you can tell there's a little bit of eagerness to just pick up 1 more. They feel more comfortable if they can get another one here. Will they go back to Sander for a little bit of pace, or will they hold him back? If it was me, I'd put him in a little bit earlier. I wouldn't leave him to the end. If he can pick up another wicket or 2. So it's Selby to carry on.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to try and skip through another 2 or 3 overs, I'd say, here, and try and go for sort of 3 or 4, not go for any boundaries, build the pressure up that way, because then as you get into that last 20 overs, I think certainly from last year, I remember feeling around the ground, you feel that sort of intensity, and everyone sort of gets on the edge of their seat, and the pressure builds, and I think the pressure builds on the batting team more than the bowling team in that particular
it certainly does
environment. So yeah, you can really feel that, and I think you can feel it starting to build now, really.
Yeah. So obviously we'll keep the stream going all the way to the end and for the ceremony afterwards, but make sure to check out our social media at NCCA on Instagram, and for any highlights of today's play and any pitch reports or anything like that in today's and for the future, as well as highlights on our YouTube post game today. Quick single taken, direct hit. He was comfortably in, I would say.
That was optimistic.
A couple chuckles from the crowd there. Good bit of fielding, but a little bit wasted. So we'll be back with our live stream for the T20 finals day, September 8th.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, from Chester Boughton Hall.
Let's hope for a less wet day up there than previous. But yeah, we'll have the full live stream like today, and plenty of cricket. 3 T20s, two semi-finals and a final. And it should be a good day out. So that is the 30 over mark done here. Norfolk at 136 for 4. And it's certainly in the balance.
I always remember playing and thinking that after 30 overs you could double your score in a 50 over game. So
well, if they do, it's basically bang on.
Yeah, exactly. So it is really well set.
Yeah, it certainly is. So Wilcock, just the main man here, he's on 73, going at a really good strike rate, and you'd feel if he goes to the end, they've certainly in the driving seat, and he looks just comfortable to knock it down the ground for 1s and 2s. That's all he needs to do right now. Charlie Hood is just finding his way at the crease. He's on 19 from 28. He's put a few bad balls away. There's a lovely sweep shot here, and it's gone straight to the man. Another good bit of fielding there to stop a potential boundary. They'll still need to sneak a single though. One thing I love most about Wormsley is the old-fashioned scoreboard down the bottom of the hill there. It really is spectacular. I always say it's like a miniature version of the pavilion here, just a micro-sized one. No more than 2 or 3 people can actually get in there, let alone actually work, but they're always very accurate.
He's bowling really nicely here, isn't he? That sort of area that I spoke about, getting over short extra cover, is really not giving anybody the opportunity to do that. I think squeezing it out to square leg here is just the option to try and get off strike, but it's really tricky because we're in that period where it feels so tense. You've got to back yourself that if you get a ball in your hitting area,
to release the pressure,
to get it away, because we saw 2 or 3 boundaries in over a short period did 2 overs ago.
Yep.
It just alleviated everything. And
yep. Even the tone in the field changed within a couple shots. And
it's just built up again now. So
yeah,
it's trying to target maybe the first 1 or 2 balls of an over. Look where those gaps are. Look where you're comfortable hitting the ball and taking a sort of calculated risk.
So Selby, and again, it's gone for a big sweep but didn't connect, but they'll still sneak a single.
Looks like that's Hood's option, isn't it?
Yeah.
The sweep.
Yeah, even with the man out there at deep backward square, he feels if he can connect well enough and get it to either side of the field, he's going to pick up at least a boundary, if not 1 or 2. There wasn't much excitement. The fielder did drop it. I'm assuming it was a bump ball. It was hit hard at him. Slightly short and just dabbed to the offside. Single taken, and that was close, but he's just in. You've noticed all of the teams in this format, they're so good at just nabbing a single almost on every ball if possible. You know, a good ball that the average player would just defend for nothing, they can almost manufacture it into a single no matter where it lands. Sometimes it's a bit more riskier than others, but you know, the chances of the ball actually hitting the stump is not that high in sort of relative terms, so there's always chance to keep rotating the strike.
It is, and I think that's the sort of key point, going back to that, trying to get a boundary early on in the over. It then means you're scoring at 7 and 8 and over rather than sometimes 3, sometimes 6. If you can really get that boundary away early, then those singles are so much more effective because you've already got those runs in the over. Otherwise, if you then get a couple of decent balls or you hit a fielder and you've gone for 3 or 4 like that overs, and Selby's bowled the last 2 or 3 overs where he's actually done that, so that's just where you can feel that pressure building up a little bit again, and the run rate's gone up to nearly 6.5 and over now, so it's just, they have to be careful of that, Norfolk, and make sure that they don't just cruise through these next overs, because before you know it there'll be 10 overs left and you'll be at 7 or 8 and over, which,
wow.
Having said what we said earlier on, it's still not easy to do that when the wicket's like it is here and getting a little bit more tricky to play on.
Oh, this is a low full toss and it's been picked up lovely, and it could split the field, and it is going to split the field. Yep, perfect precision and placement from Wilcox there as he moves on to 80 now. Say the run rate was climbing up, it's up and above 6 now, just about 6.3. You say Wilcox is definitely the big piece in the puzzle here. So boundary off the first ball this over, and it's a shorter ball, and Wilcox just pushes it down the ground. Very smart cricket from the batter there.
Are we going for the sweep?
I mean, if the sweep is on, if you can, so there's a big gap between deep mid wicket and deep backward square. Oof. Probably a little bit too full there. There's some big gaps everywhere though. Big gap at deep cover, so anything outside, well, middle and off, he can just push there. Anything middle and leg, he can nerd to the leg side just like that. Very low risk cricket so far. So it'd be interesting to see if Cheshire go back to a pace bowl, or maybe they might try and tighten that inner ring, stop the flow of singles, try and build some pressure. Again, another push down the ground, just a single, and that brings up Norfolk, 150. 150 for 4 from the 33rd over. So things still very even, I'd say, right now. A big few overs could swing it towards Norfolk. Well, the comparisons we've got on the screen here, Cheshire were slightly ahead, but they were also a wicket down on Norfolk. So you could say if you put that into comparison, it's pretty much even par, I'd say. I think if Cheshire got a wicket here, they would feel in the driving seat. But I say a big over or 2 from Norfolk would certainly see them be in the driving seat. And that's the beauty of 50 over cricket.
It is, isn't it? They also had that little period in the last 3 or 4 overs that they really accelerated. So I think they just got to be mindful of that as well, certainly with the comparison stuff. But yeah, certainly I don't think anything to worry about from Norfolk's perspective at the moment. If they can keep this board ticking over, not lose any more wickets, then it's really going to be a great finish.
Just seems a little bit too easy for the batsman right now. Just keep pushing it down the ground. I mean, see if the Cheshire captain will bring up a fielder, maybe say, you know, trying to hit it over the top. And if he does, he does. If he doesn't, there's going to be a catching opportunity, you'd feel.
Well, I'd certainly do that because we haven't seen.
Oh, where's that? Yeah.
We haven't seen either batter look to hit the ball over the top. So
no,
having
exactly.
that deep mid on is kind of like a good bit of a giveaway single.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have brought mid off, well, long off into mid off now, and I mean that's probably more so to do with the line he's bowling. He's going to be bowling quite sort of very tight middle and leg stump. But again, that just seems a bit too easy, doesn't it? try and force the batsman to try and play more square, make some room for themselves, and bring the stumps more into play, I think. Last ball this over. And Hood goes towards mid-off, and there's a chance here, but Flo's throw is a bit flimsy, and they'll get a single for it. That's 155 for 4. So just 16 to go. Here we go, this is where it gets good. 103 to win from 96 ball. Now on paper, that's a bit of a walk in the park, isn't it? But we all know how things can change. 6 wickets in hand. So Norfolk now are the ones in control.
Yeah, I don't suppose we all watched many of the 100 games where you thought 100 would win.
No.
So
well, you say that this year there was a lot more lower scores, but even still, a runnable 100 is pretty easy nowadays for these teams. So there is a change, and it's going to be some pace as the keeper's now stood back, and I think this is going to be interesting here. It is a new bowler. Let's see if he can make the difference here. I was speaking to the groundsman. It is one of the hybrid pitches they're using today. It's one of the centre wickets, so it's a bit of that synthetic, sort of not plastic. It's a bit of a structure bonding between the soil that just keeps it a little bit stronger throughout the wicket, easier to maintain and manicure. But it also, in the Times here, speaking to a few of the players, they say it's much better to bowl cutters and slower balls because you can get more purchase out of them with those hybrid wickets. A little bit more grip. Yeah. So let's see if they go to those tactics, especially with the big boundary square. They can hide it out one side potentially and pack the field. It's been cut away. It's only going to be one though, to deep cover point.
Yeah, I think this is probably a good opportunity for Norfolk to target Nick Anderson, just because he won't have got into it. It's his first spell in the game, and if you can get him away early, again, a couple of boundaries, don't let him settle into that, because I think he's certainly got a lot of experience, and he can get into those cutters and mixing his pace when he can be quite tricky to face.
So is that going to pierce the field? It is going to pierce the field, and that's going to run away for 4 more down the ground. Again, not much more than a gentle push, some good timing, and the fielder and the bowler can get a hand to it. A lovely push by Wilcox. He moves now to 88. Some real good timing from him today. So if they can hit, 9 10s and over for 2 or 3 overs off Anderson, that's almost the game really. They could see it as a bit of a freebie here. Take the risk. That's a shorter ball and just guides it down. Keeper does the collection. But there we go, a single, 4 and a single, and they're well up with the rate already. Another nice cut shot there. It's only going to be 1 though. So, oh, they're going for 2. This could be close. Oh, what's the umpire saying here? Not out. That was going to be very close to see this on the replay. Good running from the batsman, but again, some very good fielding from Cheshire and a good whip off the bails by the keeper. Let's have a look at this. It's going to be hard to tell from here. But good bit of fielding, but good cricket all round there, pushing the 2. Oh, I think he was in. Hard to tell from here. But play goes on. Nothing we can do now. Anderson is in. Just guided the 3rd man for a single. Sensible cricket here from Norfolk. 9 from the over already, and there's still a ball to go. So this is kind of not what the bowlers had in mind here. I say that, if he takes a wicket now, it would be genius, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's tricky. You've scored 9 off the over already. nick another single, 10 off the over, everyone's happy, or kind of put it to bed, 13 off the over if you can sneak another boundary. But I suppose it'd
just be a dot.
I think they're happy with 9 and over, to be fair. This stage, it's
yeah. So he's got that rate down, just 94 now from 90. And the batsman's just going to get a change of gloves and a swig of a drink. You can see the Cheshire captain and fielders just having a chat here, saying, well, what are we going to do now then? We're just letting the game sort of run away with us at the moment. So it looks like Sander is coming back on. So the opening bowler brought some real good heat to start with. He was getting it up around the eye line sometimes as well. He's quite the character. He was on comms earlier saying how the Cheshire batsman can bat deep, and he actually did hit a few big blows in the lower order, and again picked up a wicket early doors. So he's going to want to come back and be the main man again. I think this would be very fascinating. If he can pick up a wicket, Cheshire will be right into this here. Just having a look at the field here. So due to his pace, there is a third man and fine leg back on the boundary. Deep cover is out, deep backward square is out as well. So it gives the protection for a short ball. It was quite a tight mid-wicket and short cover in. It's Hood takes strike. It's a fuller ball, and this has gone past cover, and that's a beautiful shot. Again, superb timing, and it's just no more than a push through the offside, and it's run away for 4 in this outfield. So a slight loosener there from Sanders, back into his second spell. Lovely balance there from Charlie Hood as he moves on to 35 already. So Hood's standing about half a foot out of his crease, trying to meet the ball on the full. He's just pressed this back to the bowler for none. So I think this is a big moment here. Sanders would be well up for this. But we know pace on the ball can sometimes fly away to the boundary as well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he's got some change-ups that he throws in there as well.
Yeah, well, especially with his pace, his stock ball is a decent pace. So if he does have a good slower ball or a cutter that just does enough, it could bamboozle the batsman here. There is a short one that's almost come back into the stumps, but it's just running away for. Let's see what the umpire says. Is it a lug by?
He's done well to get that over there.
It is or isn't. He's asking the batsman, and the batsman is going to give a leg by. So we had one earlier that came off the. It was actually Sanders that was batting when in the first innings. He went to hook a short ball and missed it, hit the helmet, and it sort of looped up to a short fine leg, and they all appealed, but he said no, hit me on the helmet, and the umpires agreed. Brings Wilcox back on. He's on 89, and he works this off his hip for 1, and they're going to push for 2, but it would only be 1.
Well, I think if you could have pushed there, it's a long boundary that. Off balance, you're going to do well to ping that in over the top. So I might have just missed out on one there, but
gets Wilcox into the 90s.
Certainly don't need another run out at this stage.
No, certainly not. We know what that can do. And that'll be given a wide, just gone down the leg side. Sanders immediately shouted at himself there, saying no. I went down the slope. So he bowled a few of them to the left-handers. That would have been ideal, but not at the moment. So he comes off his long run-up. Slightly short. Just guided to a backward point for none. So where are they going to find a wicket? Is it going to be with the spin, or would it be with the pace and some change-ups? Or will it be with the captaincy in the fielding? It's going to be interesting. Do you reckon he'll be thinking about his score now he's in the 90s or not? Wilcox, sorry.
Do you know what? Probably not, because they're so far out from winning the game. I think.
And that's a gimme ball there, really, and Hood has whipped this off his legs, off the bat, and that's going to be 4 more. That's a loose delivery there from Sanders.
I think he'll be focused on the 83 off 84 rather than the 10 off however many for himself. But yeah, so we won't be looking at 100. He'll be looking at 140, 150 not out, no doubt, because that's in these games you want to be walking off at the end.
Absolutely, yeah. Although if you do score, a century or take 5 wickets, you do get your name in on a plaque here in the vintage pavilion here at Wormsley Estate. So that would be quite nice. But like you say, I think lifting the trophy probably means a little bit more to him today.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen a few names up there, and actually my last competitive game of cricket was here, and one of the lads that I was playing with got his name up there, Richard Morris. He scored a pretty decent 100 that day, so his name's on there.
Oh, another 4 here, and it is Ben Wilcox. That's got another boundary. Now moves to 94. Again, that was a bit of a free delivery, and this is the trouble with sort of the 4th or 5th change here of Anderson, and a couple of loose deliveries, and the scoring rate is actually now under a run a ball for the first time. And you'll say definitely advantage Norfolk now. So he can just 6 more required for a century. And he pushes this to mid-off for 1. Good, sensible cricket again. That's all he's been doing. So Anderson in to Hood. Oh, he just played a miss at that one. So the Cheshire fielders are still really up for this. They're all giving their bowlers a lot of encouragement, every single one of them. They still feel they're right in this game. And this is clipped on the legs from Hood, and they're going to go for 2, and it'll be an easy 2, yeah.
That's a free hit as well, I think.
It is, yep. Umpire's called a no ball, and this will be for a front foot no ball, so this will be a free hit.
I potentially would have given Ben Wilcox the opportunity to swing
yeah.
off his feet for 100 there, but with the...
Yeah, so free hit has been given by the umpire, and it's Hood on strike for the free hit. It's a shorter ball, and this is going to be given a wide, so he's going to have to bowl it again. So Cheshire are losing their skill a little bit here. A few too many loose deliveries, and it seems to be a little bit contagious from a couple of the bowlers. That was wide. I mean, Hood did give himself a little bit of room, but the bowler knew that was wide. So free hit again. Here we go. And Hood belts it, and it's it's gone back to the bowler on the full, and he juggled it and dropped it, but nonetheless it was grounded, but it wouldn't have made any difference because it was a free hit. But a dot ball, so you kind of got away with that. Again, another short ball, and he's connected with this, but the man is placed in the right position for that shot, and it gets Wilcox back on strike for the last ball of this over.
We've had those 3 overs that we talked about, haven't we? Like 2 lots of 10 and a 7 or 8 from the other over. It's just really kicked.
Yeah, you did call that. Forward. So the change of bowling didn't quite work for Cheshire on this occasion. And Wilcox flays us to the leg side, and this is going to run away to the boundary. It is not, I can't tell. He's got 2 nonetheless. And that moves him to 97. Oh, I thought he was going to get a boundary there. You would have loved that. But that ends Anderson's second over for 22 runs, and it's been quite expensive, really. But again, the runs to win is far below the balls remaining. 70 runs to win of 78 remaining. So still in favour of Norfolk now.
Yeah, two batters set. It's exactly what you want in a chase, isn't it? You talk about partnerships and making sure two guys build something together and then stay together, and they'll both be looking to bat all the way through here and not leave it to anybody else. But still a long way to go, I think.
Yeah. So Sanders is back into Hood. This is inside edge. It's just evaded the stumps and it's going to the keeper, and they'll sneak a single. So it brings Wilcox back on strike. So he's on 97. Just explain the field. We've got a deep backward square leg, a fine leg and third man are out as well as deep cover. So still a spread field, a short mid wicket and a short sort of extra cover as well. So there is quite a big gap between extra cover and deep cover. So Wilcox on strike. It's a slower ball from Sanders and just nurdled to the leg side from Wilcox. Pushes him onto 98. Good hard delivery there from Sanders, and no runs scored off it.
I wouldn't be going too far away from that now. I think back of a length, hard into the wicket, and see what they can do with that, because that's not easy to play if you're smashing into there. I think they've probably over the last 2 or 3 overs just tried a little bit too much and gone away from what's been working to that point, which is just that hard delivery, back of a length, top of off stump. You don't tend to go a million miles wrong with that.
No, and Sanders, that is kind of his stock delivery we saw in his first spell. And this is down the leg side, and that would be called a wide. So he's been a little bit loose in this second spell here. Like you say, I think a wicket now and another one in quick succession will certainly change the momentum, and so there's still plenty of balls for that to happen and there's still runs to be scored, so it's certainly not over yet. You feel one of these though is going to be key, and that's been met, and it's only going to be one out to deep point. Good collect there by the keeper. It brings Wilcox back on strike, so there's 2 more balls left in this over. Wilcox on 98. It's another slower ball, and Wilcox just rides this onto the offside, and he'll get onto the 99 with that single. But Hood will face the last ball of this over, so he'll have to wait to the next over to take strike. Another short ball, and it's tipped over the bar by backward point, and there was a catch opportunity there. It was Hood on strike, and they've got 2 for it. Now, was that the moment where the game could have changed? It would have been a very good catch. It went quickly to him, high above his head, and he definitely got a few fingertips on it, but he's just pushed it over. We'll see this on the replay. Oh, that was a very good effort, but he'll be harsh on himself. He really should be taking that. Oh, that was very tough.
Yeah, that is a tough.
That is a tough chance actually on the replay.
I think sometimes you just need a little bit of magic like that, though, whether it's a one-hander or
yeah. Sometimes they can stick, but
amazing run out or something. You just need a little bit of something different when things aren't quite going for you, like these last few overs. So
absolutely,
it's a shame it didn't stick, but yeah, that was a tough chance.
Yeah. Cool. Well, Richard, thank you for coming on.
Absolute pleasure.
The comms, and it's going to be a good final, I reckon.
Yeah,
thank you for your time.
Looking forward to the next hour or so.
Good. Thank you very much. So Wilcox on strike, he's on 99. And he pushes this down to the bowler and he can't get a single for it. It's Green the bowler.
Well, they need wickets, don't they, Will?
They do, and Wilcox just needs one more run, and he can't get it yet.
Oh, he's going to get it now.
And he's going to get it. He is indeed, and that is his 100. Benjamin Wilcox, 100 for Norfolk. A superb century. 104 balls is all it's taken him to get to the 3 figures, and he embraces with Charlie Hood out in the middle. A superb inning so far, and I'm sure he'll want to take it even deeper to win the game for Norfolk. But he's been batting at such a great tempo, just knocking it about, hitting the bad balls, some exquisite timing. And it really is a century to enjoy. And here's a sweep shot from Charlie Hood. He's on 47 now.
These two have built up massive partnership.
Absolutely.
Probably game-winning partnership.
Well, you can't speak too early. We've done that before, Steve. So
61 to win.
Oh, that's going to run away for 4 more. So he's got to his 100, and now he's raced to 104. He's still kicking on. But yeah, the runs to win is running away from balls remaining at the moment. It's going to have to take a wicket or 2 to really catch that back up.
If they don't win this now, what? They'll be throwing it away.
Let's hope we don't have to clip that up, Steve. Oh, it's just a couple of fielding mistakes as well. Just can't quite keep the pressure on, can they, in Cheshire?
No, they've needed wickets for a while. They haven't got them. Obviously, the difficult chance went down last over. Whether he dropped the cup or not in the last over, we don't know. We'll see.
That was a tough chance. I mean, it went to him quick. He probably would be a bit disappointed himself, but
yeah.
You know, sometimes they stick. This would be the highlights of Benjamin Wilcox's 100. And it was a very, very pleasing 100 to watch from all. A warm applause from the Wormsley crowd here. Some beautiful shots, just a lot of great timing. You know, he's not a big muscler of the ball, he's just a very good timer, good placement. Very good against the spin as well, I've noticed. And he soaked up the pressure early doors.
So Young coming back. I think Young's got 4 overs left, I think. So left arm over, short, pulled, that's 4 more. Beautifully put away. And that's his 50. So Charlie Hood, 52 from 58 balls. 207 for 4 off 39 overs. So 51 to win off 65 balls. 6 wickets left.
Just one here, lads. We can dot up. Something has to happen, doesn't it? Come on. One little mistake here. Come on, please. Leave it loads of time. Get one. Come on here. Here we go.
So Young back in. Slightly short, just dropped through gully. Fielded, took his single. Cheshire needs something to happen. Desperately needing wickets. Worked again through the wicket, and there's going to be a couple there at least. Moves on to 107.
One here, boys. This will do it. Come on.
So Young back in. Drop to gully, there's not going to be one there. So 48 needed off 62 balls. Just got to knock it around now. And the final will be theirs. Short ball pulled. It'll just be the one. So plenty of encouragement here for Young as he comes in again. Short ball again, that's over the head, that's going to be signalled as a no. Thought that was going to be a no ball, that's appeared to go miles over his head. Not given. And that is the over. Short ball, let's look at that. He's hit and it is miles over his head. Should have been called. There's a no ball but wasn't. I think the umpire missed that one. So 8 off that over. 47 needed off 60. Change of bowling. So it's Dearden back on. Bit of spin. Let's see if he can create something. Long on, long off, deep wicket. All out, waiting for the catch. Oh, he's missed it, and the keeper's missed it. Oh. Wow, that's a big chance. He's on 108, and I think the keeper's just missed the stumping. See this again on the replay. Yep, and he's just missed it. The keeper's not got that in the gloves at all, and that was a stumping chance. How costly is that going to be? He's just pushed it into the covers to move on to 109. So Dearden again. Just dropping it, easy single, drops it to gully. And that's all they need to do now is just hit singles and the game goes out of reach. Just punch down the game, just be another single. Well swept. Again, a single. Well, fantastic batting from Wilcox and Hood. 110, 55 apiece. Shorter ball, and that's pulled, and that's going to be 2 bounces. And it's 4 runs, well fielded by Will Hewlett. So 8 off that over. They've really got to take their chances with that stumping chance in that last over. So Young again in the Dibley end. easily made single. Well, the ball's flown into his elbow, his arm. He's not looking good. He looks in a bit of agony there, so I think the physio's going to have to go out. So Cheshire regrouping here, bit of a team huddle for a team talk. And Hood being given a drink at the moment, so Cheshire desperately need to regroup here and find wickets. It's not like they haven't had chances. They just haven't taken them. So Hood looks like he's okay. So 220 for 4, chasing 257. So 38 to win off 53 balls. Should be straightforward. So in comes Young again. Short ball pulled. It's going straight short of the fielder. It's now bounced, spun past him and gone for 4. So Wilcox moves on to 118. I think they were uncertain whether that was a chance, not a chance. He sort of went for it, pitched before him and then spun through him and went for 4. So a bit of a misfield there, really.
Tough chance, but
I don't think he ever was going to catch it, and probably should have backed off and just let the ball bounce and see which way it was going to spin and then stop it. Obviously, we're going for 4 is double impact.
I think now though it's do or die, isn't it?
Oh, I think
you've got to go for every chance possible.
The problem is that
the only way they're going to win this.
They missed the stumping.
They did,
I don't know
yeah.
if you saw that, but I mean, it was a pretty straightforward stumping and didn't go into the gloves, and that and the hard chance of the catch at gully. But those are the sort of chances you've got to take. Take both of those. It's a different game.
Yeah, I mean, say they've got to take every chance now, haven't they? They've missed a couple of chances in these last 15, 20 overs, and fielding wins you these games, isn't it, really? It gets you into those positions to capitalise, and they haven't quite done so.
And Norfolk don't need to go hard now. They just push singles are there.
Oh.
It's been cut over gully, 4 more.
They're racing away now,
They're
Steve.
racing towards the target.
Yeah, absolutely they are.
So 29 to win off 50 balls. They can almost take 0 risk and just knock singles and they'll win this one.
That's boring though, isn't it? If it's there to hit, they're going to hit it, aren't they?
So you filled that one on the boundary.
Well, you know, I'm a bit of a player on my weekends when I'm not commentating and that. Just having a chat to the cameraman who's here. His name's Roger. He's been snapping all day, and I was just chatting to him, trying to get his contact details. And yeah, there was a pull out to deep backward square it was, and did a bit of fielding, but it did go for 4. But I was over the line, obviously. Got a couple of cheers and heckles, well, you know. But no, it's been a really superb effort here from Norfolk, especially 0 for 1 or 1 for 1.
And losing their gun player.
Yeah. Yeah, Gunplay
and
Cobb as well, who was in it for. He went for nothing. So
yeah, no, Wilcox 119, Hood 60, both batted perfectly. And nearly going at a run of ball as well. So fair play to them both. They've put Norfolk in the box seat here.
Beautiful shot.
And that's going to be 4 more.
Very flexible wrist there from Charlie Hood, just sort of rotated them and opened the face on it and powered it through the offside. So it's almost
I'd say it's game over.
Tell you what, I might be starting the car. It's a bit chilly. I might just get the heaters on. Get the heated seats on, I reckon.
Yeah.
Just
press the app on your phone.
Yeah, put the ignition on. You don't start the engine just yet, but get the seats on, please.
No, I think Norfolk are there, I think. 25 off 48.
Yes.
Do well to throw this away.
Well, you never know, but
highly unlikely. Starting to lose a little bit of light here as well, aren't we?
no, don't say that. We can't come off a bad light here. We're getting this game finished. There's no floodlights here,
imagine?
obviously.
So they're bringing the field in now. I think try and create a bit of pressure and roll the dice. So mid-off and mid-off in the 30-yard circle. No, mid-on's now being put back onto the line. Bit of indecision here. Full ball, hit down the ground. Might just be the one.
Oh, you can hear the Norfolk players having a giggle, having a laugh. I think they know the situation is almost done.
So Jackson in again.
Oh, that would have been some grab off his own bowling, but
another single. So Wilcox to face on 120.
oh, there's another chance gone. Had his back foot in the air there, did Wilcox.
Don't need to go too gung-ho here. You just see the game home and
Yep.
end up with 130 odd. Not out. It'd be a hell of a performance in the final. Oh, he's dropped him.
Well, we think it was a drop. It might have come off the legs, though.
Sounded like a nick. Would have been a tough take. Wind's getting up now. In comes Jackson. Just worked, and it's going to be 4. Running away with it. So 19 to win off 43. Wilcox 124 not out. He literally just eased it down. Fine of third man for 4.
Well, I think the Norfolk players would definitely want a beer after this, but I think they're going to need something warmer. It's very chilly out today. Wow, coming into the late afternoon, early evening, it's really got a bit nippy out there.
Well, I think Wilcox is going to be man of the match at this rate as well.
Yep. Potentially we could speak to him after the game. That would be nice to hear his thoughts.
Probably be, where's the bar?
Probably, yeah. Don't think he'll be buying though, that's for sure.
No, that's for certain. So Norfolk 240 for 4 after 43 overs. 18 to win off 42.
So it is Wilcox on a strike, and Young is the bowler, and it's just gone to look for one there, but didn't get one.
Certainly had a mixture of weather conditions today, haven't we?
We have. I mean, this morning was way warmer than it was.
It's glorious this morning. Blue skies, sunshine out.
It's kind of the opposite of what it should be.
Very cloudy and cold and getting dark.
Yeah, it's very much the opposite. I mean, it is near the end of the summer now, isn't it? Going into September very soon, and yeah, I'm a summer man myself. Not a fan of this cold weather. So Young is into Wilcox, and he hips us off his legs, and this is going to run away to the boundary, but the fielder does well enough. Slight fumble, and they'll get 2 for it. He moves to 127 now, and just 16 required. Oh, another under edge there, and that's going to run away for 4 more. The luck is certainly with Norfolk this second innings, without a doubt. But you've got to ride your luck, you've got to make your luck, Steve. That's what I always say. You've got to make your luck and you ride it.
Well, 131 not out.
Yeah.
Off 123 balls. That's one big innings. So 12 to win off 39 balls. So Young, 3 balls left of the over. Already gone for 6. Top ball. So Young, full, driven to mid-off, single. Oh, there could be overthrows here if they're sharp. And there's going to be, yeah, he just made it in. He ran a good 30 yards there to get back in to get the second. Moves on to 133.
So we haven't really talked about it, but the fitness and ability of these 2 batsmen has been a bit underrated. They've ran a lot of 1s, 2s and 3s.
Well, I tell you what, he did well. He was a good 8 yards past the stumps.
He was, yeah.
Got called back again for another single, and
he's on his knees a
he
little
had to
bit.
sprint them down to
He's puffing.
not get run out. So 10 to win. 37 balls. Don't need to do anything silly.
Young in again, and just again a little bit too straight. And Wilcox just has to whip it off his legs once more, just for a single this time.
So that's the over. 9 off it.
And just 9 to win.
And just 9 to win.
134 balls.
Can they do it in this over? 5 overs, 6 overs left, sorry.
Wouldn't be surprised. 249 for 4 now, 44 overs, 6 overs to go. 9 needed. Start the car. Again, another single at least. You're looking for 2. He's not going to get it.
It wouldn't be a good time to get run out now.
You don't want to get
Let's
run out.
not
You want to
do
not
that,
out, don't
chaps.
you? You want to be nice big score, not out.
Let's not do that,
In the
chaps.
final.
So Jackson into Hood again.
They smashed through
this.
mid-wicket, and that's going to race away for 4 more. So it could well be all over in this over. 4 to win now. 5 off the first 2 balls. And the body language of the Cheshire players is
Just 4 to win.
fallen away. Very silent. Jackson comes in. Driven straight, and that's going to be 4.
That is the
and
game.
that's the win.
That is the game, and Norfolk have done
Norfolk
it
are done.
with 33 balls left. A
big win.
superb effort from Norfolk there.
And these 2 have batted superbly. 135 not out from Wilcox, 73 not out from Hood off 69 balls.
Yeah.
These 2 have batted superbly to put together a massive partnership.
And their team
to
know it.
win with ease.
Yeah, their team
5 and a
know
half overs to go. Completely dominated the
Absolutely.
proceedings here.
Yep, lots of cheers and hugs going around the ground, and the 2 teams are meeting in the middle there of the wicket, shaking hands. And
Fully
so-
deserved though.
Oh,
Fully deserved.
I mean, the standard of cricket today is I mean, throughout all of these NCCA games, it's always top draw, and today is a prime example of that. And Norfolk have really shown their class. You know, at the start of the second innings, Cheshire looked well on top, but we know with these 50 over games, all it takes is a big score,
partnership
big
like
partnerships.
This. 2 of
and-
them got in and established.
Yeah,
And built a fantastic partnership.
absolutely. And
That made it look easy at the end.
yeah, you've got to respect some good batting, and that was some superb batting from Wilcox. And let's not take away any credit from Charlie Hood, 73 from 69. That is some knock even still. Yeah, you can't really ask more from your middle order than that. Bat long and win the game. That's all you can ask for, really. And they're going to be well liked in Norfolk for that. So Cheshire, they gave it their best shot, and say both teams really did deserve to be in the final. As the 2 batsmen are raising their bats to the crowd, towards the pavilion, as they embrace and they shake hands.
Top performance from them both. Just as it feels like it's starting to rain.
I actually think it is raining now, so that couldn't have gone any more well timed, if you ask me.
So a good day's cricket all round. In a fantastic location.
Absolutely. As the players make their way off towards the pavilion, some handshakes go on.
And obviously the prize giving to take place shortly.
Yep, stay with us on the stream here. We are carrying it on as the ceremony will take place shortly after the players go to the pavilion. But yeah, what a great day. I see here, Benjamin Wilcox, 135 from 127 balls. Superb knock, but I think the most important thing there is the not out. He saw his side home. A brilliant innings, along with Charlie Hood. 73 from 69, and a perfect partner to seal the deal for Norfolk. So the Cheshire bowling, it was tough. It was okay. They had a really good start, some early wickets, but they just couldn't find a wicket in those middle overs, and when it really counted, and they couldn't really build the pressure. There was too many easy singles, and before you knew it, the run rate was there or thereabouts, and a few big overs from the batting pair, and they were well ahead of the rate, and they couldn't claw it back anymore. So, but again, Cheshire did give it a very good shot. A couple chances went down in the field, but they weren't easy by any stretch. But sometimes those chances make the difference in these finals. But again, big credit to the ground staff here at Wormsley. Superb wicket, another great game, enough in it for the bowlers and the batters, and what more can you ask for than a close finish? Even though it wasn't that close in the end, but it was a close game.
first of all, to Simon and Susie from Wormsley for the ground and the facility here. It's always a terrific occasion, and it's been well matched today, and we've seen it going worthy of the venue. So thank you very much to them here in Wormsley. Internally, I'd also like to pay tribute to Richard Logan, our operations director, who puts the whole event together with the help of Wormsley. Without his efforts, and the guys who worked in the background, Kieran, Carpenter, Elliot, and a few others who put together the filming, the scoring, the live streaming, all the others that make this such a successful day. So thank you very much to them as well. I also like to say a few words about Phil Cayley. In his first year as president, it was a 3-year term. Most of you will know that he is a fairly legendary figure in, first of all, NCCA cricket and now NCCA cricket. He assures me he never played white ball cricket. It was all red ball stuff. But he made a fantastic number of 218 championship appearances, which were far more championship games in those days, but he's still one hell of a player, and he's worthy of extreme talent. When he finished, finally finished playing, we won. He became chairman of the cricket committee, and very soon afterwards became secretary of the NCCA, and saw us through the transition into an NCCA. Then talked a little bit about vaccine role. It's really great to see him come back and play a full part now. As our president, this is the first of 3 years that we're doing. I think this is his first full job to do, so I'll now hand you over to Phil to do the appropriate presentations.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be back here. Wormsley is such a wonderful place to come to, and it's a great day's cricket today. I think there's no other place in the country, to be honest with you. And I'd like to send my thanks to the Trevor's team for putting on such a good performance for us today. Thank you, Trevor. Just got some words down. Okay, first of all, I'd like to ask the two umpires to come up and accept their tokens for just for appreciation for their efforts today. And now we have a couple of awards to the two scorers who diligently sat there all day in the hut down the bottom and bracing winds blowing around the thatches there. Thank you very much indeed for your efforts today. Please come up. Okay, and now we come to the main bit. To Norfolk, a fantastic batting performance there. I think there's a number of individuals that have watched finals here in the past never thought we'd see that many runners chased on this wicket, because in previous games the side batting second have not got anywhere near it. So that was a great effort day for Norfolk, I felt, and it does. In a way, give me great pleasure that the Suffolk boys now can ask the Norfolk team to come up and accept their medals from me today. And finally, Sam Arlington, please.
Now that official part's completed, I'd like to thank you all as well for your support of this occasion. I know many of you have been in previous years. I think this is the first time a team from the Eastern Division has won this trophy for a very long time. So again, for the Eastern Division, kudos. But again, a little bit of a plug for NCCA. We've got 2 more finals to come, beginning next Sunday in West Brom, 4-day final between Berkshire and Staffordshire. In a fortnight's time, the T20 final, the replay of the T20 final at Cheshire and Norfolk. It would be great to see something there again. So thank you very much for your support today, and have a safe journey home.